Click the wrong button. Fuck! I was looking at Hell's Cube shit. Man. Fuck! So yeah, how's everybody doing? I am alive. I am actually shocked I can, like, talk, at all. Yesterday feels like a literal dream. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, I was explaining this to, like, because I have this one buddy. He does watch the shit from time to time. And he was asking me about the Destiny shit, right? And he was on Monday, right? The guy I work out with, right? So he was asking me then. I said, I'll let you know what happens Wednesday and shit if something happens, right? So I did. And he's like, man, that sounds really fucking boring. You know, like, I don't understand how that would ever be interesting. And it's like, well, did you know that this guy said objection 437 times? And that I am in a secluded area where I'm allowed to yell objection as many times as I want? Do you know that, buddy? Do you know about that, buddy? You know? So, yeah, apparently that was like, yeah, it was something. That was cool. That was fun. But yeah, I'll be honest, I looked through the rest of the court docs because there was more posted along with the deposition. I feel like there's not a ton there. So, if I'm taking what we learned yesterday into account, right? And by learned, like, the extreme bias of the Destiny side, which is reasonable, plus whatever court record we've been able to access, right? Combine those two together, okay? Combine those two together, and we get, like, really not that much. I think I have, like, a slight negative if the judge was, like, bitching about, like, numbers and stuff so she could, like, read into shit and whatever, right? I'm just gonna run this through real quick. So basically, they filed a set of documents, right? Now, the deposition transcript, right? They didn't, like, list the pages that they wanted to specifically say. I don't know if they're gonna have to just talk to the lawyer or talk to the judge. Right. But the one thing I did find more interesting is the Jesus Pena shit. So, again, we're not going over this. We're not actually going over this. Just so we're clear, I'm just giving you guys, we're doing like a 5-minute scan, and then we're doing other shit. There's Pisco versus the Zugami person. We never got to that. I do want to watch that. Then, like, I'm thinking, like, conspiracy and horror stuff. Right? I am putting stuff together about this Natalie Harp woman. That shit sounds really funny and weird, but I want to just do, like, a full, like, segment about it, right? Okay. So basically it's just him restating everything, but he does attach, like, I'm assuming a CV is like a cover letter thing, right? I'm assuming. I'm not, like, sure. Okay. But whatever. So I also want to, like, add in, I'm actually legitimately incapable of fucking understanding what's going on here and, like, why they keep highlighting shit. Okay? Because, I mean, I definitely see why. I guess it's because, oh, they didn't actually submit, like, a cleaned version of it. They just gave links that are like transcribed. I get that as like this separation between two things. So that's it. CV is a resume. Yeah, that's like kind of like what I thought it was, right? But he puts in his like CV about like what he is. He is actually like he is a certified expert witness for Florida and has given testimony in tons of courts in Florida, right? And he wrote some book in Spanish. Where is it? He wrote like 3 books technically, right? El arte y la ciencia de la investigación digital forense, sistemas Windows. All right. Really leans towards a snarker bias. He's a snarker? What do you mean he's a snarker? Okay, bro. But yeah, so he wrote books on Windows, Linux and Mac, and then Android and iOS. Okay. And I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, I feel that there's like a decent chance he does kind of know what he's talking about. But even then, right? Like, you have this where he's actually fundamentally explaining defendant misleads the court by saying that because the original file name of the video, as revealed by Solo Tiny Leaks, is not the same as either of the file names that he sent Abby MC, that proves he never sent the video to Abby. Benell is comparing apples to oranges because the 2 file names in ECF 1326 they purportedly sent to Abby on November 3rd, 2023 are not file names. They are Google Drive URLs merely to point to unknown file names. Which... Wait, sorry. No, okay. No, my brain just fucking... Something just clicked in my head. And this whole thing made more sense. Are they trying to say that he didn't send Abby? Wait. Are they trying to say that he didn't send Abby the Pixie video? What's up, Arachnid? How are you, buddy? I don't remember that argument. I don't know why he's responding to that. I mean, it definitely has this like permanent accessibility issue, right? I mean, he did. Yeah, I know. But the thing that like it's saying right here, right at the very end, I didn't read the whole thing. I just skimmed it, man. I just skimmed it, right? Video as revealed by Solo Tiny Leaks is not the same as either of the file names he sent to Abby. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? This isn't an argument they used, right? Or did they? They must have. Huh. Resi Gamma made a rapist tier list. My Discord, not yours. Yeah. Nah, man, you're smart as hell. No, I'm okay. We're just gonna look at Gamma doing a rape epic list.
I'll know what Lissy did to him. Rape victim. Green. Self-explanatory. I'll know what Lissy did to him. Rape victim. Green. Self-explanatory. Impleton. IKEA rape. Okay, that's not funny. That's not funny. I like as I said that I remembered. As I said that I remembered. That's not funny. Fake rapist. Hubert.
I got sent this.
I didn't remember, okay? I only remembered as I only remembered as I put it on there. I didn't think about it.
Okay, who cares? You're doing a great job. I'm sure this Gamma video won't be god-awful. Who sent this? Ban them right now. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not gonna do that. I'm just gonna say this. I am not gonna talk about the lawsuit today because I need to look something up and investigate it, and I am not going to waste all your time going through a legal docket when we could be watching funny videos. Okay? All right? Because I'm not... No. Like, no. These Starks motherfuckers, give it time. All right? Give it a little bit of... Give it a few moments. Yeah, there's other stuff we can do today. Oh, man. Man, you're really washed if I can see your little VTuber box when you move around. Can you, like, shut the fuck up? DM. Starside update. What is this? Oh my god. Yeah, Stars is doing another fucking IRL live stream.
True, it's very true.
I want dead. I'm good.
As long as we're dead is peaceful.
I'll do it right now. I don't give a fuck. I'll do it right now, bro.
Not right now. We have a pact.
Oh shit. Okay. I'm like, I'll do it right now.
I have
bro.
to remind her every time. She's like very selfish about it. She's like, I'm gonna die. And I'm like, hello, we have a pact. She's very selfish about it, by the way.
Selfish in the suicide pact.
Yeah, she's very selfish about it.
Would it make you upset to know that I actually have a long-standing suicide pact with like actually several other people? Yeah, like before I made a suicide pact with you, I like actually have one with like a lot of.
But are they more special than me?
Okay, well, like my old best friend Nick,
Okay.
Ren, Litany.
Okay, but like, are they more special than me then?
I mean, they're all special. Thank you for the follows. I wouldn't say like more or less. I would say like equal. Equal specialness. I would say like an equal amount of special. Why do you think that JSOC called me neurotic?
The whole insecure bit gets boring. It's just like... Huh. She's really bad at the equally special bit. Is this conversation weird or something my friends and I have it all the time? Yeah, it's a little bit weird. You shouldn't be making pacts. Right? You shouldn't be making pacts. Pacts. You shouldn't be making pacts, period. Not with demons. Not with anything else. The person that sent the Himpleton thing has been like, I didn't know you were going to play it on stream. Yeah, man. Absolutely. You send me it, I'm just going to play it on stream. You, specifically. Like, yeah. Considering the people they need to make a few packs, well, I just don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't get it. I guess, yeah, I do think it's weird. Like, I feel that, like, if a friend is, like, asking me that shit, I'm just like, hey, man, you okay? Because this is not great. This is not, I don't think this is a place that we all want to be. And, yeah. Show me your guns.
Show me your guns, Nerf man.
It is what it is.
It is what it
Get
is.
off my fucking back! You think I care? Oh!
I could be dead tomorrow.
True. 100%. There you go. All right. Did I put the... Oh, my God. The guns went away. There you go. Four gun boy. Woo! Bang, 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 bang. They were the 5. Brett, thank you. So remember when you've never had Slidle friends because it gets a lot less funny? Yeah! But it's like... The thing is, it's like... It's... I get the humor. By the way, just as like a side note, I get the humor. All right? I get the humor, you know? I don't even necessarily disagree with it, right? Okay? No, it's 3 pews and a notebook to remind myself what I need to pew. Right? It's a thing. It's 3 and a notebook. The notebook keeps me sane. It's not that it's like less funny. It still is kind of funny. It's just that it's like, I don't know. I guess the distance of it is, it's performative in a way that's like nerve-wracking, right? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. RPG? All right, buddy. All right, we're set. We're fucking set. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go, bro. All right. You need a 4th? I got that too. Right? Right? Like, yeah. Yeah, it's not chill. It's, honestly, the thing is like, I don't even want to get mad at it. It's just that I want to mark this, right? I don't care to, like, investigate it, because it's like, personally, would I make that joke? No. Could I understand you're a millennial living in Washington, D.C., and life is hard and shit, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna make that joke? Okay. All right. You know? Okay. Maybe there is, like, a cultural difference there. One that, like, you know, I don't necessarily agree with. Like, I think if I say, I'm gonna blank myself, right? You know, that's different than, like, doing this, like, I don't know, joke packs, I guess. Which, again, I just think that the joke sucks. The delivery is, like, just horrid. Just having, like, Star just sitting there fucking with her friend. It's like, I don't know. It's just, it feels stilted. It feels stunted. It feels away, you know? Like the performativity doesn't stop. And then, like, if you don't have that performativity, then what, like, do you have? You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. If in an RPG, does he mean with he's working with Soviet arms smugglers? No, man. No, it doesn't. Shut up, man. Just shut the fuck up, man. Let's hope they do it live IRL. Yeah, I don't. Do you say joke maxing? Lame. I want to see that shit. I feel like that's, like, on the line of TOS, honestly. I feel like it's on the line. I don't know why. I think that I Hope does a lot of lifting there, but... Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, like... I don't want to, like, soy out. I just think it's a shitty... It's just a bad joke. More than anything else, right? Bro. Diesel IRL is doing a Bricks and Minifigs update. That's crazy. These aren't jokes. Zug is definitely joking. Right? Zug is definitely joking. Right? Zug is definitely clown maxing. Right? You know, like that's... You know. Yeah. I think you made that same joke like 5 times last stream. What, about like a slide pact? Nah. I will say things about inflicting on myself, but like I feel like adding another person to it's just like, okay. Like, if I'm saying it to myself, and another person's like, go for it. All right, I'm oppositionally defiant, so then I won't. But then, if people are like, no, don't do it, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. You know? She isn't slide maxing? No, no. She's just clowncore. Clowncore, gesture gooning. Star's ready to do it anytime. She's waiting for confirmation. Yeah, that's kind of. Oh, man. Yeah, I was also told that Stars has now acquired a new bird. There is no video of this. Apparently, just audio. Just audio. Dude, the Snarchive is awesome, man. The Snarchive is so fucking cool. Where is it? Let me find this real quick.
I don't know that I trust you, Moon000. I'm pretty sure you're a snarker.
Bro, Moon. Can we see the new bird later? I'm pretty sure you're a snarker. Moon, you just gotta start streaming at this point.
I don't know that I trust you, Moon000. I'm pretty sure you're a snarker.
Okay. Okay, man. What fucked up psycho would snark a baby animal?
No idea what kind of bird this was. Found helpless by the roadside, gently rescued, and
Yeah, it's a fucking fetus, bro.
spoon-fed with real patient care.
Yeah, why? Why? You could have just found ones that were actually living.
As his feathers came in the reveal, a beautiful lovebird. Now he's always on her hand. He climbs her glasses, he even takes showers. Completely, utterly part of
I know, that's a cute bird, though. That's a cute bird, though. Fuck. Alright. Anyways. Let's do this. Who was first? Martialist. Trout. And Ronan. Okay. Alright. Ronan, Trout, Martialist. Alright, let's see what we got. Ronan wins. Nothing. Trout wins nothing. And Martialist got a character change token, which is another spin. Congratulations, Martialist. You got a second spin. Excuse me. And you win nothing. Congratulations, Martialist. Okay. Let's start a timer. Because, yeah. I think that's what we're doing. Fuck, how do I even do that? My brain is really, really slow today. Just so, like, we're all, like, clear on the everything. Which is why we're gonna start today, I think, with, the last thing that I forgot for us to do. All right. Which I guess is technically Star Snark, right? It is technically Stardust Snark, right? I trade the Lovebird for any Corvid. Corvids are awesome. What do you? But moreover, it is Zug Snark, okay? It is Zug Snark. Because Pisco, in his final debate, okay, funny debate, not good debate, funny debate. Okay, Pisco, in his final debate about the anti-Semitic question, okay, in his most recent, one of his most recent things, where the fuck is it, man? He talked to Zug. And I'm just going to be real. I don't even understand, like, precisely why, other than she just asked. Right? Okay. And I heard this was funny. Remember that the day before, Pisco had accepted the framing that Hassan was meaningfully anti-Semitic. Okay? So then he talks to Zug, and yeah, I want to see how this goes. I'm like kind of curious, because I have not watched it yet. Oh, and I figured out the stuff with the final debate. Is he dying? Yeah, he's yeah. There's like a DGGer that's trying to R him in the bum, and yeah, he started a pact actually at the end of this thing. No, he's taking 3 weeks off from anti-Semite debates because he's bored of them. Just he thinks that it's like there's not really much more to explore at all at this point. That it's just like it is just saying the same shit over and over and over. And yeah, he did like also as we've also noted before. This has been the arc where he's fully burned Destiny. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about, like, we have one other thing that we need to do before we do this. Okay. Oh, this is rough. Okay. Counterpoint streamed today, right? Did he stream on the Valor Media Network thing? I do want to look at this real quick. So, there's this note in the Snarchive. I didn't even notice this, right? From today, that it was Destiny in DGG chat, right? Specifically, going in and talking about an hour and 15 minutes in, Connor talking about his future with Valor, the media network that he was in. So yeah, apparently he got cut. I wanted to look at this first because this is shorter and kind of new, I guess.
The war in Ukraine, war form, speed, surprise,
I want to like
Ukrainian resistance,
volume.
limited Western response. Enough. This was going
about an hour 15 in.
Random operation. SML was assumed pre-war Soviet Union large. It was too hard. Syria and Eastern's army tried to shrink the force, professionalize parts of it, improve readiness, and create units that Moscow could use quickly without having to mobilize the entire country. The goal here was not to create the Red Army. It was to build a years fighting against Russia in the Donbass, reform war that Russia it also the army let's.
I want to respond a little bit to this because I do think it's really interesting. During the War on Terror, we were emphasized that...
Okay. So Destiny said an hour and 15 minutes in. We're like an hour 20 and nothing.
Looks like the schizos might be winning, okay? So this isn't the one that I wanted. It was something about Twitch and YouTube politics, and you don't want to watch people with autism scream at each other for the next 4 hours. As a matter of fact, let me give you an off-ramp. Let me give you an off-ramp.
You couldn't find the clip?
Here's another poll. I'm gonna give you 2 options. Content. Keep rolling with sane geopoll, Pisco, Gibbs, schizo debate. Okay? Because what happens is the sane people say, let's do geopoll. I'm so tired of drama. I'm so tired of people yelling at each other. I'm so exhausted. I'm so tired. But then what ends up happening is you guys get into the geopoll and then you start to fall asleep.
But yeah, because you're
So
just
if
playing
we're
the
gonna
fucking
keep
video.
rolling
You're not
with same
saying a whole hell of a lot, man. You're not engaging the chat. Why would they stay awake and engaged? Why would they be messaging in your chat? They're just watching a video with you.
Audio poll. I need to see it.
Oh, audio only? Sorry. I'm an idiot.
And I'll give you a summary of this video.
Dude, I don't have any words for how angry I am that I can't find this. Like an hour and 15 in?
Guard the convoys.
Still demand shock troops. Get people over to a Gibbs and Pisco schizo debate. That way we take a break from Destiny's personal life, but we still get to inject schizophrenia directly into our bloodstream. So, me drag out the more highfalutin concepts from online schizophrenia. But they themselves like to pretend that they're above online schizophrenia. The viewership metrics say, become a schizophrenic. Please God, Connor, we need schizophrenia right now. We need Gibbs and Pisco screaming at each other. We need someone to be talking about Destiny being a schizophrenic piece of shit. We need more anti-Semitism content. We need to talk about whether or not Pisco is an anti-Semite for the 500th time.
Yeah, man, you gotta put the content in the bag. That's the job. What do you want? Yeah, that's the job. Wow. Sorry. That's mean, but
audience capture? Well, Targan, unironically. But here's the thing.
I mean, yeah, but that's the thing. It's audience capture, but you're developing an audience. So just choose to do something and do it. That's it. It's not complicated. Okay? It's just like, do something. Is he still rebound dating his middle school girlfriend? I don't know. I want to say no, but I have literally no idea. I stopped, like, logging Connor that much. He's, like, really fallen off. And, like, Destiny, in his fucking DGG chat today, said this. Connor got fucking dumped by Valor. What a clown. Barely about an hour and 15 minutes, he announced it on stream. And we're looking for that. So he might have gotten dumped by, you know, his money, too. I don't know, man. James, I don't know. I have no idea. Here's him complaining about, should I do drama or should I do politics?
I don't have a problem with schizophrenia. I'm not like you guys. I don't pretend that I'm above it. I've never been above it. I've never been above Twitch and YouTube political schizo panel fights. That's how I started in the scene. I've never been above talking shit about political creators' messy personal lives. I've never been above drama. I love drama. I just think that there are people in my chat who are kinder and gentler soul.
Connor is not with his middle school girlfriend anymore. Oh no. That's... Well, wow.
And they like to see me drag out the more highfalutin concepts.
Connor's very super drunk because his political takes are insane. Yeah, his maximalist takes are fucking crazy. His maximalist takes are like atheistic Christian morality like instituted across America. And, you know, philo-semi just, yeah, man. Yeah, he's like, yeah. Probably when she found out he was a streamer.
From online schizophrenia. But they themselves like to pretend that they're above online schizophrenia. Rodney Hobbs, you're such a fucking pissy person. Don't give us a poll if you don't want answers to our opinions. Yeah, no shit, Rodney Hobbs. I'm trying to point out the disparity between the effects of the poll and what I'm seeing in the numbers. Rodney? Rodney? The problem is that you are the drama, not that you talk about it. I haven't been involved in drama in months. I don't know what you're talking about. Conserve says, I genuinely enjoy both slop and geopol or even secular church. You got to do what works for you at the end of the day.
Months? Months? That's a little bit extra. Okay, I have been sent a link, okay, to him saying that.
Who are doing hardcore things like killing and dying in a foreign country. So if you want to check that out, then do twitch.tv/counterpoints, and we'll see you over there. Why is there going to be a separation from Valor? Because they want to focus on wholesome Chungus content, and I want to fight Twitch and YouTube political schizophrenics.
This is not the announcement.
That's pretty much it.
We talked about a lot about it before this. All right. Fine, man. Oh, yeah, because he goes and launches Hutch and Pisco. Here, he's doing a drawing thing. Whoever sent that should be banned. I think you need to, like, chill out, asshole. Okay, we're learning together, man.
You're basically chill, and Wick has like proven himself as well to be like basically chill. I checked in with him as well, just putting that out there that I DM'd him specifically, like, hey, I'm gonna go hard on you. I hope that you know that, and I hope that's chill. So given that, so the first thing I want to do is like I'm not going out of my way to harm any potential connection, right? When Sitch and Adam like cut me off or whatever, they said they didn't want to talk to me anymore. I don't know if you remember that, but like. Yeah, so because I had like
here, guys, what I'm gonna do real quick is I am going to I've seen what Connor's made here. I am going to try to recreate it kind of, if that's okay. All right, real quick. All right. It's all autism, man. It's all autism, man. It's literally all autism, man. It's literally all autism, man. It's just, yeah, it's always has been, man. Always fucking has been, man. No offense to Cars, the MS Paint GOAT. You're not him.
Like tweeted at Adam because he was basically saying
you and Connor can make the cutest schizo diagrams together. Oh, shut up.
I went really hard on Adam because he was like, I don't know, I might have to vote for Trump. He's the lesser two evils because
we're gonna have to make a pact. Oh my god.
The black box of Biden. Who knows who's running the show? It's so laughable now that you look at how Trump is behaving in office. But
he's a sensitive lad. He's a sensitive lad.
If you hear me when I go on,
listen. I'll still love Sitch. I'll love Sitch until the day I die, I think. But Adam is pusillanimous. Dude, I would truly be happy to go on the Sitch and Adam show routinely, but I do not want to have to pull my punches with Sitch and Adam. Like, the Trump administration is such a fucking disaster. And what he was saying in 2023 and 2024 was so fucking laughable that I don't want to have to pretend that that wasn't some of the dumbest shit I'd ever fucking heard in my life. So, yeah. So I'm actually with Pisco. It kind of sucks. I wish Sitch and Adam were a part of the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene. I wish that they were willing to get out of their little hug box and fucking throw elbows and shit. I wish they were willing to go onto panels and fucking shit talk other people and fight on the fly. But they have their little fortress arc. They have their little fortress where they make their money and shit talk politics with their internet, with their audience, and they make enough cash in order to survive and all that kind of stuff. But realistically, like, I'll just say it. I kind of think Adam's a pussy. So, Real Serious says, may I ask if you're still going to be on Valor? I'm just asking because I want to fact check something I saw on Destiny's subreddit. Yeah. I'm not going to be on Valor starting on September 1st, 2026. So we are
Oh, I was about to say, oh, so he has like another year. And then I realized it was 2026. It's one of these days, okay? It's one of those fucking days, man. Like, oh boy. Woo! Wheel spins, you already got your wheel spins. Go back, you got two.
They are giving me a generous severance, a very generous severance.
Oh.
Effectively, I will be paid through January 1st of 2027.
Okay.
But we are parting ways. And truth be told, this is something that I talked to them about. The reasoning is what I talked to them about very early on.
They're giving him the sweetest deal. Honestly, yeah, this is a pretty sick deal. Yeah, give yourself like what till like January? So he's got like 4 months to get his shit like in order. That's like yeah, he could definitely pass. He could definitely do that. That's awesome. Good for him. Did you get a wheel spin? You weren't here first. You weren't here first. That's how it works. No, that's like, yeah, that's great. Good for him. Hell yeah.
If you check out the channel trailer for Valor Media Network, they kind of pose themselves as like, we're the anti-red pill. We don't like Andrew Tate. We don't like Nick Fuentes. We don't like these far-right creators. We're going to create a wholesome and positive space where men can come in and kind of like learn all these like cool things that are going to make them better people and this, that, the other. And if you check the post-recorded content, that's true. They do make overwhelmingly positive content that actually does try to reinforce men and also people who don't like the Trump administration. I'm sure there's plenty of women engaged.
Imagine your employer liking you so much they pay you 4 months' salary to go away. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, like, Connor's platform has devolved into crazy, degenerate argumentations about pedophilia and everything else. Obviously, most political organizations are going to want to stay as far away from that as possible. They're just going to ask, why do you have so many pedophiles around you? What's going on? What do you want? And it's business, yeah. So, like, honestly, I'm looking at this as like a, hey, yeah, getting 4 months, there you go. The Trump administration gave federal workers 9 months of paid salary to stop being federal workers last year. All right, well, it's Valor Media Network, man, okay? Whatever, it's like he's been there for how long? Not really all that long, I feel. Connor was like their biggest draw, honestly. Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at the rest of the content they fucking make, it's not great. Generally speaking, not great. Right? And like occasionally they have like something that pops off. Okay? Like occasionally, but like most of the time it's shit like this. Right?
Than to have someone who is so selfish and so narcissistic in control of their lives. I mean, the threats that he was...
Like, I'm just going to be honest. I could never in my life imagine myself listening to Frank about fucking anything. This guy? Maybe. Right? Like, he's got, like, some positives, like the defend your local library shit. I like that. You know?
Making to commit genocide, to destroy the entire nation of Iran, to blow up desalination plants and power plants, which would do what? Create tens of millions of refugees, which wouldn't stay in Iran, right? That would cause an even bigger global crisis. Service members deserve better than to have a commander-in-chief who can't think of the second and third order of effects of any direction or any direction that they give, any order that they give, and to commit a threat to commit mass atrocities.
I think you could fill that Connor-shaped hole. I'm not a conservative. That's like the other thing, though, is like they are technically a conservative network, and I would argue I am, on most things, a anti-conservative. Like, I don't really like political descriptions, but I fucking hate conservatives, man. Right? You are the snark commander. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Reservoir, we saw yesterday you were on stream for 9 hours? What were you doing? Oh, I was, reading a deposition and yelling a lot. Yeah, man. Thank God for the giant subtitles. Yeah, like, Connor is unironically kind of like a draw of consistent views for their channel, man. Right? I also love that it's this fucking bemused Connor look at all times. He never really tried with the thumbnails, man. That's funny as fuck. See them some bullshit, but you're fiscal conservative and you don't want to see us waste money? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. There is, like, I'm not willing to fucking lie about that shit. That's insane. Fuck that. No. Scary Moth, you can't do any character changes. Can't do that. Sorry. Sucks. That's like why you got another spin. Oh, so you want to see us waste money? I mean, in some directions, yeah, I kind of do. I'd love for us to waste money on, like, schools and shit. Feel like it'll trickle down eventually, you know? Like, I mean, that's kind of how the military works. It's like, you just give them money and they buy, like, a fucking warehouse of fucking pens and shit, right? Anyways.
Gays in there, too. Not that gays aren't men, but you know what I'm saying.
Bro,
like,
lying is all you have to do to be a conservative. Yeah, I'm not good at lying. Okay? I'm not good at lying, man. I'm just kind of dumb. It's different, man.
Plenty of minorities.
Schools isn't a waste of money. Figure out your political fucking affiliation, bro. I know how my political action works. I think that's much more important than an affiliation. Yeah, schools aren't a waste of money, but the idea is that if we're talking about wasting money, I'm saying just throw money at schools. Maybe some corruption happens, but surely some kids will be better served. You know what I mean? I wonder if Connor can sustain himself just off his own channel. What about Counterpoint's 40K? How is this doing? It's not going terrible. Is he covering Bionicles now? He has his 40K channel. What does he even do? He just, like, watches, like, clips of fucking 40K videos and shit now? It's literally Warhammer still? Oh, okay. But yeah, he still has this. It's not doing as well as it was years ago, but, you know, he still does have it. You know. Probably has to upload way fucking more. He probably has to upload way more. Right? Space Marines have mechs now? I just didn't know that they had Bionicles. This looks like a Bionicle head, right? I'm not, like, crazy or anything like that. I don't think I am. This 9-year-old conservative still makes content the old-fashioned way. Alright, man. Anyways.
In that mix, but I do think it's, like, men who don't want to be douchebag content. Some of it's successful, some of it isn't. But they want to double down and triple down on that. And the truth is, even though I think I'm a decent guy, I work my job, I pay my bills, I pay my taxes, I take care of my family, I try to be a positive influence in my community. The nature of Twitch and YouTube politics is that it's just kind of like a gross, elbow-throwing, shit-talking, slur-spinning space, right? And so as a result, I pointed this out to him last year. I said, hey, I'm happy to be making money for you. I'm happy to be working here. I'm happy to be doing this, but we have this brand dissonance where what I'm doing doesn't necessarily vibe with the post-recorded content, and there's going to be a conflict there. And they were like, well, we're new, so we're just throwing stuff at the wall. Let's just see what sticks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, we've hit an impasse. And I think I've even mentioned this on stream, that impasse could be profitable to both people, right? So Valor, I can still shout out Valor. I can still, you know, be positive about Valor. If I'm on, you know, a veterans TV show, I could shout them out, et cetera, et cetera. Whenever they do geopolitical content, whenever they do like their Ukrainian documentary, I can cover that as a part of a Geopol segment. And then they're being very kind with the separation. Like I mentioned earlier, they could have said, hey, we're separating. Here's your last paycheck. You know, here's 30 days notice. Good luck out there. That was the contract. But they're agreeing to give me a substantial higher severance so we can transition beautifully. And I appreciate that. I appreciate Valor. I appreciate Ken Harbaugh. I appreciate Chris Goldsmith. I think they're beautiful people. And I think that if you need something that's like wholesome and good for the soul and all that kind of stuff, you should keep watching Valor, you know? Real serious.
Why can't we change characters? I just haven't set it up. Okay, I read this deposition for 6 hours yesterday. I'm good.
He says, now that you're going to split, can I ask what's up with some of those videos they have with 100K?
The Valor Media guy got drunk and defended Destiny with his life, then fired Connor. Connor, what are you doing? Why are you revealing these things? Why? Why do I know these things? Now I'm mad. Fuck you, Connor. Bye.
Views with no comments. Is it just that they hide them? I don't know, to be honest, man. There's some stuff that's like more popular than others.
Oh yeah, and then there's a first announcement on the stream. I have this too. Where did Destiny get an hour and 15 minutes in the stream? What a stupid son of a fuck. What a stupid son of a fuck, man. God, dude, these fucking people are such shit loggers.
Harbaugh. And he says, Connor, I love you. I wish I could marry you. I guess, who are doing well. They're doing good. And so what they told me, I got a call from the boss man, Ken Harbaugh, and he says, Connor, I love you. I wish I could marry you. Unfortunately, neither of us are gay, so we can't get married. And I appreciate what you've done for the channel for the past year and a half, being the financial backbone of the channel. But we are going to be pivoting into premier post-recorded content, doing documentaries and interviews, and using Chris Goldsmith as the backbone for the post-record.
That was uncalled for. That was mean. That was fucking mean as fuck. Okay, thank you for the 140, Ronan, but Jesus. God, yeah, it's kind of gay, yeah, but I don't know, it's like, it was kind of like heartfelt almost. I was just having a good moment there. Damn.
Recorded content, and we are going to be pivoting into premier post-recorded content, doing documentaries and interviews, and using Chris Goldsmith as the backbone for the post-recorded content and the editing. And the truth is, something that you brought up a year ago is something that we think, I wouldn't say is like a problem, but it's more like it's a variance in direction. Twitch and YouTube politics is too...
That's the deal. It's a good deal. It's a good deal.
It is a good deal. Which foreign nation backs Valor, do you think? The Isle of Lesbos. The Isle of Lesbos. Specifically Lesbos. Just that. That's my guess. Ukraine. Maybe. That one makes more sense. All right, they do have a lot of pro-Ukraine stuff. Again, nothing wrong with that. Just saying, like, you know. Yeah, Hong Kong expats. Not even joking. Yeah, I know.
Abrasive for us. There's too many slurs. There's too... And by the way, this isn't said. This next part is inferred. There's a cultural difference between the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene and the wholesome Chungus, wine mom, vet bro aesthetic that they're trying to cultivate as a channel.
The wine mom vet bro aesthetic. That's so cool, man.
And so
what a swath of people. All right. The vet bro and the wine mom.
As a result, we are going to be going our separate ways. But not only are we not going our separate ways until September 1st.
They should get fucking Beckett on that. Just get Beckett on that. Just get Stardust on that. You know, like, just get all the wholesome chunguses. Alish. Alish, yeah. I'm imagining a soccer mom in a minivan with a black eye and a kid asking why the dad isn't at the game. Well,
but they are going to continue. They're going to give me a very generous severance. I'll put it that way. And the generous severance is, I don't know if I should really get into the details of it, but it is more than they need to do by contract. They technically could pay me one more paycheck, give me 30 days notice, and tell me to pound sand. And they're effectively giving me an entire quarter on top of that.
I like how Alish pronounces your name as Reza Bear. I've never caught that. That's really odd that you have, but I have never caught that in my life, dude. We don't log Alish enough for what it's worth, man, but
they're giving.
That's not fantasy. It's not a fantasy. It's just, you know, what Primordial was thinking. Okay.
I'll just be transparent. They're giving me 4 months severance in gratitude for being the financial and algorithmic backbone for the past year and change of the channel. So I'm extremely grateful, like wildly grateful, insanely grateful. Like they didn't have to do that. They don't have to be that nice. They don't have to be that generous. They don't have to be that tactful. They literally could have given me one more paycheck and told me to pound sand. And instead they said, hey, thank you for doing what you did. Not only are we going to carry out your next month, but we're going to give you a quarter's worth of severance. So, and here's the thing about the quarter's worth of severance. Number one, they still want me to advertise them whenever it comes up. Let's say I'm doing a debate with a vet bro, or I'm on like a more wholesome Chungus stream or whatever. They just want me to like shout them out. Okay. Number two, and this is going to be important, I'm allowed to do whatever I want to do for that quarter. Okay. So basically, I will be moving to Counterpoint's politics as a channel full time September 1st. But from September to January, I'm allowed to just create while still receiving my severance. So once again, like, yeah, you know, some people are like, oh, damn, you know, this is a parting of the ways. Yes, it is a parting of the ways, but it is something that I was aware of and brought up very early into live streaming, was that my content was going to be a little bit more rough and tumble than the rest of the channel. And there might be a schism in vision. But they're also doing extremely right by me, like incredibly right by me. So I can't complain at all. I really cannot. So I hope that
it is like, huh. I mean, you know, it's bad. Could be worse, I guess. I mean, that's the thing. I guess, like, he does have the time, at least. You know, to, like, he does have the time, at least, to, you know, get it back on track, but this is the good ending for Connor. Yeah, it still feels bad. He definitely has lost a major source of his income, but
that's transparent enough for you guys. A divorce, if you will. Correct. We're getting divorced, but this time I am the wife. I'm getting the alimony and the child support. Like so listen, say what you want.
All right, man. All right, man. Like, how am I not supposed to snark this? Okay, dude. Okay, guy.
But I would say that what would I say about
Connor?
it? I think I made this joke. Okay, I made this joke. It is a joke. Okay, my wife and I were together for 14 years. We were married for 9, and she got a cut of the equity from the house, and it was a substantial amount. It was more than 6 figures. And the joke that I made was like, I've never dated anyone or been with anyone for 14 years where at the end of the relationship, they pay you more than 6 figures in order to fuck off. And I think there's an analogy here where Valor is being very generous and very kind. And I can't complain. I really can't complain.
Can't Valor rescind their offer? Well, I mean, they could, but they've chosen to just be like, hey, man, if you're ever not talking about pedophilia, just like shout us out for a couple months, I guess. This isn't great.
I want you to think about this, okay? I can be independent. All of the revenue that I was making for Valor, I'll be making on my own channel. And not only will I be making the money that I was making for Valor, which was substantial, not only will I be making that money on my own channel.
Yeah, but for 4 fucking months, man.
I'll have a single brand instead of being split across 2 brands. And then, not only that, I have 4 months of runway. Literally, September, October, November, December, I have 4 months of runway. So, it's, it obviously, you always want to have institutional backing. But is this not a bad way to break up? No, it's not a bad way to break up. So, also, January 1st, 2027, I'll be able to say homophobic and racial slurs on my own stream.
Always looking on the brighter side, man. That's the one good thing about Connor, man. You're always looking on the brighter side. Cool, man. Cool.
I'm joking.
You're not.
Maybe.
You never really stopped, though, right?
We'll see.
I guess it's like other channels.
But we have...
yeah, that's stupid. It's very dumb.
52% reporting asking for geopoll while doing mind maps. So, if you guys are okay with it, and we do have Valor Reacts today, and we will be on Valor Media Network through September 1st. Okay? And so, if you guys are okay with it, the main guy that I've seen who has done the best short form...
Okay, so that's like half of it. And then at the end, he says a little bit more. Okay, now I'm getting the full picture.
I don't know. I truly don't know. I know that Ukrainian documentary did really well. I know that.
So Connor lost his marriage and probably his streaming career over being friendly with Destiny, and even now that bridge is torched. Well, that's a way to say it. But like they're not like connected, right? Like his streaming career over Destiny is him separating from Destiny, right? That's like the streaming career being over part, because it was fine when he was just like covering up like sexual abuse and like doing catch and kill programs and stuff, right? Like he was fine then, you know, but now, I don't know, a bit less so, I suppose. Bit less so. If he hadn't crashed out in Destiny and just kept it to himself while quietly leaving the community, he'd be fine. Yeah, probably.
They have a new...
But, on the other hand, that was some great fucking content. And, yeah.
Show that's doing really well. I know that Chris Goldsmith, typically when he does an interview, he does pretty good, and he does have a very charismatic personality. He's just kind of like... He's just one of those guys that you gravitate towards. So I truly dude, you've looked at the post-recorded content more than I have. I don't know. So, anyways. Will I continue the same schedule on my own channel? Yeah. I like 9:30 to 2:30, man. It lets me get out in time for the kids. It lets me have like a normal life. It gives me my evenings in order to work on the sci-fi channels. It gives me weekends in order to actually...
Connor should have left the orbit quietly like Pisco. That would have been the best for him in the long run. Yeah, probably. Yeah, but like, Connor should have developed his channel more away from Destiny, right? Like, just in general, he should have developed, you know, a meaningful channel. This grill hottest shit is like the lamest shit ever. Okay? It's the literal lamest shit ever. Bro, what? Okay. Only Blowhard's answers Connor's poll. The chill viewers ignored it. Yeah.
Enjoy life. So...
Yeah, never poll your audience on what they want to do. Just do shit. Okay? Just do whatever shit it is that you want to do. I will complain and bitch and moan and stuff. Be like, oh, I don't know. What do you guys want to do? I already know. I've got like a list of shit that I want to do. And we can do it all whenever. And I'm seeing if anybody's like interested. And then eventually it's like, no. Literally, you're just like, no. Just put shit on, stupid. Stupid Dumby Bear boy. Fuck you. Fuck you, Rezi. You suck. You suck. Fuck you. That's what you guys say. Chat is the worst. I don't... James, my chat is like antagonistic as fuck to me. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. It's awesome. So yeah, it's like why, like today, I'm just... We have this, all right, which is the Pisco Zug shit. But if you put shiny in front of me, I will probably be like, oh, let's go look at that. And by shiny, I mean interesting. Yeah? Just so we're clear. That's what today is going to be. It's going to be a little bit looser. All right, we're going to keep it loose. It's going to be great. Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably...
He's going to have to grind hard to rebuild his audience, stream every day. 5 days a week.
You're going to keep the 9:30 to 2:30...
5 days a week, video upload every day. He'll be fine.
Schedule. What's really the question, in my opinion, is since I'm out on my own, is will I increase the frequency with which I do evening streams?
Yes.
Because, you know, I'm on my own. So every hour spent live is an hour garnering AdSense and super chats.
Bad idea. Bad way to... Bad mentality. You got to have content. Improve your content flow.
Oh, you know, why not go live more often? So, yeah. Anyways. Like to stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. There's about 60 people here right now. I appreciate you. I'm going to thank the people who have donated. Doobie, Old School, Numanax with the 20, Fashion 40, Shapingro, Old School, Numanax, and Shapingro. And Numanax, thank you for oiling for the Geopole content. I do appreciate it. We divorcing everything out here. Well, we're about to divorce again. Okay, we're about to divorce again because it's 12:55. So Dan Pace and
It'd be fun if you streamed sometimes with Connor. I will do fun things with Connor. I will not engage with him beyond that, probably, because otherwise it's just going to turn into a shit show. But I think talking to Connor about his divorce in the tune of music that Acreal listens to on a daily basis. That is an awesome stream. Right? That's an awesome fucking stream, man.
Are going to be going over to Twitch.
A few good streams are going to do better for donos and algo than a lot of shit streams. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
And I am going to read you guys a poem that made me cry.
Yeah, it's like, I think, I don't know. I have like this stupid rule for like the first 2 hours. All right, like, don't like necessarily lock in. Just cover a smattering of little shit. Let it go. Right? You know, let it run around. So that's it. Canada US update. Negotiations are ongoing. Did you see this shit? Bro. Okay. I have 2 problems. Alright, let's finish the Connor thing. Remind me.
Twice.
Your content schedules are infuriating. Yeah,
in the past 24 hours. And if you don't like this, I think you are a shell of a human being. Okay? So before we go to Twitch, in order to watch Warfare, twitch.tv/counterpoints, let me read this to you again real quick. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies. Or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good or talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think...
Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Alright, we're good. Well, that's interesting. So yeah, Connor did get kicked. I have this middling interest in... apparently, there's like a new thing where apparently we are importing a shitload of beef because there's like this acknowledgement that beef costs far too much. All right. Where it's like ground beef costs $6.89 a pound and people are like losing their fucking minds in America. Republicans on X are pissed. Well, yeah, because it is giving up a part of like this tariff and trade war shit. Right? Beef is disgusting. Beef can be good, but it's like, yeah, like we're talking like massive jumps since Trump was elected. You know, it was like down to $5 at one point, and yeah, it's just increased by like, what, like nearly 30% or some shit like that. But yeah, so I don't really know what to say here other than like, okay, cool. I guess this is how they're going to try to win the midterms. All right. This is how they're going to try to win the midterms, is with beef and shit. But yeah, you can see it's been like a pretty precipitous jump. Not to say that there wasn't one like under Biden as well, but it wasn't like height COVID. Height COVID for like a little bit was crazy, but yeah. Anyways, sorry. I just need to say we'll see how it goes, because I do think people are bitching about it. I don't think people care. Right?
Is the co-founder of the Houston Barbecue Festival.
What's this? This is the stupidest video I've ever... There's no way they talk to barbecuers about the beef shit.
We've told you how rising food prices are turning up the heat on restaurants. In Texas, beef is so expensive, now barbecue joints are losing money on brisket, a staple menu item. Pitmasters are trying to steer people away from brisket and find other choices to satisfy their hunger. Jason Allen got a taste of the problem.
Russell Regals pulled 3 huge beef briskets out of the post oak smoke, carried them to the counter to be sliced pencil thick, piled high on a bun, and delivered to another satisfied customer, all the while knowing that lunch order just ate him for lunch.
Are you making any money right now serving beef?
No.
None at all?
None at all, even though we charge $35 a pound.
Brisket is the star of the state's barbecue scene.
How are you losing? Okay, man, there's a bigger fucking issue here. $35 a pound?
But Regal's cost for the once cheap cut of beef has climbed from $3.60 a pound in 2020 to more than $6.50 today.
And he's selling it at $35 a pound. What are we talking about?
Some people would say, well, just raise your prices.
Well, the American people can't afford it always. If I raised brisket to where I needed it to be right now, it would be $42 a pound.
Ultimately, Texas barbecue is about brisket.
Michael Full.
It would be 42. Just raise your fucking prices, asshole. I am sick of these fucking shithole capitalists that don't know what they're fucking doing, man. God damn it. Under Trump, no. I'm only doing this for one joke, and it's awesome. All right, with one joke, and it's awesome. Thanks, Taylor. Malware maxing? I know, right? I'm so fucking tired right now, man. Under Trump, protected wild horses are going to slaughter. A legal loophole allows the government to sell Mustangs on the cheap, stripping them of protections and clearing their path to destruction. Okay, so I think I've got a solution here, okay? Okay? I've got a solution. You can buy them for $25 a piece. I think Gamma can reasonably take care of 10 wild horses. Okay? I think it's time to give him his Mustang. He couldn't take care of 6 kittens. I'm just saying, man. So, they're held for years in a feedlot. Try to find them loving homes. Is this like actually, this is just it? 2 double-decker cattle trucks moved at midnight, loaded up the Mustangs, drove off into the night. They suspect they were slaughtered. Shipped the trader 1 truckload of Mustangs after another, and it's not just him. Oh. Wait, are they going to sell us horses? We're just going to be eating horse meat. That's crazy. Huh. Huh. Well, that's really fucked up. If we need beef, we just steal a cow from the neighbor. Well, how does horse... It's probably tough, right? I would assume these are wild horses, possibly gamey. I don't really think I would have an issue eating horse, right? No one needs beef. Yeah, but it's food. Okay. All right. That's it. We already have human shit produce. I just think that it's like, you know. Yeah, apparently bureau leaders have been also... This is their choice versus building a gas chamber for the fucking horses, man. Jesus Christ. Ask the French. Yeah, I've heard like that there's a lot, right? I just feel like there's just a lot, you know? Huh. Can't sell gassed meat, apparently. And it's just like, yeah, it's just like a cost thing. I don't know, man. I feel like, I guess like, okay, so the issue I guess I'm having is that it doesn't seem like they're specifically rounding them up to kill them. It seems like they're rounding them up, trying to send them to adoption. People don't adopt them, and then they just sell them on the cheap to a person who has to agree not to sell them for butchery, who then can sell it to somebody else without that whatever, right? I would rather not eat horse. They're smart. Are they? I feel like horses are like cow intelligence, just strong and fast, right? Yeah, go in the horse orphanage upstate. That's all. I've been eating IKEA meatballs all this time. I'm ready for horse meat. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not like that fucked up about the idea of eating horses. I know that like may seem like a crazy thing to a lot of people, but I feel that at some point I've eaten like cat, right? I feel like I've eaten a lot of questionable things in my lifetime, and I feel it's not unreasonable to think I've already eaten a horse, right? Okay, let's eat horses, but let's not defraud the federal government. What's your blue line? Resi, horses are friends, not food. See, you say that, but then, you know, yeah, I don't know. Have you ever eaten goat? Goat is, I've had goat a few times. The best I ever had of goat was this restaurant called Marrakesh in Philadelphia. It was goat knuckle. That shit was insane. That shit was insane. What the fuck, man? Beans, like, I'm like an ultra carnivore. I would eat one of every animal if possible. Other than, like, I'm not even sure I'm gonna like omit humans from that. You know what I mean? Do you guys have a bad wild horse problem? Well, I don't know if it's like we have a bad wild horse problem, or rather that they're just not, they just ruin environments because there's no predators, right? We do have a natural predator problem, especially here in Pennsylvania. And they have been trying to like reintegrate wolves and other wild predators and shit. Because yeah, we don't have wild predators, right? You're one sick motherfucker. Pretty cool dude. Right? We don't have a horse problem, we have an expensive ground beef problem. Yeah, the problem is, James, it's like the numbers that we're looking at here are just so, if the goal is to drop beef down by 30%, I think is like what their goal is. That's like $2. The amount of beef Americans still eat to this day, right? I'm gonna be honest, a couple thousand horses isn't there, right? They started to rise the moment Trump took office. Yeah, they sold 3,700 horses. I don't think 3,700 is gonna like really change. I'm sorry, like what's their fucking dry weight? Like 150 pounds or some shit like that? You know, the UK horse meat scandal 2013. Wait, there's a UK horse meat scandal? What's that? Oh. I want something shorter.
The people of the UK have quite an...
Play my song, it's relevant.
interesting thing going on when it comes down to eating animals. Some, such as chicken, pork, beef, lamb, etc., have been so long at the dining table that they're barely even considered animals and are therefore fair game. Any of these meats can be served up in any condition, and the Brits will eat them with, if not no complaining, that wouldn't be British, then at least the minimum of light grumbling. The late night way home kebab is a Saturday night staple, and the less you think about what's in those, the better you'll feel.
I don't know anything about this guy. I don't care what his political affiliation is. I just want to know what this horse meat scandal was.
That being said, though, it was perhaps rather surprising when, in 2013, the Brits lost their collective minds after the certain food-related news hit the headlines. On the 16th of January, the Food Safety Authority of Ireland reported that, quote, beef burgers with traces of equine DNA, including one product classed as 29% horse, are being supplied to supermarkets by Silvercrest Foods in Ireland and Dalepack Hambleton in Yorkshire, subsidiaries of the ABP food group. Immediately, things got wild. No matter who you are or what you might do in order to be considered a Brit, there is one unbreakable rule that you must follow, and that rule is, we don't eat pets. Now, granted, horses are only really considered pets after you hit a certain tax bracket, and it would have been much.
What? Yeah, this is such an arbitrary line. I'm sorry, I just cannot imagine a world where, like, if somebody's like, oh, I'm gonna eat that cat, I'm not gonna get mad, okay? You eat meat. It's like, what's the fucking difference? Okay, I'm not even saying, like, I advocate for it, but it's like, yeah, man, the lines are arbitrary, and just whatever. I'm not gonna get mad about it. Okay, this dog, I mean, you're not gonna get a lot of meat off of it. Definitely not gonna get a lot of meat off of it, you know? It's kind of like skinny and, like, you know, little and shit, but...
Much worse if the DNA had been that of cats or dogs, but the story still filled the news for weeks and months after this announcement. So, how did all this happen, and how were the mostly animal-loving Brits tricked into eating animals that are almost pets? And perhaps, most importantly, what was done about it? Saddle up, ladies and gentlemen, and join us as we investigate the horse meat scandal. Before we get into any details, there is something that we need...
Did I just walk into pro-pet eating? Ambivalent pet eating. I am ambivalent. I don't really feel like bothering to make the argument, because I do think that if you're gonna make that argument, then I don't know, man. Cows is sweet animals, okay? Cows are sweet animals. Like, I hate to say it. They may not be smart. They are sweet. Pretty fucked up.
Though. If you were to go back through the news articles of the time, you could be forgiven for thinking that the sale of horse meat for human consumption was prohibited by law in the UK. And this is not, nor has it ever been, the case. It's difficult to obtain, mostly because the Brits don't eat pets, so there's no call for it. But if you want to go out and find someone who will sell you a horse steak, then you can...
Come on, man. Would you eat Loki? Okay, so this is, like, fucked up, right? The answer to Loki is no. But that's only because the amount of time it would take to prep him would not be worth it. Because he's just like a skinny guy. You know, he doesn't have a lot of meat on him. Now, Emilio, right? Emilio is a fat little fucker, man. All right, with thick little legs, okay? Absolutely. Yeah, in a survival situation, yeah. You know? Now, it's not like I would, like, kill Emilio and then... you know, and then eat him with me and Loki, right? I wouldn't do that. But, like, if he died, you know, that's it. Emilio will keep you fed through the winter. Yeah, like someone like you. You're, like, tiny, though. I'm getting bigger, Beans. It's a problem. But, you know, like, that's just kind of, like, my thoughts is, like, just, yeah, I wouldn't, like, kill him, but... no, I mean, even if, like, if either cat was dead, I wish you wouldn't bother with Loki, because there's just not a lot of cat there. You want to eat Loki's dead balls like meatballs? No, you're insane. What's wrong with you? With chat, Emilio is dense as a bowling ball? Okay, well,
bring it home, sell it in your restaurant.
He is like 20 pounds, yeah.
Make it into lasagna, whatever you want, really. Similarly, if you're a farmer and you want to dedicate a large portion of your land to raising horses for food and send them to one of the 3 available slaughterhouses in the UK that can deal with them, then you're quite within your rights to do so. The reasons, though, that hardly anyone does choose to do so are threefold. The first reason is that hardly anyone in the UK will purchase it from you for reasons that we've already made quite clear. Secondly, whilst you can send live horses overseas to be processed and sold, the whole thing gets complicated and expensive very quickly. According to the website of the government of the United Kingdom, it's also legal to export live horses from the UK for slaughter if they have the necessary paperwork, such as a horse passport, export license, and health certification. However, this is not usual practice. Since 2005, all horses have been required by EU law to have a passport for identification. Horses born after July 2009 must also be microchipped. The passport must accompany the horse whenever it is sold or transported, slaughtered for human consumption, or used for the purposes of competition or breeding. It contains a declaration as to whether or not the horse is intended for human consumption. The purpose of passports and microchips is to identify horses and to record medicines which render them unfit to enter the food chain. Thirdly, it's just not really financially viable to do it. A horse needs a lot more space and costs a lot more money up front than, say, a cow. So if you're a farmer wanting to raise livestock, then there are far more profitable options. So now we've cleared up that little bit of tabloid-inspired misinformation. Let's have a look at how the whole thing actually panned.
That's crazy. I asked my partner if they eat the kitties, and they always say yes. It's like, you have to, like, if you're getting down to, like, the cold rationality of it, right? I don't like Brussels sprouts. I don't like asparagus. I don't like olives. I don't like onions on pizza. I don't like sausage on pizza. I don't like green peppers on pizza. But, like, I've gotten hungry enough where I'm like, yeah, I got a Supreme pizza, and it was great. That's literally how all food works for me. If I get hungry enough and I eat it and I don't get sick, I will then like it. Black olives or green olives? Pizza olives, black. Sprouts are like super cabbage. Like, unironically, we should just like sprouts. No, man, I eat broccoli. Shut up. But, like, I'm just being real. Like, again, I don't have these, like, I don't know, hang-ups, I guess. Because I just eaten a lot of, like, weird fucking animals in my life. Like, I've eaten bear a lot. Growing up, I ate a lot of bear meat, dude. Bear meat is fucking, oh my god, so good.
As we already said, the news broke out on January the 16th, 2013, but here's a more comprehensive breakdown of the findings from the Food Safety Authority of Ireland. 27 beef burger products were analysed, with 10 of the 27 products, or 37%, testing positive for horse DNA and 23, or 85%, testing positive for pig.
Okay, but the pig DNA shit, like, who cares? Right? Like, at all.
DNA. In 9 of the 10 beef burger samples, horse DNA was found at very low levels.
Well, I guess, like, yeah, there are people that have dietary restrictions to that. Okay.
In one sample from Tesco, the level of horse DNA indicated that horse meat was present and accounted for approximately 29% of the...
But, like, yeah, I could absolutely see eating a horse. What are deers? Deers are just, like, kind of like... Deers are kind of like wild horses. You know? I've eaten deers before. What would be wrong about eating a horse? Like, fundamentally, there isn't something wrong. Now, it's weird. Probably don't want to tell people you've eaten a horse, because they are going to look at you and be like, that's weird. Why would you even offer up that information in the first place? Maybe they're a person that does love horses, you know? And again, like, it might honestly be better for you, because you don't want horse people around. You don't want horse people around. Horse people are, like... so-so, okay? At best, so-so.
Total meat content of the burger. Of course, this was only the beginning, and the papers were chomping at the bit to whip up the public into a state of unbridled hysteria. Sorry, we won't do that again. The public, for their part, mostly acted as the newspapers hoped that they would. Almost overnight, Tesco shares dropped by around 1%, or approximately £300 million in overall value. Now, up to this point, we've treated this story with a degree of comedic flippancy, and we're not the only ones to have done this. Even to this day, a struggling comedian knows that they can at least get a light chuckle out of a Tesco lasagna joke, and many people still believe that the whole story was blown out of proportion, and it really wasn't that big of a deal. Quote, so what if people ate horses by accident? After all, nobody died or anything. The thing is, though, this story really really was a big deal. Tesco certainly were not the only company who suffered. Aldi, Iceland, Lidl, and even Burger King would soon follow. In terms of consumer trust, the UK hadn't seen anything quite like this since the days of CJD. Perceived deception aside, though, there's another reason why horse meat is so strictly regulated within the UK, and that's because horses that are not destined for the dining table are often given certain drugs that are not allowed to be sold in human food. The most common of which being phenylbutazone, often called Bute. For those of you who are not up to speed on their veterinary medicines, here's a description from Google. A non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, NSAID, primarily used in veterinary medicine to treat pain, fever, and inflammation. It's most commonly used in horses, but is also used in dogs. Its use in humans has been largely discontinued due to severe adverse side effects. Although the public were assured that the mislabeled meat posed no threat to health, it would later transpire that a very small number of drugged horses had in fact entered the food chain. Historically, the UK consumer had mostly taken it for granted that if they got something from the supermarket, then it would actually be the same thing in the box as listed on the label. Now though, people started to question everything. If they couldn't even make sure that their food had the right animals in it, then how could they be trusted to ensure that, for example, food that said it didn't contain nuts might actually contain them? As confidence in British and Irish beef plummeted, there was yet another blow to the industry. Understandably, everyone was testing everything rigorously in hopes that confidence could be restored, and this testing revealed that it wasn't just horses masquerading as beef, pigs had been doing it as well. As far as numbers go, it was a far smaller problem, but when it came down to the levels of outrage, people had a...
All right, I feel like if we're doing like this, like societal, social like analysis of it, not a lot of people are gonna care if it's pigs as much as horses, man. Just generally speaking, especially in Britain.
Genuine reason to be displeased. As we're sure all of you know, there are several religious orders for whom the consumption of pork products is forbidden, and being deceived by their supermarkets of choice was a pretty unpleasant pill to swallow. Very quickly, the story spread from headlines on newspaper articles to parliamentary debates. But in order to ensure that you keep watching and don't click off through boredom, we will not inflict upon you any actual transcript of these debates. But suffice to say, they boil down to 3 salient points. 1, how did this happen? 2, how can we make sure that doesn't happen again? And most importantly, 3, whose fault is it? So, with the promise of the then Prime Minister David Cameron that, quote, everything will be done to get a grip on a very shocking crime, bringing in their ears, people said about the most important part of any good scandal, pointing the finger. For now, big companies were running with the line that it was not our fault, we didn't know, sorry about that, but as the then Shadow Environment Minister Barry Gardiner said in a rare moment of wisdom, if every petty crook could get off by saying I didn't mean to and I didn't know, then our criminal justice system would be in a very sorry state. Still, discovering the actual cause of the...
There are more Muslims on Earth than in horse girls. Yeah, but we're talking about Britain here, Moon. Okay, we're talking about Britain. Okay, what do you think Britain has more of? Like, women that think that they could be princesses and shit, or Muslims? All right, like, just to be fucking real. Okay, not to mention, if we're talking pork, there is a sizable Jewish population, I believe, in Britain as well. I believe. 1/4 of the global population are Muslim. Okay, less than like 1% of British population. Current day. Shut up. You guys are so
would unearth
dumb.
things about the meat industry that those trying to sell the stuff to the general public probably would have preferred to have remained buried. On the surface, it all seemed fairly straightforward. Almost all of the affected beef was made by the APB group, and more specifically by their subsidiary Silvercrest in the border area of Ireland. So, obviously, they would be able to explain exactly where it came from, right? Well, the trouble is that ABP, which incidentally stands for Anglo-Irish Beef Processors, is the largest beef processing company in the whole of Europe. So narrowing down the source of the problem was going to be quite the task. Complicating the problem still...
How are you defining British? Living on those fucking islands, okay? Living on the fucking islands.
Still further, the origins of pre-ground mince can be less definitive than those of...
6.7% of the population's Muslim.
...of, say...
What percent is... What percentage of women do you think are horse girls? Okay? I'm asking this as a general note. All right? What percentage of women do you think are horse girls? 90%? Okay, cool. That's probably too high. I'm going to say 30. What percentage of men are horse men? Okay? Probably even higher than that. Okay? And that's why everybody gets so mad at horse girls, because the idea of having a sword and riding on a horse and killing someone is a fundamental Western male fantasy. At least, how many of you have ever imagined you on a horse with a weapon and you have X and Y chromosomes in your DNA. Put a 1 if you've imagined that, and the other parts. 2 if you have the XY but not imagine that. You've never thought about, like, riding to battle? You think about the Roman Empire every day? Am I, like, the only one? That's very cringe. You guys are, like, fuck you. You guys are fucking lame as fuck, dude. None of you, oh my god. I like Lord of the Rings, and you're such a weirdo, Resident. You don't know these things. Also, I could never do the things that those fucking cretins could do. Fuck you, man.
A steak. This may upset all of the burger lovers out there, but unless you buy a piece of meat from the butcher, grind it up yourself, and turn it into a burger, then it's highly unlikely that your quarter pounder will contain the remains of just one cow. In fact, it's even worse than that. Depending on the size of the processing plant, it's possible that the beef in your burger, lasagna, spaghetti bolognese, etc., didn't even all come from the same farm. If we add into the mix the fact that
the line from Hot Shots, I'm pissed.
ABP is owned by Larry Goodman, who, among various other things, is famous for keeping his business affairs exceptionally private.
I don't know, man. Horses are fucking cool. All right, just so we're clear, right? I've ridden horses. I'm not riding that shit to battle. Oh my god. I have a power fantasy of, like, having a large animal that could support my weight reasonably. And whatever, man, whatever.
Deal more digging would be necessary. 10 months later, The Guardian published an article claiming that they had a pretty good idea of what had happened, as the following extract indicates. This is a reasonably long quote, but we're giving it to you word for word just to make sure that there is no doubt that these are speculations of The Guardian and not us here at Scandal. The Guardian has discovered that the company bought some of its meat from a Dutch businessman called Willie Selton via a trader who could have been.
Where the fuck is Ergie? Where is that Danish bitch today? Where the hell is she? And what's her excuse now? I'm so fucking mad, man.
Source.
Okay, relax there, Vosh. I don't want to be the horse. I don't want to fuck a horse. I want to kill a person while riding a horse. Very different.
Selton ran a meat cutting plant in the town of Os, south of Rotterdam. In May, he was arrested by the Dutch authorities on suspicion of fraud and false accounting when official tests on boxes...
They're Dutch, right? Swamp Germans, they don't do horse stuff. Well, you know...
trader who could have been a source. Selton ran a meat cutting plant in the town of Os, south of Rotterdam. In May, he was arrested by the Dutch authorities on suspicion of fraud and false accounting when official tests on boxes of meat labelled as beef taken from his factory found horse DNA in 21% of them. Polish workers for Selton, interviewed by The Guardian and Dutch TV, have claimed that they were cutting up and mixing horse meat delivered from slaughterers in the UK and Germany with defrosted beef that was several years old. So old, it was sometimes green. They had to tie towels around their faces to stop themselves being sick. The workers described out-of-hours shifts, paid in cash, during which they mixed the different meats and said relabeling of horse meat had been going on for up to 5 years. It is just possible that these claims may have had some merit, as not long after the original news broke, Selton was forced to recall 50,000 tons of meat after they could not provide proof of where it had come from. Although the boss denied any claims of fraud, he did admit that beef and horse meat had been mixed, and even that some of the beef was definitely spoiled. However, he claimed that the mixing had only been going on for around 10 months, and that the spoiled meat was being prepared and cleaned for sale as pet food. Ultimately, he laid the blame squarely at the feet of individual rogue management, and that is pretty much where the buck...
I feel like if you just fed horse to like pets and shit, no one would care. No one would care whatsoever. You could probably like get somebody to lop off a horse's leg and be like, yeah, it's pet food. Oh, okay. All right.
Stopped. ABP were not the only culprits. For example, testing would show that products made by French manufacturer Comigel and sold by Tesco, Audi, and Findus contained 100% horse meat and no beef at all. But in the end, only a handful of individuals were eventually prosecuted, with the most serious custodial sentence being around 3.5 years. None of the big retailers involved were deemed to be responsible, instead being labelled as victims of fraud. So, what actually came out of all this? Well, at least in the short term, people in the UK actually started to eat a little more healthily. A Which report from March 2013 found that 6 in 10 consumers had changed their shopping habits. 30% of consumers were buying less processed meat, and 24% were choosing vegetarian ready meals instead of meat ones. Although changes like this have...
What would it take for you to eat human? Not a whole one, just like a finger? Legally? Probably not much, as long as you cooked it right. You know? I'd prefer, like, a backstrap, though. If you're gonna fucking do it, like, I want that tenderloin meat, right? Like, you get, like, a real brawny one with, like, real thick back straps and shit. Like, probably that. Probably that. Maybe they'll build more ice facilities to deal with the beef prices. Well, not gonna lie, was not expecting that answer. Well, yeah, I just feel like most of the human body would not be good eating to begin with, right? But, like, I feel the tenderloin generally is, like, the best. In any animal that I've ever eaten anything from, always love tenderloin. And on humans, that would be, like, the upper back. You know what I mean? Kuru is a bad prion. Yeah, assuming I wouldn't get Kuru either, right? You know, like, that would be, like, the other part of it.
A habit of reversing not long after the cause fades from the public consciousness, data shows that on average, people are still more likely to show an interest in just where their food came from than they were back in 2013, but it's impossible to know whether or not...
I just still think it's unlikely that they're selling off horses to fight beef prices. I don't think that's the goal. I think they're just like, we need to get rid of all these fucking extra horses that we have, you know?
This was down to a broader change in society.
Tenderloin is tender, but it doesn't have much flavor. Well, yeah, so you add in flavor yourself, right? Like, that's it. That's literally it. That's the point.
Or a direct result of the horse meat scandal. As for actual...
You know the story of the Russian guy that agreed to have somebody eat him? I know stories about a Russian guy, a German guy, a Mexican guy. Yeah, tons of people. Human backs do a lot of work, unlike four-legged animals. Yep. Exactly. Or bigger muscle, all right? Like, leg meat, I'm like 50-50 on. Okay? I don't know how I would like human wings. You're eating this. No, I would not. I don't want to eat genitals. I'm just going to say this, like, the idea of, like, a testicle and eating it and the pop. I don't want to ever experience that. Rezi, which streamer would you eat? Valkyrie. Yeah. She seems healthy. She seems like she seems healthy, right? Like, I'm trying to think, who is the healthiest streamer I know? And it's like, probably Valkyrie, right? Mitch Jones, you don't have to worry about intelligence. That's not what I'm worried about. Like Tommy C, poisoned by alcohol. Morale, poisoned by fat and pedophilia. Diorio, poisoned by shitty cigars and watches. Mitch Jones, no meat there. She sat behind a computer for most of her life? Yeah, but she seems healthy. Right? Brooks is saying, recommending that I can't watch this right now. Why would you do this? Why would you do that to me? I can't watch movies. I'm on stream. No. Would you eat Ethan? Fuck no. Hassan is very healthy. He does that dip shit, that nicotine shit. Yeah, I don't think Valkyrie does drugs, right? I think that's like another one. Like, maybe she drinks a bit here and there, but she seems like pretty chill. Right? Owlish and Stars have better marbling. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. It's like the subcutaneous shit doesn't do it. What about Gamma? I don't know what Gamma looks like. I don't know if Gamma is even healthy. What are we talking about? Okay. Not to mention, it's like, I don't want to have a siesta after I eat him. Rezi would eat Hassan's dog without hesitation. No, I like big dogs a lot. If your dog is cat-sized, gotta tell you, you might be wanting to Lock those doors, buddy. You know? Yeah.
Systemic change, the government investigation into how it was allowed to happen in the first place and how it could be prevented from happening again, was completed in a, quite frankly, astoundingly short amount of time for the UK. Published under the name The Elliott Report, the investigation made a number of recommendations, several of which were even acted upon, and these, according to a progress report published in 2022, include the Food Industry Intelligence Network.
Actually, no, it would be Beans. Yeah, it would just be Beans. Beans is like the healthiest person. Like, I'm pretty sure Beans is very healthy, actually. No, I would eat Beans. If I had to eat somebody, right? Like, yeah, it would be Beans. Because she's probably the healthiest. Yeah, I think I'm okay with saying that. Uh-huh. Then I would miss Beans, though. So, I think we're back to Valkyrie, man.
FYI, a not-for-profit organization to bring together a number of large food businesses to share intelligence on food authenticity. Secondly, the formation of a national...
Beans seems a little too gamey. Nah.
Food Crime Unit, NF.
Probably the meat would be tough.
CU,
you know?
And the Scottish Food Crime and Incidents Unit, SFCRU, under the FSA board. Since their inauguration, they have moved quickly from solely gathering intelligence to investigating serious food fraud activities across the UK. Thirdly, the establishment of the Food Authenticity Network, or FAN. This has provided...
This convo is unironically an old Monty Python skit. Never watched Monty Python. I'm good.
Unique online platform.
When Robbie died, was he going to stop himself from DMing Stardust to help deal with the body? Shut up, man. That's fucked up.
Of huge...
Wait until Wick hears about this. What, that I'd eat his dog? Yeah, I was thinking about Wick's dog specifically. I'm like, that's barely a dog. Okay.
Of information and training for those who test for and audit food authenticity. Whether or not any of these things have actually...
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not even like, I wouldn't even want to tenderize Beans. It's more like, I don't know, I like chatting with Beans. By the way, yeah, that's it.
Actually helped is very difficult to quantify, but there is one thing that we definitely do know. The fact that it took so long for the contamination origin to be found proved very publicly and in real time just how fundamentally...
Like, I mean, that's really just it. It's like the main reason I wouldn't eat beans is because I like beans. You know, that's it. Right? That's all it is. I'm like ambivalent to Valkyrie. You know? Like, if you're like, oh, you have to like kill them first and shit. I'm gonna be fucking honest with you. I'm probably just gonna pick some random glup shitto fitness streamer. Alright? And like, we're just gonna roll the fucking dice and hope that motherfucker wasn't doing like steroids, right?
Flawed the supermarket supply chain really was. Whether or not it's truly that much better now than it was.
Wake? No. Yeah, we could eat Wake. We could eat Wake. Yeah, 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 that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. He has it coming, though. All right. Huh. Horse meat scandal. That was fun. Okay. Be justifiable for all the evil he's done. He's done nothing. And I don't know why you guys don't, like, just lay off, but whatever, man. Okay. Now I'm, like, wondering, man. Now I'm, like, wondering. Who else would be good? There is something legitimately wrong with me, man. That I'm, like, literally just sitting here, like, who else would be good? Right? That was a nice palate cleanser. We didn't even do anything today yet. We're just like hypothesizing about fucking, I guess, Trump selling horses, and then the idea that a few thousand horses are gonna like change beef export shit, right? Like,
I'm
this
Madison
shit.
Collier in Great Falls, and President Trump says temporarily lifting higher tariffs on some imported beef will lower ground beef prices here at home, but Montana agricultural leaders say the first impact could show up in the cattle market.
She's edible.
Lewistown livestock owner and auctioneer Kyle Shobe was wrapping
There is something, I can't play this game. I would not eat this guy. We can't play this game because the rest of the stream is just gonna be every time I see somebody, I'm gonna say, would I eat them? Would I not eat them? This guy looks sickly.
A large cattle auction Friday as the market reacted to the announcement.
And we sold about 200,000 head of cattle this week. We're wrapping that up this morning. And you certainly felt things this morning as we opened, kind of opened our trade, so to speak. But the board on the CME has really leveled off. It started off very negative. It has come.
All cattle people look like that? Yeah, I think cattle people are probably not good people. They probably got like stained tobacco juice and shit. Can't even make good leather out of them, you know? Resi, if I was a hot dog and you were starving, would you eat me? Yeah, man. Fucking, if you were a hot dog and I was around, I would eat you, man. What do you mean, Andy? What do you mean? If you were a hot dog, I love hot dogs. What are we talking about? Resi, if I was a worm, would you still love me? I've learned not to love worms.
Social media post, Trump said the U.S. will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of beef intended for ground beef to enter without the higher out-of-quota tariff over the next 90 days. Montana
I'm not even hungry. Just seize a hot dog, yeah.
Farmers Union President Walter Schweitzer is skeptical those savings will reach consumers.
And that impact is going to be reflected in the cattle producers getting less money.
Resi, what race do you think tastes worse? Americans. Unfucking questionable. Unquestionably. Okay, Americans. Americans are like, there's no way. Our fucking water is polluted. Our air is polluted. We fill ourselves with drugs. Okay? Like, yeah, it's not even good. It's not even great. Diminished cannibal reservoir here. Starks baby animals and emphasizes not eating other streamers' audience. American is not a race. It kind of is, okay? It kind of fucking is, man. All right. Outside of that, probably like North Senegalese Islanders. Okay. that's my next guess. I think they're all like slowly dying, aren't they? Like, that's not good signs that they're just like kind of dying off and shit. You know, that would be my guess. Is that that's probably like, it probably would taste bad and be unhealthy. Or it tastes really good and it's unhealthy. Would you eat Alish? No, too much work. Too much fucking effort, man. Yeah. Too much fucking effort, all right?
For their cows. The impact is going to be on the producers. The consumers, I will be surprised they see much change in their beef prices.
In response to the announcement, Schweitzer is reaffirming the Farmers Union's support for mandatory country of origin labeling so shoppers can see where their beef comes from. In a written statement, Montana Cattlemen's Association President Tim Bruner wrote, "The American cattle producer is finally seeing a fair price after years of getting squeezed." Bruner argues lower-priced imports could undercut that progress.
I think in a lot of ways, the cow-calf producer, especially here in the state of Montana, is still in the driver's seat.
The nation's cattle herd took years to reach its historically low level, and rebuilding it will also take years. Shobe says the cash market remains strong, and local auction prices will show whether this announcement changes that. In Great Falls, Madison Collier, MTN News.
I'm just saying, man. I don't know. I don't think we're going to be starting to see long pig enter into like the food markets, okay? I don't think we're going to see long pig, okay, enter into the food markets. Why do we care about this at all? Do you want me, why? Because I'm sitting here, I'm talking about it, and whatever, all right? I read a deposition for 6 hours straight last night. That was a terrible idea. My brain is like kind of fucking like mushy right now, okay? All right. I'm doing everything I can to move forward. Cope and seethe libtard. What is this? If I like work out a lot and I actually get like healthy and shit, There's like a non-zero chance I will make Goodbye Horses and tuck my dick in behind myself, okay? And upload it to whatever. Did you ever cover any of the Dicker's recent DM leaks? Do you mean the stuff from that Jimmy covered, right? Resi would eat Wick? Fuck no. Nobody needed to hear that? Well, I just figure I should warn you guys, like, before it happens. There will be a fucking disclaimer. You are going to see lots of scrote, okay? Imagine if you eat Wick and chip a tooth in the process. Yeah, that would be a fucking, that would hit a fucking nerve. Why are we watching this? I don't fucking know. Primordial's posting 3-month-old tweets. New 2026 GeoGuessr tournament. No. Fuck no. No. Absolutely fucking not. Here's you painting me out to be someone who engaged in sexual assault against a woman, lying to your audience, despite that same woman making it clear to folks that was not the case. You refer to just jokes. Note this is one part of an active campaign to slander me and paint me out to be a sex pest. You're a liar and a fraud. And worse than that, you're British. As a response to this.
Anyways.
Wait, what is this one? Mate,
Question.
you're literally obsessed, racist, and weird as fuck, LMAO. Queeman. Never dox you. Oh, it's him bitching about Stardust getting doxed.
Anyways, next question. Is blackface or brownface ever okay?
Only if you're a pretty kitty.
Okay. There's actually some terrible allegations. Absolutely horrific stuff, I gotta say, that's been brought up about Wick on the last day.
Yeah, man, it was just a joke about eating horses. Yeah, I just like that was like kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of bad. Moon, what did you post and where? What are you asking me to look at? Are you asking me to look at? Where? What? Like what? What are you talking about? Mean to Primordial? I'm not very. You need to take a fucking chill pill, okay, dude? Like, all right, we're gonna use fucking magic and turn you into a fucking horse, and we're gonna make you sit through this segment worrying the entire fucking time. Are you fucking kidding? What is this? Why is there a tournament?
Let's get going between Twinkachu and Ultra Robocats. What is this? Should this be Romania again? We have the whole big holy poles. Rest makes sense.
Oh man. Next segment, snark only. What do you mean snark only? I've got H3 Lidub's lawsuit, okay? That's what we're doing right now. Connecting dots. Can we just... Why do they go 0-0 for the entire fucking, like, thing? Like, I shit you fucking not. Like, it seems... Oh, wait. No, never mind. No. I get it. Okay. All right. Yeah, here we go. I'm doing everything I can push off this Zug shit, man. It's kind of funny, but, like, I want to give it a little bit. You're picking the absolute worst segments to go over. No one cares about what the H3 lawsuit stuff with iDubbbz and how it's like continuing on and shit. Yeah, I don't care. I do give a shit. Asshole. All right. Okay. It's Stephen Asar.
Lawsuit or nah? Well, I will say this. I will be making a video talking more about it because obviously there's a lot to talk about. And I don't want to breadcrumb it.
Hello, and welcome to Stephen Asarch Talk. Sorry, this is Stephen Mindset. Think of this part of my channel as like Voidzilla.
I hate Stephen Asarch, man. He does good work, but...
A space where I can just kind of talk about lawsuits without a lot of editing and, you know, extreme motion graphics. This is just a place where I can kind of just talk. Because there's a lot happening in the digital culture, legal space. Like, right now, Destiny's affidavit just got leaked, and Mr. Beast is being sued by a former Beast Games contestant who claims that she was forced to delete her OnlyFans in order to compete in the Amazon game show. But today, what I want to talk about is the Ethan Klein versus iDubbbz lawsuit. Now, a couple weeks ago, I released my first video in this sort of vein and talked about...
Are you going to get hate for calling this guy Mr. Girl Squared? No. No, I think that's fine, buddy.
The documents that I had obtained going through the lawsuit and kind of what's going on.
YouTuber Stephen Asarch. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
Coming from Stephen Asarch this time. Some of the last ones came from Stephen Asarch.
The hair immortalized forever. He looks swell as fuck. Holy fuck, that's awesome. Yeah, man, this is worth it. This is already fucking worth it. Hell yeah, man, let's go.
Actually,
in this video, Stephen Asarch is very pleased with himself.
And the response was overwhelming. It was really interesting when a bunch of different creators all over the digital space just kind of like talk about you and look into your stuff. But I saw a few pieces of like misinfo off of that video that got shared around. And I wanted to talk about just one that really caught my eye, which was that Ethan Klein could not have dropped the lawsuit because he needed to have that settlement first. Ethan writes in the comments of the apology saying that, okay, I'm gonna drop the case.
But it turns out he can't just drop the case. There has to be some sort of agreement.
And that isn't really true. Ethan Klein could have dropped the lawsuit at any time. If you look at the Alberta Rules of Court, after the discontinuance of claim, before a date is set for trial, a plaintiff may discontinue all or any part of an action against one or more defendants. So he could have at any time dropped it. But if he did, he would have had to pay Ian's legal fees. Because as you can see in point 4, a discontinuance under this rule must be in Form 23 and must be filed and served on each of the other parties, and after the plaintiff serves notice of discontinuance, the defendant is entitled to a costs award against the plaintiff for having defended against...
This is a 10-minute video max. Bro, are you this fucking starved? Are you this fucking starved for fucking the Zugami content? Is this like, are you gonna react at all? I have said, it's been 2 minutes. I fucking made a joke about the Queen shit. I'm looking at him putting up information. I made...
Against the discontinued claim.
Fuck you.
Now,
Fuck
do you think it's fair that Ethan would have to pay for Ian's lawyers if he dropped the lawsuit? That's entirely up to you. But this idea that Ethan couldn't have dropped it at all unless he got this settlement with all of these 20 plus different facets that needed to be filed through is just like complete hogwash.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. This could be a part of the why that adds to it, which is that he actually does want to extract concessions from iDubbbz.
And definitely got spread by a few conspiratorial Barbies online. But, you know, what I want to talk about today is the August 18th court hearing, I guess, that kind of talks about what goes on. But first, I think we kind of need to go a recap of this lawsuit and kind of how we got here. On February 17th, Ian, as a dragon, posted Destiny's claims, claiming Ethan was, touching his kids and being inappropriate.
What is the Zugami content? It's Zugami, the day after Pisco, admits that Hassan has the vibe of anti-Semitism or whatever, right? Zugami talks to Pisco and about going harder and being friends with Destiny again. Okay? I just want to watch something the fuck else other than the fucking rats. For whatever. We're watching this. Don't care.
Statement, not a fan, but he did it and he put it up. And before any of this happened, on May 9th, Ian issued his first apology on stream. The apology, it was just him kind of distancing himself. He says he was retiring the character, but he kind of moved on. But on June 5th...
All 25 minutes of this? I don't know. We'll find out. Actually, we'll find out.
Ethan Klein filed
and you can find out with me.
Lawsuit against iDubbbz for this statement. He also sued Anissa for a separate statement that we'll get into later on. But that's when things really started to go. And June 15th, Ian decided he was going to release his own apology video. And if you look on his channel, that apology is actually one of the most successful videos, might even be the most successful video he's had in quite a long time outside of the H3 content, Cop Nuke. So, he just did that of his own. But after June 15th, Ian's and Ethan's lawyers start talking behind the scenes to discuss a settlement, because under that second apology video, Ethan wrote that he is, going to drop the suit, that he's ready for the apology was good, and he was going to drop the suit. But behind the scenes, he really wasn't planning on just dropping the suit. He wanted a settlement. So they were kind of discussing these settlement terms. And, I went into it in the last video, so I'm not going to recap it here. But I do want to talk about Ian's third apology and kind of how important it was. Because this apology on July 2nd has basically been wiped from the internet. No one really has it. It's only in this affidavit. So I decided I kind of just want to read it here, and just because it's going to be really important to understand.
One halal slaughter montage, and we'll never get an anti-Semitism content request again. Shut up, bro.
And how the August 18th hearing went.
No new people are watching this. Everyone knows the timeline. Benji. Fuck. I was gonna time you out if morale was live. Just sending you over there, man. Just fucking send you over there for the day. Alright, that's where we're at. That is where I was for a few moments, okay? Fuck you, Benji. You suck, man.
So, what Ian said on the July 2nd stream was, for the H3 podcast...
Alright, whatever. Fine. Whatever. I'm just gonna skip through. Court update!
Saying that Ian did not denounce water. According to that, again, was in the last video, holds up and stands in court because did it, talk about the snark communities? That's what the lawyers discussed, went back and forth on to kind of figure all of that out. Because what we learned from the court is that court denied the application for enforced settlement. So that agreement that, I posted that's been going around online, the court denied it, saying that it doesn't hold water. According to Ian's lawyers, he said that his apology, that July 2nd one I just read, actually fulfilled the agreement. But Ethan's lawyers, they disagreed, saying that Ian did not denounce snark. He did not denounce the snark communities. He didn't say the word snark. And because there was no specific language in the agreement, it was just sort of up to the discretion, as the lawyer in all of this said. See, it's up to the discretion. But the wording and format are at his discretion. So it's actually entirely up to Ethan if he's going to take this thing at all, if it's going to count. And Ethan disagreed. So the judge felt that the agreement was subjective, so it wasn't fulfilled. So it just had to keep going. So
that doesn't seem good for iDubbbz then. So the agreement, I mean, that's bad for iDubbbz, right? If there was an agreement, they didn't hold to it, So now he has to go through the defamation lawsuit and shit. Okay.
I filed to the courts again to get more information, more documents, but nothing had been actually added to the docket. The only thing, as you can see, that's different than the previous one is that on the 18th of August, it says that the case was heard, or that the hearing was heard, and that the black spots are the judge's name and the action numbers. But that's really that I've been able to access in a bit. But there was someone who was at the courthouse who was taking notes. Now, I saw this Reddit post and was, of course, skeptical. You never trust something you just see online.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to skip this because there's not, like, enough there. I know that there's... Does he go through the Nisa shit? Yeah, he does. Okay. Fine, whatever. You guys are about to get Zug content just because fuck you, Benji. You fucking suck ass.
We also know what
Fucking
happened
asshole.
because Anissa, for reasons I do not understand, decided to post about it on her IG story. I will say, a tip.
How would you not understand? It's like she said she's been, like, also getting... It's, like, right here.
For anyone getting sued, don't make posts about it. Don't do it. The internet is not here to be your courtroom. The courtroom is there to be your courtroom. I understand you want people to kind of side with whatever you're thinking, but just shut up. At least that would be what I do, is I just shut up. But Anissa posted, to clarify, yes, I am also named in the defamation lawsuit that is seeking $1 million. We are both being sued by Ethan Klein, me specifically for tweeting drugs. Now, I wanna put a pin in the second one, but on the first one, the lawsuit is seeking $1 million. Now, I think that is partially my fault, why that's kind of a thing. The settlement itself, or the lawsuit, said that it was seeking up to $1 million. Like, they weren't seeking $1 million max. It was just like, that's kind of legalese for just doing it. So if that, came about because of my video, I apologize.
No, they probably just filed and said that they wanted $1 million. That's like them shooting for the fucking... Just fuck off, Steven.
But that's kind of how I've seen it.
That's let's say it's like you put in the highest fucking number that the statute probably allows. $1 million is probably the highest the statute allows, right?
I've been speaking to lawyers behind the scenes.
That seems like normal for a lot of these, like, defamation statutes.
To kind of get a better sense of this case, rather than, I am not a lawyer, I am a journalist. Let me make that perfectly clear. But I have been speaking to lawyers to kind of understand all of this stuff and get more of an understanding rather than keep talking. But I wanted to read the next one. People rightfully are confused on whether Ethan dropped the lawsuit or not. The short answer is no. The apology which Ian did truly of his own volition, without any instructions from Ethan's legal team, was not enough for Ethan to actually drop it. That's all I'm choosing to say at this moment. Did he drop it? No. Did he say he would drop it publicly? Yes. And that's true. That's true. He did.
Acreal. Rez, I'm angry. And I'm taking you for a cool $1 million. I'm sorry, bro. I couldn't handle the snarking. Well, Acreal, you may not be able to handle the snarking. Maybe you'll be able to handle the fucking dying, buddy. All right? Shut the hell up, Acreal, you fucking scumbag, Willy Winker, yellow belly piece of shit. Fuck you.
Didn't drop it, and he said he would drop it. But, it's that is what it is. I'm
lawsuit or nah? Well, I will say this. I will be making a video.
I'm a journalist. Let me make that perfectly clear. Standing. Dropped the lawsuit or not? The short answer is no. The apology which Ian did truly of his own volition. No, he didn't drop it, and he said he would drop it. But, it's that is what it is. I'm trying to be less opinionated in this one, okay? Just kind of let it go, because I don't want to... People on the internet are weird.
Does that technically count as an actual threat of violence? No.
That's what I've kind of learned. I want to go back to the last thing Anissa said, which is me specifically for tweeting drugs. Now, that is not actually what it says in the court filings.
Anissa published a statement suggesting Mr. Klein was on drugs in one of his online videos, stating, "Bro is on something here. His pupils look as big as his iris. He's cooked." How is this a problem? How is this even a problem? Right? You're just saying what it appears he looks like.
It says, on or about March 24th, Anissa published a statement suggesting Mr. Klein was on drugs in one of his videos,
bro.
Stating, "Bro is on something here. His pupils look as big as his iris. He's cooked." That was on a live stream, not in a tweet.
Bro is on something here.
Yeah.
For sure he's on drugs. Look at his eyes.
He does not normally look like that.
His pupils look like they're as big as his iris.
Yeah.
But Anissa, realizing that, saying wrong things in a lawsuit, even though she just said that was the last thing she was going to say, added one more story to the mix. More solid clarification. Sorry on my part. The specific wording in the suit is a quote from me commenting on the tweet I had made previously in passing in Ian's live stream. Here's the reason why I am included in the lawsuit. Yeah, it was the live stream, not the tweet. She did tweet drugs, which was tied to this, but like, again, that is not what it is mentioned in the lawsuit, at least from what I've been able to see. Now, why I don't have the transcript. Because you can actually get the transcript from the courthouse, and I wouldn't have to rely on a Redditor in order to do it. But unfortunately, it costs quite a lot. So I contacted the court after I got sent that, being like, how do I get the transcript? And they're like, first you have to pay another $25 to get the clerk's notes, which have the timestamps, to kind of figure that out. And then you have to file with file those timestamps to get a transcript. Now, I would want the transcript pretty fast. So it would cost about 8 cents a character. That means a letter. So if I wanted, every time they said...
It's not 8 cents a character. It's 0.8 cents a character.
The word snark, it would cost me like $3 or so. And like... script pretty fast. So it would cost about 8 cents a character. That means a letter. So if I wanted, every time they said the word snark, it would cost me like $3 or so.
It would cost you 4 cents, asshole. It's Canada money. Also, really good translation from American.
And like, that's hundreds of dollars to get a transcript.
No, yeah, it is hundreds of dollars to get a transcript, but snark would be 4 cents. He doesn't know basic numbers, but you want to watch 25 minutes of this.
For a YouTube video that I don't like know how well is going to do. So I will say that if you want to see the transcript, I am willing to shell out to get it if I can kind of crowdfund it from the community. So if you're interested,
no link.
Think of throwing me a super chat or potentially joining my memberships, which I just launched recently. And
Ryan Beard is in there. Cat 10 Barge.
I'm super happy with. But I do want to kind of end with a little opinion, a little thought on this case. You know, as someone who is not a lawtuber but pretending to not be one, I think Ian and Anissa really screwed up by not being specific in the language with their apology. I think...
Hi, I'm Big Jerry's alt Big Aaron. Aaron, shut up. Don't do that. Big Jerry is his own unique individual character.
They should have not let it be subjective. They should have had very specific language of what he could have said. I don't know if Ian wanted to do. I don't know if his like pivot to empathy made sure he can't read statements or what have you.
Let me just like for a moment, Stephen A. Sarch, Creator Clash 2 hat, a Jirachi Pokemon doll, and it's gray. It's not like white with gold. It's just gray. This looks like a certain meme. Well,
but it definitely like made it seem that he could have just, again, read his and moved on with his life. But again, that's also bending the knee to Ethan. And I don't think that's what anybody really wants to do. Again, that's my problem. In my opinion, is this feels so bullying.
It is funny, though, that Ian's entire apology means literally nothing. And Ethan just doesn't give a shit at all. It's like kind of fucking crazy how, whatever, man. All right.
You know,
so
it feels like
shit. Great, cool, whatever. Fuck you. Whatever. Watch this fucking suck shit. Fuck you, man.
Night over there in the United States of America. We're gonna the last conversation. Hopefully, if I'm able to contain myself, but certainly with another person, certainly planned conversation on this anti-Semitism discussion kind of arc. Just because it's getting a little tiring and stale and played out. But
yeah, I know, man. I do.
I did sort of arrange this one to have this conversation, and so I want to do it. Okay, you guys can talk about it. Continue, like that's fine. But we've done the.
Thank you for the chili, Dr. Octomon. Thank you.
Conversation. I think that the best way to see my position on all of this is to watch the conversation with Avi and Lonerbox. I think that will get you a clue into, like, if you really pay attention, that should give you everything you need to know on all that stuff. So just watch that. It's really comprehensive, and I recommend it fully. Avi uploaded the Hassan segment of it, and if you go to my VODs, you can do all of like the pre-stuff, all the stuff of scoping it out and getting our senses of the terms and the different degrees and all that shit. So that's available, and I push you to go watch it instead of endlessly calling in, at least for 3 weeks. And then after that, it's all good. If you want to talk about something else, though, that's cool. Okay, one second. Hello, can you hear me? Testing 1 2 3.
Wow, there's so many snarkers in Pisco's chat. Yeah, Benji. Yeah, Benji, yeah. I get it. It's very impressive.
Testing 1 2 3. I think you're muted.
Oh, hi. There we go. Now
How's
I'm
it
not,
going?
I'm totally not muted now. It's going great. A little bit nervous, but really excited to talk
Don't be
to you.
nervous. Of course, yeah. Just give me 1
I'm
second
just
to.
a little nervous,
You have nothing to be nervous
Pisco,
about.
it's my first time, okay? You have to,
I'm just here to work with you, all right? Just give me a second to get you on camera. Is that
you know
okay?
what? Yeah, get me on camera. I got you pulled up, so if you want to turn your camera
Yeah,
on.
I will.
Great. I'm really, I am really excited to talk to you. I really am, because
Sure.
there were so many things online that I had heard that people were like saying, and so much like buzzing, and I just was like, I really need some clarity from this guy on all of these takes, and like, are
Sure.
these things true, are those things true, and how can we kind
Did you see her prep for the stream? She spurred the entire time. No, not at all. Are you a snarker? No, not technically, but you are in a snark space, I guess. Right? She called him an anti-Semite, but yet she needs clarity. But when did she call him an anti-Semite?
of like navigate this larger conversation about anti-Semitism together? You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
That's very much where I'm coming from. So I just like, I super appreciate it. And I definitely am not coming. I know I called you out very adversarially on Twitter, but
It happens.
was like, I think that's probably the best way to get somebody's attention when they have no idea who you are.
You can just at me or go to like when I'm live.
Why did Pisco need a small clone of himself to fight Zug? Because Zug doesn't have any idea how to make a stream look decent. Okay? Alright? She's just getting started, and she's just winging it, man. Okay? She's just fucking winging it. What's this, buddy? I want to debate you about what? Your anti-Semitism. Okay. How about you discuss Dan Saltman's anti-black racism?
In the chat, like, if you
Okay.
spam me enough times, I usually get triggered enough to look at it. But no, I understand that this conversation has raised a lot of like emotions, and for good reasons. Or
You know, like, the thing that, like, I'm starting to get bothered with Zug about is, like, Zug is, like, an unashamed fucking, like, clout person, right? And she just, like, I think gets off talking to any larger creator. It's so weird. Imagine having to look at a flip version of yourself during a combo. That's the type of sneaky trickery I've come to expect from people like Zugami. Yeah, DGGers. Oh, yeah, food shops friends, right?
slash also questions, genuine good questions, and also like people who don't understand or who disagree. And so I understand that might be something that you'd want to talk about. So 100%.
Thank you. Well, that's just
It's how she had... Yeah, I see it, Ben. I can see she has Pisco and then the word anti-Semitism underneath that the entire time.
that's awesome. So sorry. I have this kind of like big question that sorry, my camera is like not focused on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
it's more aligned on her stream. Oh,
take your time.
1 second, sorry.
No rush. We're chilling. I like the purple lighting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I have kind of a big question, like overarching, and the reason that I have that is because I think when you have conversations like this, it's really easy for it to get lost in the weeds or like become debatey when that's not really the intention, right? And so I figured like I think it would be best for us,
No, the intention is to debate it. Dude, fuck off.
to kind of work towards something together, right? Like
Sure.
figure out an answer to this together.
I will never move my positions on any of this because I haven't really thought them out and they're reactionary positions. But, you know, maybe we can work on it together so that way you can get closer to me, right?
As we kind of chew through these topics and like try to figure out a way to understand.
She has
Yeah.
a story and vibes maxing.
I'm happy to let
We're
you
gonna
lead
be
it. We don't have to
focusing-
like do debate stuff. You can just ask me questions,
Great.
whatever you want.
Yeah, great. So the big question that we're not gonna answer it right now, but we're gonna kind of like have it in the back of our heads and then try to answer it later. It has a few parts. So the first part of this is like, what direction would online discourse have to shift towards for a creator to feel that they've unnecessarily contributed to growing anti-Semitism, right? And that's, you know, kind of in the wake of like Hassan and Fuentes and that entire conversation, right? So it's something for us to kind of just chew on. And there's a couple follow-ups to that, right? So I think about this like boiled frog thing a lot, right? Where it's like you don't really know, like a frog doesn't understand the temperature is being turned up if it's being turned up slowly and incrementally, right? So it's like hard to see or notice anti-Semitism in a space in a harmful way until it's too late sometimes. So it's kind of
Okay.
just like, to what extent are creators responsible for regularly checking themselves and like protecting their communities, and like what can we kind of do to get to that point, right? Where you can have a conversation where it's like, well, politically I think XYZ, but you're not actively contributing to harm to the global Jewish community. Do you know what I mean? And I say you like the colloquial, like everybody you, not you specifically.
The royal.
Yeah, so I'm gathering from what you're saying is that like you want to get into not just like definitions of terms, but also standards of conduct and responsibility for individuals in terms of giving sufficient either clarification or some kind of statements so as not to do unnecessary harm to the Jewish community.
Yeah, basically
Okay.
that's where I'm at.
Yeah,
So
I'm happy to discuss that as well.
That's great. Oh, God, that's awesome. So there are a few. So the first thing is I'd like to know a little bit more about you because I don't really know too much, right? You've been kind of at the center of this conversation lately where you've had this sort of series of conversations with creators about anti-Semitism.
Mhm.
And I watched a chunk of the one you had with Avi and Lonerbox, and I feel like you guys hashed through a lot of things. And I feel
Yeah.
that you were, you know, in what I watched, you were extremely receptive, you know, and
Always have been, by the
like
way.
you really like processed all of these things that they were saying, and you really like listened and asserted your own opinions and stuff. And to me, it felt odd contrasting to claims others have made about you, because
Yeah,
when-
Yeah, because there's a bunch of freaks that you're surrounded by that want this dude to bend the fucking knee and start hanging out with Destiny again. Unfortunately, Pisco lacks the critical DGG rape gene that has serviced most of them, Zug, for long enough that it now no longer really expresses itself. So unfortunately, now you, Zug, are among the raped.
I spoke to other
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, I spoke to other people.
She's on the same wave of Airsock. She thinks she's in danger in America. Yeah. Yeah, and like I want to be clear, I don't actually think that's wrong, but whinging about Hassan Piker is not necessary. Like, you're not actually identifying dangers. You're identifying like just you're just identifying the wrong thing. Right? That's just it. Any like institutionalized anti-Semitism is, I think, largely held by the basic Republican Party. Not even like the MAGA people.
And they were
Did you prep by watching Lowerbox? Oh, so just learning to equivocate the actions of a state and, you know, just do that shit, right? Like that's what it is. It's just like, so she's just one of those equivocators and shit. Okay.
very like, oh, he gets super into the minutia of everything all the time, and you're gonna get super in the weeds and blah blah blah. But I didn't feel that with the Avi and Loner conversation at all. Do you mind just kind of telling me
about that
a little bit about what was different in that conversation?
Yeah, so I entered that
Or, like-
conversation basically the same way that I tried to enter every conversation about this topic, other than there are some sort of repeat players who I have less patience for at this point because of lack of clarity. So an example of this is someone like the North guy who I feel just doesn't listen. And so differences in sort of my like mood, I think, can be explained a lot by, for example, me really sensing that when Avi is there, he's listening to what I'm saying. And I get frustrated when I feel that people aren't listening. So there are things like that that might affect sort of the tenor of the conversation. The fact that it was planned as opposed to a call-in, that might also implicitly change how I approach a conversation that I know is going to be like a product and not just like shitters, random chatters that come in. But in terms of the nature of the conversation, it was completely and 100% consistent with how I would approach any of these conversations regarding anti-Semitism, which is first to understand what it is someone is asking me, right? And defining things and understanding what's being asked, I think, is important for intellectual honesty. If someone asks me, do you think that someone's anti-Semitic? I might have an intuitive assumption about what they're asking me. And in the very first conversation that I had with a person on this recently, Conduit, I thought I knew what he was talking about when he brought up anti-Semitism, that we shared a notion. And so you'll see if you watch that conversation, we're not getting into definitions right away as to anti-Semitism. However, when it becomes clear that we're not tracking and we don't mean the same thing by the term, my approach has been, especially recently, to get clarity on what we're talking about before we start trying to apply it. And that's precisely what happened in the Avi conversation. In that conversation, we spend like 2 hours making sure that we're all tracking and we have a conclusion. And that conclusion is that we share largely a notion of anti-Semitism. And that, I think, was well done. And I think people should watch it if they're really curious. But it is the way in which I approach all these conversations.
So in the case of like a call-in or something where you're caught more off guard versus a scheduled conversation, I noticed that you said that in the Avi conversation you guys did spend a good chunk of time on the definition, but
I don't like, this is like really meta shit that's like just kind of lame. I think I don't really it's just meta discussion. Like, why did you act this way during the call-in? It's just meta discussion. It's not really discussion to begin with. Okay.
You sent me the definition that you wanted to work off of it. It's the Merriam-Webster definition, right?
Yeah.
And so did you guys go basically like on a very long roundabout to go back to basically the colloquial definition, or what was that process like? And why do you feel that that was important?
So I think it's important because I need to know what it is I'm assessing to apply it. So in order for me to assess, for example, whether Hassan's statement about inbred ultra-Orthodox people is anti-Semitic, I need to know what is the metric that we're applying. Now, there are some heuristics, of course, right? You can assume strongly that someone who does the dancing Israelis lie and propaganda about 9/11, that such a person is anti-Semitic.
Pretty bad.
Okay? Even if it's not in the definition. The same thing with this Holocaust denialism. I will assume, as a default matter, presumptively, because of how predictive that is, that someone is anti-Semitic who espouses Holocaust denialism. That has always been my position. And of course, it would be insane if it wasn't your position.
It's basically the prerequisite for being a neo-Nazi is to deny the Holocaust. So actually, that's a great segue. There was a claim.
Not really. I think like the prerequisite is like a belief in like the ethnically superior white race. Not saying that it is ethnically superior, but I'm saying that I think that is probably the core belief. Don't know if I'm like vibing with Zug right now on that.
Well, I just want to finish real quick.
Yeah, I feel like it is the ethnic supremacy. Like, right?
Explain
Nazis that believe the 6 million and think it was awesome. Yeah, that's like that is actually like the other end of that, where it's like, they could just be happy about that, just like the amount of people that think it's awesome about the 60,000 or so dead Palestinians.
Well, you can get to the claim for sure, yeah. So, but
absolutely, go for it.
Notwithstanding the fact that we have good heuristics, if someone says the N-word, we assume.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, indicative of a neo-Nazi, I think it's the racial supremacy, right? Or perceived racial supremacy. And then, like, I think that I know this is gonna piss people off. I don't think that being Jewish comes secondary. I just think that that was the step along the way that they were going with, right? Because, like, again, like, they had already, like, dealt with, like, the, you know, primordials and, like, you know, people like that. You know, like, very early on. So it's just like, yeah, I think the ethnic supremacy, I mean, honestly, just genetic supremacy more than anything else. Like, you know, yeah, there's something there, yeah.
They're racist. If someone denies the Holocaust, we assume they're anti-Semitic. In a conversation that's
cool guys, yeah. Oh.
More either philosophically oriented or more particular, we need to know what the heuristic is for, right? And what you'll find is oftentimes people are baking things into the definition at the first step, and that makes you have an untenable thought process regarding the whole thing. And so, yes, it's fine to have heuristics.
What do you mean by baking something into the heuristic? Can you explain that to me a little bit more?
Baking into the definition,
they're kind of hiding, like they're hiding something within the definition that isn't in the definition. Could you give me an example of something like that?
So, for example, there are some people who want to bring in this concept that as a definition of anti-Semitism, it is corrosive lies about Israel, all right? So imagine that someone were to tell you what anti-Semitism is, at least minimally. There's a sufficient condition for anti-Semitism or corrosive propagandistic lies about the conduct of Israel. Now, if you were to do that, right, you would bite some insane bullets, and your thought process, I think, would be skewed and wrong, and most people would say that's a notion that just does not track how people use the term. And so instead of doing like what Avi did, right, what Avi did was very effective.
What did he do?
So in applying the term to Hassan, why was he so effective? Because he was able to use the term anti-Semitism as most people use it and address all of the auxiliary hypotheses that someone could bring up to defend Hassan, for example. So they could bring up, well, it's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-Zionism. It's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-settler conduct. It's not anti-Zionism, it's anti-ultra-conservativeness, or it's anti-imperialness.
Well, and the thing is, though, Avi did lie, right? Like, about some specific things, you know, within, like, the conversation, like, about the nature of certain, like, ultra, you know, like, again, ultra-Zionist groups that just oppose the war because they don't want to go to war, right? So Avi did somewhat misrepresent that. But again, it's like, overall, it's like, yeah, it's what Pisco wanted to give Avi the W, I think, because they probably had a lot of chats about it.
Because he's able to track how people use the term, he's able to provide a more effective argument. But baking into the assumption, like the definition, some fact pattern about Israel, for example, or saying, for example, any criticism of Israel constitutes anti-Semitism, you're just not going to be persuasive to people, and it's not going to track how people use the terms. That's why it's so important before we start applying these terms to define them or to at least understand them.
Okay. Okay, I have a few quick comments, I guess.
Yeah.
So, I mean, listen. I guess you don't know this about me. I was born in Israel. I grew up here. I've always hated Bibi. I've always hated the Likud. I've always been very pro-peace. And I love my country, right? I love Israel. I do. But I do think there is a way you can criticize the government and want the country to be better without being, without being anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist, whatever. But I will say, though, is that anti-Zionism is to me, in my interpretation and understanding, is another form of anti-Semitism because you are relying on these kind of libels. It is the only Jewish state, right? And it exists because of the fact that Jews were persecuted in all other parts of the world, right? So when somebody is saying like, oh, corrosive lies about Israel aren't anti-Semitic, I would challenge that. But I don't want us to like stay stuck on this. I just want to make it as like a footnote, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I just want to talk my shit without you being able to respond. And I don't want to have to defend it, because if I have to defend it, then like my argument is going to come out as fallacious. So I'm just going to say this in like an extremely bad faith way, so that way you think I'm actually paying attention to the conversation. And then afterwards, maybe you'll just agree with me, or you're going to lose your fucking YouTube channel, you hog.
Because there are bigger issues that I'd like to talk about. Like,
not the only Jewish state, unless you bite the bullet, that's an ethno-state based on fairy tales. Well,
I really want to talk about big picture and conduct and our responsibility, as opposed to...
Not that it matters. Again, like, you just primarily be against the nature of ethno-states and just be like, yeah, there probably is no such thing as a good ethno-state. And you know, shockingly enough, you would not mostly be right. And you'd have to like define then, well, why not Japan? And it's like, well, because it's not inherently an ethno-state. Like, you're not having laws where it's okay to hang some people that live in said state because of the nature of their skin. They just deport foreigners, okay, back to the countries that they belong. But if you're there, you know, you're doing your part. That's it.
The minutia, but I
going over the difference in terms. She was not even listening. Yeah, it does have laws that enforce this ethnic majority. Yeah, like immigration laws. Yeah.
do want to say that like that is something that ordinarily I would challenge and I would get into the nitty gritty with you about, and maybe we can have another conversation about that in the future. I think that would be super interesting for us, but I just want to put that as like a footnote. You know what I mean?
Sure. I won't like push you on it.
I do. No, for sure. But I do genuinely hear what you are saying about like adding things kind of into the definition that aren't there. Okay, so you definitely did clarify what you meant.
Yeah,
but I do feel now a little bit lost from our original point.
yeah. So hopefully I can steer us in the right direction. So you were asking questions.
Help me reroute us back.
Sure. You were basically asking about the structure of the Avi conversation, why you perceived it went, or I think you perceived it to go more smoothly, or there was something different about it.
Yes.
And the difference there isn't me. The difference there is Avi, right? Avi listened to me. Avi agreed with me on our notions of anti-Semitism. We were aligned there, by the way, and we moved. You know, we charted out everything. We were comprehensive in our approach in those first couple hours before we started to apply it. But that was the difference maker there. The problem with and you can use anti-Zionist rhetoric as evidence of anti-Semitism on our notion, right? But if you define anti-Semitism in terms, if that is to say that what anti-Semitism is something related to anti-Zionism, what's going to happen is you're going to lose a bunch of people who don't agree with you, right? You're going to lose people who view a sort of disanalogy between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, and you're not.
Well, no, because you're going to lose people who have. You're going to lose Westerners who have a belief in free speech and the ability to speak against systems of power that are doing genocide. That's why people have an issue with it. They do have an issue with it because ultimately what Zugami is basically coming out here and saying, any criticism of Zionism is anti-Semitism. I don't want you to challenge me on it. Right? That is exactly what she's saying. And she doesn't want to be challenged on it. But, you know, yeah, Pisco kind of needs to be clear that this is not how this works. Because you're basically asking people to not criticize what is obviously a genocide. So much so that even Avi, right? You're going to go ahead and have Avi come out here and, like, just even him give, like, credence to, yeah, Israel's fucking up with the famine stuff. Right? And yeah, so, yeah. Basically what Zook's saying is, don't criticize Israel. You can't criticize Israel, right? Because they're the only Jewish state. And, like, we're under threat all the time.
I'm not going to convince those people.
So what, let me stop.
Like, even the argument of, like, oh, it's deserved because, like, of what happened to the Holocaust. What about the Romani people? What about fucking homosexuals? What about, you know, people who are disabled? What about anarchists? What about communists? Do they get their own fucking state? No. We don't give a shit because they killed all those ones off.
So what is your actual, what is your personal, like, what do you think anti-Zionism is?
So I take anti-Zionism to be a dispositional attitude against Zionism. That is to say,
anarchists also don't get a state because they don't really like that shit. And that's just respectful, honestly.
Someone who...
What is Zionism for you?
Yeah, so I understand Zionism to be a belief or affirmation in the existence of a Jewish homeland in, you know, the traditional lands of Israel. That is to say, a belief in either a homeland or a state. Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, but that, like, definition is going to also include, like, you know, the hypothetical Greater Israel Project, which is, like, well beyond the boundaries of what we would consider the modern form of Israel, which also is already beyond the boundaries that we've set forth for it to be a state to begin with.
So, like, there's nothing wrong with being a Zionist. Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, what do you mean by that?
There's no disabled state either. I know I said that. All right, I said, well, no, there is Malta. Right. There is Malta. We do have that. Yeah.
Listen.
I did forget about Malta. Oh. Mm. Yeah.
I was born in Israel. I grew up in an Israeli household. I would not be alive without the state of Israel. Like, without the existence of the state, I wouldn't be alive.
That's objection. Appeal to speculation. You absolutely could be alive without the state of Israel. You could have been born literally anywhere else, and you could have been alive. You could have been alive without the state of Israel, even if you were born there, hypothetically. Right? Terrible argument for the existence of Israel. Yeah, it's speculation, all right? It's just speculation. Okay? And assertions without evidence. That's it, you know?
I literally would not be here because that state gave my family somewhere to go when they were being persecuted.
Yeah. Well, okay. But the problem is that's fine. So what does that matter at all? What about the families that weren't? What about all the rest?
Right? That was like the purpose of it. I have a lot of issues with the Israeli government, like deep issues. And I'm very angry with them. I'm very angry with their conduct. I deeply disapprove. And
yeah, so like maybe that should be the first thing that you say, rather than like defending the existence of the Israeli government, which is favored by Israelis, right? Best democracy in the Middle East, right?
I think there needs to be like severe restructuring. But I would still call myself a Zionist because I believe that this is a nation that A, already exists, B, should not be dismantled, and C, deserves a chance to work to be better. You know, like to work to...
Yeah, but how long does somebody... Dude, it's like, how long do they get to work to be better? Have nebulous like a nebulous, oh well, maybe next year, you know, they'll stop fucking murking children and then, you know, paying fucking foreign influencers to say all sorts of fucking crazy, hopped up, drug-addled seeming shit. How often? How long do they get? How long do they get? Okay? How long do they get? How many times can they fuck up?
Better itself, to work on its human rights, to work on peace, you know, and...
Yeah, you've had fucking decades. Some people are fucking tired of it.
So to me, like, that is what the core and essence of what being a Zionist is. And for me, being an anti-Zionist would be basically believing that the Jewish people...
Oh, and apparently, the reason why she lives in America is because her father was unwilling to serve in their draft or some shit. I'm assuming Shin Bet is the draft, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, cool, man. Awesome. Great. Awesome. Cool. Super cool. No? I mean, it's not that. It's like the Central Intelligence Agency and they left. Why would they leave if they were trying to recruit him for the Central Intelligence Agency? Why would they leave? Why would he leave then? That makes like less sense. That makes like way less sense. Like, okay.
People as a race, religion, and
special forces, okay,
ethnicity do not have a right to self-determination in a home.
It's like the FBI. Can you just say no? Can't you just like say no? Do you like not have the right to do that in Israel? Like that's, you know, I don't know, like
land.
Yeah,
you know, so for and to most Jewish people, right, to many Jewish people, my definition is super consistent. So if you say something like, oh, like if we want to get into that area.
Well, yeah, but here's the issue is like to most Jewish people, right, then your definition's consistent. But if that can be fine, you know, if you're only having this definition and you're only applying it in those spaces. But if you're trying to externalize it, then yeah, you're probably going to have other barriers you need to overcome.
Of this, like, do you see how it would be like difficult?
Like, everybody agrees with me, Pisco. Everybody agrees with me. This woman was born for fucking DGG, right? Oh my God, dude. It's so, like, normal. Like, if you're just hanging out with people and you're just sending, like, you know, your nudes around and, you know, just so that way you can, like, you know, get another, like, 14-year-old to message you or something like that. Yeah, dude. It's, like, totally fucking normal, man.
For somebody like me to contend with people not seeing a problem with anti-Zionism or not seeing it as anti-Semitic inherently?
So there's like kind of two questions there. The first is it wrong to be a Zionist? Is I think what you asked me or something like
No.
that. And
No,
this-
it's not point blank period.
did you ask me, or is that, I mean, I know that's your position. Yeah, 100%. But in the
I'm
second
saying,
one,
do you think it's wrong to believe that the Jewish people have a right to self-determination in the land of Israel?
if you're asking me whether or not I'm a Zionist, I feel like that's kind of how you're asking the question. The answer is I'm not a Zionist, and I'm not an anti-Zionist.
Okay, do you think? Okay, yeah, like you don't have to believe it, but do you think it's wrong to believe it?
It depends. For me, it depends. I think that there are some, and again, Zionism is a big header, but there are some like you know, reformist Zionists or religious Zionists who I think are wrong and where the beliefs are actually moral.
No, for sure, for sure.
So for
Remy _
Remy, they were gifting
gifted
to
a tier
Peepo.
1 sub to Peepo sit _o.
Thank you,
They have
Remy.
given 16 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Remy, for the gift sub to Peepo. Divine State of Israel. It's just like, I just feel that, is there a modern advent of Zionism that is even like remotely servable on like a moral basis? Even like remotely servable.
For example, I think
I would agree with you, dude. I would agree. There were some crazy ass far right expansionist motherfuckers that.
Yeah, but like that's not, no, they're not crazy. They're normal. And they are the ones in control of the government. They've been the ones in control of the government. That government suffers from extreme popular support for those policies specifically. Like,
that are like absolutely perverting the meaning of Zionism. So like I'm with you.
So it kind of ranges. My opinion is,
yeah, but no, like the meaning, the common meaning is not this cozy, oh, I just want to be safe with all my friends and my family because we've been, you know, whatever. The modern meaning is hanging Arabs because they are lesser creatures in the eyes of the Israeli state. That's it.
generally, that I'm not committed to the existence of, for example, a Jewish state, which is
So
Jewish
you're not
in
like
character.
emotionally available for a Jewish state.
But in the same way that I'm not committed to, you know, a
only a
homeland for.
situationship with the Jewish state. No, commitment.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, no one's fucking committed. Nobody should be committed to states. If you're fucking states cucked, like, if you're state cucked, you are not gonna make it. If you are state cucked, you are not gonna make it through the water wars, dude.
No. All I'm saying is, like, I want everyone to be able to live in peace and to live in harmony and to have.
Yeah, are the ways that she's framing it? Yeah. Yeah, not that, like, Zionism is a settler colonial project that's main goals ultimately will always, without question, end with the extermination of groups within the area around Israel to make way for more Jewish settlers.
Outcomes. If that means that there's
Yeah,
a Jewish
I know
state
she
in,
tweeted,
you know,
warning
in
Lindsey
Israel,
Graham. I know.
then that's what it means. And I'm so, for example, I'm not advocating
Right.
for the destruction of Israel, but I'm not ideologically like
What a relief.
committed.
That's such a relief, right?
But like,
But why? I'm not advocating for the destruction of Israel either, but I am absolutely advocating to cut off all support, militarily, socially, economically, entirely and totally tomorrow. Whatever day tomorrow is, whenever you hear this, I will be advocating that we separate our country and the alliance that we have with this nation that drags us into wars and just kind of is a shitty ally. Their work with Russia alone is disqualifying.
If you were to show me,
I'm laughing, but I'm laughing, but Pisco, like, you have no idea how many people actually really do believe that. And it's really hard when you meet anybody who, as somebody who's like from this place, when you meet people who like critique it, you always have to be kind of on guard, right? Of like, oh my God, are they critiquing because they're smart and because they want to challenge inadequacies and issues and injustices? Or
Now, like, notice that, like, again, all right, fucking Timu Erudite here is doing the thing where she's like, you know, you're so smart. You're so thoughtful. I'm so glad that you're thinking the right way. You know, I'm so glad that you're thinking like everybody else does. I'm so glad that we can agree on things. Timu Erudite has been like fucking, is fitting the fucking role, man.
Because they want me fucking dead, you know? So what a relief,
Yeah,
right?
I really don't want you dead. I think it's great that you exist, and I certainly,
know.
I'm not.
I don't know if I agree that we should invade at this point. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think I could, but that's just because I think that we can probably do the same with cutting off and hamstringing their military, without actually committing to, you know, direct aggressive violence, in the streets of Tel Aviv, for instance. Yeah.
Trying to say that, like, people should be killed or anything like that. The only thing I'm saying is I'm not ideologically committed to the existence of a Jewish state or for there to be a Jewish homeland in Israel specifically. That said,
I don't think you should be ideologically committed to any state that is defined on, like, at all. It shouldn't. This is not what it should be defined on. It should be defined on shared goals of people within an area. All right, you should be having self-representation. Again, another thing Israel does not have. They have an illegal prime minister who is being propped up by a fascist Supreme Court, and that is this entire campaign, in my opinion, again, opinion, a little bit schizo, the entire campaign has been to go ahead and put off that trial that Benjamin Netanyahu has been putting off for years. And putting it off so long that he's now begging the president of Israel to pardon him even before the trial continues. Yeah.
So, for example, if you were to convince
it's a kleptocracy. It's a sham. It's a shambolic state to begin with. Just like America, by the way.
The best way for there to be peace and the best way for everyone to live in harmony is a one state in, from the river to the sea or whatever with equal rights, then that's what I would be in support of. Now, I'm not necessarily convinced of that, and I think that is so, implausible to me as a scenario.
I don't think a single individual is the one that, needs to be convinced, right? I think it's many.
My prior is all else equal. I'm not in favor of either ethnic preference states or religious states or theocracies. Okay, so that's my. But now that said, right, like as just a practicality in the world, we deal with states that prioritize ethnicity, prioritize religion. Like we are in alliances with theocracies or in some way theocratic nations. And so I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatist before I'm an ideologue. But I don't have an ideological commitment. Now, just to be clear about that, also, I've supported liberal Zionists before for office. I support Brad Lander for office. He's a liberal Zionist. Joe Biden is a lifelong Zionist. And so there's nothing incompatible with me supporting Zionists in some sense and not supporting Zionists in other senses. But to be clear, I am not a Zionist.
Okay, well, that's okay. I mean, I will just also say that it's okay if you're not, right? I'm not going to try to convince you that you need to be or whatever. But I think it is important that you do recognize that the argument for Jewish self-determination is foundationally built on the long-term history of the region, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Of the
I'm just gonna
Levant,
let that one happen.
Of Judea and Samaria, of the actual well-documented connection of the people to the region, as well as historically what happened with the Bricha, with
just like, what is the there is like me going, oh, she's gonna start getting biblical and telling us fairy tales and shit and masquerading it as anything more than, simple ideas and simple stories for simple people when read as literally as this.
The Aliyah movements, right? The
Judea and Samaria mentioned, so what areas should be Israel? I think I have an idea.
I think 3 Aliyah movements, the Bricha during the Holocaust, and also subsequently after the state was established, the mass migration of Mizrahi Jews from other Arab nations. So I think because we're not in a...
Yeah, but is that necessarily just because of the treatment from those other nations? Or were Jewish Zionists committing terrorism to get people to move to Israel to more firmly establish its existence to begin with, to give both the reason for people to move there and for the reason for the state to exist into itself.
A vacuum, it's really difficult to kind of sit here and ideologically be like, where I think it actually would be just a lot more productive to be like, it exists, it's here, you can agree with it or not.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like you can agree with it or not, and so somebody's going to disagree with that. It doesn't, you like, can you disagree with it without being an anti-Semite?
But like, we're here and we should focus on making it better. But that's
Israel is based on Jewish people being discriminated against in Europe, combined with religious fanaticism. Slight disagreement with form. I think that there is a strong connection of early Zionist teachings. If that's what you mean by religious fanaticism, then I think we agree. Right? But I'm talking about the specific methods that have been used to get people in the Middle East to move then to the area called Israel. Rezi, can you say that? Can I say what? I can say whatever the fuck I want. What do you mean? Connection to the land based on connection to God. That's, I think that's like a massive oversimplification of Zionism as a how do I even put this, man? As like a theory behind it. Right? I think Zionism can exist without the religio fanaticism. And I think that even in the formation of the more modern state of Israel, it wasn't just the religious fanatics. I think that there were, more secular individuals, for instance. Right? All right, ethnic and religious fanaticism. Thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, all right, we're good. As long as you, add that part in, is that it is combining an ethnicity, which is Jewish, and, the people come down from there, as well as the religion. The reason land is important is based on land being connected to God. For a part of it, I think a part of it is partially justification as well. Right? Yeah.
not really what
I think a part of it is just okay, well, I want a Jewish state. I'm a secular person. And then there's these religious people that want in this one specific area. So it would make sense if you want your thing, you don't care about where it is, to ally with the people that want it in that area who you would always pick, right? So there's a kind of survival of an ideology because you have more people that sit behind that ideology, which is why we never gave New Jersey to Jewish people, You
kind of asked, the second question was
so let's do a one last comment on this, and you can have the last word, okay?
Well, I just wanted to make sure I'm answering your questions, because the second part was
no, you answered it for sure. I just was I have to reply to this because
Of course, no, but the second part of your question was something well, wouldn't you understand why I would want some aspect of anti-Zionism, or I would see anti-Zionism as anti-Semitic, and this is going to be annoying, but I'm just going to ask what you mean by anti-Semitism, if that's what you're asking, because if anti-Zionism is in the definition of anti-Semitism, then of course I would see how anti-Zionism would by definition be anti-Semitic. So all of it, I would understand that then, but that just assumes what it is I think you don't want to get too in the weeds about, which is the definition.
Yeah, so I have the definition up on my screen, and I agree with it, and I love it, and I accept it. And so for me, the reason that they're connected is because of the fact that Israel, right, that self-determination for the Jewish people, Israel is the land of the Jews and their right to self-determination. So
this isn't necessarily religious Zionism, what she's talking about. I think it's just this I'm gonna be honest, like kind of stupid, like I would say like almost childlike thoughts about this, where it's like she jumps between, well, everybody's there, we should just accept it, to no, we're divine. There's a divine right for us to be there. That's where we come from and shit, you know, whatever. Like,
If you are,
and she's just saying like, she's just like ramrodding like a ton of different arguments, like, and hopping, like quick switching between them. And it is a little jarring, I would say, a little jarring to your average listener.
Towards the only.
It's an interesting rhetorical tack to just, you know, do that. Oh, okay, I guess we disagree about that. Haha, let's move on.
Only Jewish nation to exist, and you are basically like buying into and creating libels and bad faith arguments.
You know what, like, and you know, maybe this is like, so I could get in trouble if I were to say something like, do they have a right to exist? Like, I think individuals absolutely have a right to exist. I don't think a religion has a right to exist. I don't even know if individuals necessarily have a right to exist, right? I think you have a right to be free from impingement on that existence, right? But not really sure, like, I guess, like, my antithesis here, if I were talking to her, would just be about this idea that she says about rights. I hate the idea of rights. I think they're, like, kind of worthless. Where do you think rights come from? Power. Power, and then kind of, like, shared morality through the ascension of that power. Power as those things that ultimately are enshrined. I don't really think I think they really mostly come through violence. I think the morality behind them can come from like philosophical and like even like I don't like the idea of it, but maybe even like a natural sort of solution. Like where I think we all agree it's probably good not to punch babies. I think like we're kind of hard-coded on that. And like we're kind of hard-coded against violence more generally as a species. At least direct combat violence, right? That can drive the morality of it in a way. Is survival can drive the morality, but yeah, I think rights are something that like you have to fight for, and then you have to like kind of assert. And I think that that's something that, you know, you see get taken away pretty easily, you know? Yeah. I don't know the way she's playing dumb. At the time she said she didn't know something, later shown she did. Well, yeah, that's this conversation, man.
About this nation that go beyond a disagreement with the government, right? So I'm not saying you, because you don't seem to fit you don't fit the definition of an anti-Zionist at all, right? An anti-Zionist would say that. Yeah,
and he says that he's not an anti-Zionist.
All Jews need to like get the fuck out of this land, one-state solution, and you know what I mean? Like an anti-Zionist would be.
That's not what a one-state solution would be. It's that you're dismantling a system of apartheid that has been instituted by the majority populace on a much smaller populace.
Like,
what are we even
this country
talking about?
has no right to exist. It needs to be completely dismantled. All these people need
like,
to go.
It's like, she could just say, yeah, I think that anti-Zionists just want to kill all the Jays, right? Like, that's probably what she wants to say.
Go back to Poland. And
okay, let's pause real quick. So, because I might fit that bill, right? I don't really know what it.
No, you wouldn't.
So 1 second, because you just said something there. I just want to be clear. I don't even know what it means for a state to have a right to exist. I don't know what that means.
Like, it just means that like it exists already, and you should like it has a right to be like it is there, and people need to just accept that it is there. You
Again,
can't just like go.
Yeah,
like,
but what
for
does
example,
that? What does
like,
it
the
mean for a
United
state to have a right? I know people have rights, but I just don't understand the notion of states having rights. Maybe I'm off base here. I just like don't get that. Like if what you're saying is that you think
like,
Israel should
basically-
exist, that's something different. But
Right.
if you're talking about rights with respect to states, I don't understand that.
So I would say that like for me, it literally like I don't know colloquially for everybody. I would say for me it means like just accepting like the state exists, and you cannot force these people.
That's the deal.
It's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
It is a good deal, Acreal. All these DGG Letterboxd associated women are slowly making me more sexist. Yeah, actually, I'm not gonna lie. I've actually had to like fucking check myself a bit, man, because like I've been going fucking crazy. I'm trying to like be better. You know, I'm trying to be better. Not to like cudgel people with it. I don't want to ever do that. Like languages that people use and get like normalized and shit. So long as they don't do the exact same thing, you know, when they get a chance to, right? At that point, it's like, no, I think, yeah, you kind of should have some modicum, but yeah, I definitely feel the misogyny flowing through me like a coursing river. And I would be lying to you if like
You were kicked off these lands in living memory, but we have rights, so deal with it. And everyone just needs to accept it and deal with it and be cool.
yeah, it's bad, Fairy. I know. It's hard to remember that not all women are like this. You know what's like the worst part? I think like watching like the Avi series, like even offline, it's hard to remember that not all like ultra Zionists and shit are like this. You know, just like completely scatterbrained, just clawing at whatever explanation you possibly find. Also, Andy, thank you for the 5. It's just, it sucks. It does. Because it's just like, I'm sorry, man. That Zug and Stardust shit was like the most white girl shit I ever did see. Okay. In like the last like several years, right? Do you realize like how much I had to like fight myself for making that the entire fucking thing? Just be like, wow, look at these fucking freaks. You know, doing like very normal, like women coded things to do. And yeah, they are women that support a sex fest freak, but the thing is, we know, again, you, me, everybody here who understands the nature of the machine, right? Who understands the nature of the machine, okay? Which is that you become Orbiter, okay? I'm just gonna do this for my own self. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Destroyed by DGG. Okay. All right. Kill previous woman. Okay. Become Orbiter. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Destroyed by DGG. And then, the craziest part, the cycle begins anew, right? This is the infinite rape machine, right? This is the infinite rape machine. Just so we're clear, it's literally 4 steps. Kill previous woman, become Orbiter, question mark, question mark, question mark, destroyed by DGG. Okay? The question mark here can refer to many things. one of those things is actually having sex with destiny. So, you know.
Out of it. And the only way forward
Yeah.
is to accept that and figure out a path to peace. Right?
Is
Like,
that
so
what it
me, that's
means for
what
something
that
to have
means.
a state to have a right to exist?
But I'm saying, like, I don't know, like, colloquially, right? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think that might be something
Okay,
that,
well,
like,
can you think about it for a second? Think about what he's saying. Colloquially, what do you mean colloquially? Right? Like colloquially, you just process the words. Think about it. Can you think? Do you think? Do you have the ability to think?
would have to explore with others in the future. In like a deeper, and I'm super open to having a deeper conversation with you about it, but I don't know that I can answer that question.
So if I were to ask you,
mean?
like,
I don't.
Does the Palestinian state have the right to exist, or does
yes,
you would say yes?
Yes,
okay.
it does unequivocally.
Right.
Yes,
So okay, but one state's right of existence contradicts the other state's right of existence. Zug, like.
Absolutely, the Palestinian people have a right to self-determination. They have a right to their national identity being respected, and they have a right to peace and prosperity and to live.
Who's
and
disrespecting it?
And I wish that it was more simple for them to go home. Like, I wish that right of return didn't come at the expense of Israeli security. I wish there was a way to figure that out, and I want there to be a way to figure that out. Actually, part of my life's purpose is to try to help figure that out.
Okay. What do you mean? What's the issue? Is it because it's been too long that now it's too complicated? All right, what's the security issue? Do you think like that they're angry now and they're gonna come back and just start killing everybody if you give them their homes back? They're savages. Just say they're fucking savages, dude. All right, it's like more fucking honest when you just say that they're savages.
So you know what I mean? Like, absolutely they do.
And do you think that, like,
you know?
Kurdistan, the Kurdish people, their state
Oh my God,
has a
yeah.
right to exist?
What
and
a mess, but yeah. What a mess, but yes.
So I think all you're saying, and maybe we'll have agreement, is that these states should exist, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you're not appealing to some
I don't
like.
know how. Right? I don't know how. I'm not like a geopolitical genius or something. You know. I don't have like a mass.
Fucking shocked me. I thought this was like high level and shit, man.
Masters in geopolitics, and I'm not a politician. I don't know, right? I don't know how. There's obviously a lot of factors, but I would say ideologically, yeah, for sure. And I think that it's okay to accept that it is difficult to maneuver these situations, and still hold the fact that people have a right to self-determination in their homeland.
Yeah, so I guess that's all fine. If all you mean by right to exist is like these people should exist, it makes sense for them.
Yeah, but what does homeland mean? Do I like, I have some Polish ancestry. Should I be able to just walk into Poland and take a plot of land? They probably would let me, but, maybe? I don't know. They might not like the worms. I might be a biohazard, actually. I'd have to, look that up. But, do I have that right? To just say, oh, this part of me comes from this area, therefore I ought be able to take something back. What if I take a genetic test or some shit like that, and it comes back 2% Ashkenazi or some shit like that? Do I then have a right to take a place in Israel and then just say, this is mine now forever? They would also give it to me, but I would not be supportive.
Sorry, the state should exist.
Nor would I do that, honestly. It kind of looks like a shithole. Honestly, it kind of looks like a shithole. If I'm going to go to a shithole, I want to go to a South American shithole. That seems way more fun. That's it. It just seems way more fucking fun if I'm in kind of warm climate. I don't know. That's it. Israel is moving forward with a new settlement project. Oh, I know. Europe's threatening sanctions. Oh, I know. Doesn't matter. Hey, Midgie. How's it going? Welcome in, Gamma Raiders. Gamma, I don't know if you know this, buddy. Okay. I don't know, Gamma, if you're aware of this, but I've got a fucking deal for you. Okay? I've got a deal for you, Gamma. So, Gamma, I heard that you're kind of, maybe a little bit, into what some would call Mustangs, right, Gamma? I want to let you know, you can get a Mustang for $25, buddy. Okay, for $25, you can get a Mustang and possibly save it from being eaten. Do you love horses, Gamma, or are you a soulless, evil man? Welcome in, Gamma Raiders, okay? Welcome in, Gamma Raiders.
For them to exist. I kind of view states as like contingent organizations of people that, you know, are it's either useful to organize in such a way or it's not. And so I feel like there's a lot of work that's being done and like loading when people talk about states' rights to exist. But if all you mean by a right to exist is something like, I think it's smart, I think it makes sense, I think it's cool with me if this place is a state, then I mean that's cool with me. I honestly do think that the best way to move forward is to assume Israel as a state is going to exist, just as a reality, as a fait accompli. They have nukes, they're not going anywhere, and so like I'm all on board with that notion being like the most pragmatic going forward. I think we're a little lost in the weeds here, but like I get what you're sort of getting at. I think you're saying that even
let's get out of this forest.
Yeah. I think what you're saying.
This is like, I hate this content. This is terrible. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck, this is not great. POV, you just got a DM from Gamma?
Why are you not having sex?
Wait, what?
Why are you not having sex with me? Why are you not having sex with me? Why are you not having sex with me? You won't get pregnant. Why are you...
Gamma? Gamma? Gamma, no! Gamma, no! No! Can you send that to me in my DMs, Primordial? Can you send that to me in my DMs? Thank you.
Is that even under my definition, anti-Zionism would be anti-Semitism? I don't accept that, but I think that will get into a definition.
Big Lissy got to Gamma, man. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy.
Conversation that I don't know if you want to have it.
All right. I also gotta say, calling her Big Lissy, like, I know that like I'm trying to make a joke on or a play on like the idea of like big pharma and shit, but like it does feel kind of mean to someone named Lissy, right? Like just a little bit.
I think. Give me one second. Let me look at my notes for a second.
Sure, take your time. No rush.
So I will just say, I think for the Jewish people, right, and for certain groups of people, we accept that they have a right to self-determination, right? So right to exist is like interchangeably used with right to self-determination. And Jewish people are recognized as a group of people who share a history, an ethnicity, a religion, and a culture, and they want a place to enjoy a sovereign rule over themselves where they wouldn't be subjugated by another group of people.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I'm kind of to the left. Poland is in I would say, a cycle between the center right and the extreme far right, right? And it's not been good for people like me. Should I be guaranteed space in Poland? This is just dumb as fuck.
And so I definitely feel the same way about Palestinians. I genuinely do. So I think we're at a good spot, right?
Okay. Well,
I think it's just like it's hard politically. Like I don't know the answer.
I just don't have like universal prescriptions there. So, for example, I know that this is an out there hypothetical or out there. It's not a hypothetical historical example. I wouldn't respect, for example, the right of the Confederacy's self-determination. I wouldn't respect
because that's not a people who have like a deep historic connection. You know what I mean? Like,
what do you mean? How do they not? How do they not have a deep historic connection? Their families died for that shit.
That's not.
Yeah, no.
Not.
There are ways in which you can separate out like whose self-determination you respect or not. I'm just giving examples that like I'm not ideologically committed. So, for example, I'm not ideologically committed to Scottish independence from the United Kingdom.
You know, like the worst thing about this is I do think the fact that you have people who were like original homeowners are still alive that had their homes stolen from them. Okay, those people. Some of those people are they're fucking alive. And you can't do anything for them for some reason.
I'm not ideologically. Are you?
Wait, really?
Yes, really?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, so like
I know that the Scots feel strongly, right?
Not
I
all.
don't know
The last time they
enough
had a
about it.
referendum, they wanted to stay within the United Kingdom. But that's what I mean. It's
so
like
fascinating.
there's a bunch of facts that I would need to know before I'm going to be like, yep, every people's or every minority group within a larger state or every sufficiently compact and angry group within a larger apparatus deserves a state.
Right.
That's just like not something that I have a strong like universal principle for.
Sure.
There's something wrong with Zug. There's something that's like deeply disconcerting about Zug to me. And like, it's...
Sure, I accept that. I think that's okay. I think we can move forward. Before we were talking about Israel, where were we? What were we talking about?
We were scoping out anti-Semitism, the nature of the Avi conversation, and then you brought up the definition.
Fuck yeah. There will be the Gamma Sex Pest, DM. I think it's racist to say that. I think you are... Fuck you. She's condescending. She's like a compliant clout chaser. That's it. That's it.
That I use, which by the way, I inform that definition more. Like I interpret that definition because by itself, it doesn't do like, it's not informing every aspect of how I apply it. So I'm interpreting that definition, but that is the definition I use, and you had brought it up.
Okay, so I mean, I think that's going to bring me to another kind of point that I kind of want to get into, right? And it goes back to the semantics and like big picture, like getting caught up in the semantics. I know that you said that you felt it's important to get into these definitions because of the fact that it puts people kind of like on an equal playing field. But you and I both, you know, we've accepted this definition of anti-Semitism, right? And we're having this conversation about it. Are there any terms that you think are ubiquitously understood where...
You know, it's like weird. Pisco didn't even drive home that much on her that like anti-Zionism isn't necessarily anti-Semitism. He just kind of like, he really is like letting her off super easy on this. I guess he doesn't know. I guess we don't know because she hasn't really had debate yet. This is her first one.
Or like a big kind of like debate of like figuring out what they mean would not be productive.
Yeah, I mean, like when there's a shared understanding of something and it's clear that further elaboration or like you get into these kind of like sorties paradoxes where you're starting to question, well, what grain of sand transforms something into a pile,
it's
right?
so granular, right?
Yeah.
Like so
but
granular.
That's crucially, and I just want to emphasize this 1,000 times, not what I'm doing, right? Like I'm not trying to say that I want to define down to like the mole what a pile of sand is or when a puddle becomes a lake. What we're talking about are shared notions which are like very, very different. And so that's why, so for example, if I'm having a conversation about the term insurrection, that's like a key term where there could be perhaps huge disagreements about what constitutes insurrection, or in this case, anti-Semitism. It's not like I'm saying, what's the definition of definition? What's the definition of what? And then we just start like, what? And we just do this like regret.
Right,
like, that's not what's happening here, where I'm asking you to like redo the English language with like, I don't know, gesturing and doing that kind of shit. What I'm asking about and what we're trying to get honed in on is like the most important term in a conversation about what is and what's not anti-Semitic, namely anti-Semitism. And so I resent the critique that like, oh, you want to just get lost in definitions to the nano granularity. No, this is like the key term, and it's important for us to understand what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, so I'm not making a direct critique. I'm mostly just asking for you, like, if there would be, right? Because it is one of the critiques that I have heard. And in me being only mildly familiar with you, right, from clips and from a chunk of that conversation, it's like important for me to ask these things and to kind of confront you on them a little bit just so that I can get a better sense of you.
So can I get an example then? So here's an example, right?
Yeah, go for it.
People will often ask me, is Crystal Ball an ally, or are these people part of the Democratic tent? Are they part of the coalition, right? And in order to answer that question, it sounds like what they're asking is super clear, but I actually think that despite people's frustrations and anger with me when I ask what that means, it's super unclear what's being asked. And if you were to ask someone like, what do you mean by treat them like an ally? Or what do you mean by be in the tent? It would be like this vague nonsense oftentimes, and to the extent that it's concrete, it carries like implications that they're not going to onboard and accept, such as, would you support this person in a general election? Would you support them in a primary? Do you think that they should be like, I don't know, totally not allowed to do interviews with certain candidates and stuff? And so I understand the frustration, but unfortunately I feel like a lot of weaselness and loading happens in some of these conversations, and I'm not going to commit myself to something that I don't understand what's being asked, and I'll never do that.
I mean, I definitely agree with that. Also, like, what's loading?
Like putting in an assumption or baking in some conclusion with
Okay.
What's loading? Okay. Skinwalker. She's just a skinwalker, man. There's something. I like it. Okay. She has no idea what she thinks. That's something. This is, I would have, yeah, I think I probably would have quit this conversation, actually. Just be like, okay, well, what do you think about anything? Just that, like, Israel and Jewish people have a right to have a state where they feel safe. Do you need an ethno-state for that? No. Could you have a state where, you know, you don't, like, you know, kill people like constantly in that state?
Right, like so for example, if someone says if they ask you, are they in the tent, and you say no,
like, I just don't know how anybody can get past the fact that they got noose pins made. They got noose pins made, man. They got fucking noose pins. If there isn't something that, like, and maybe it's also me being an American exceptionalist for a moment. If there is something that living in America, you don't feel this, like, unique, violent distaste for something like that, I think, like, unironically, yeah. I'm like, I hate this. I'm, like, thinking about this, and it's just like, you know, maybe, yeah, are we the baddies? Yeah. Are we the baddies? Yeah.
Right?
Because we are still, yeah.
And then you say, but you're going to vote for the general? And then they're like, but you just said they weren't in the tent. You're going to vote for
She thinks the idea of Jewish people feeling safe is good. Justification. She exists. And she exists because of said Jewish state. There is a circular notion here, especially when her family left Israel. And I assume she's safe where she's at. Like, she seems healthy. Like, I would not put it past it that maybe there's, like, some trauma there. Like a bad ex or some shit. Other things that I won't speculate on, right? You know, but, like, low key, that could be it. She's friends with Stardust. It makes sense, right? So, the thing is, yeah, you can be safe here. Why does it have to be there? She's literally being used by a grooming gang right now. Is she? I feel that one of these days, okay. 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 In this example, Mufasa is Stardust and Scar is Zoog. Okay.
Brother, help me!
Long live the king.
All right, Simba in this analogy is north. Okay? And it's not great. It's really not great.
Someone who's not in the tent. And
These two
no,
white
no,
I
I
fans.
didn't
mean that they're
yeah,
in the tent.
Exactly. So
Yeah. Okay.
So when you bake in those assumptions, you might be committing yourself to.
The thing is, like, she's just a non-directive erudite in the way, like, she argues, right? It's like, I agree with that. I agree with that. Why can't we find something that's good between us, right? Like, getting the other person to, like, whittle down their arguments and then agree with, like, oh, yeah, my basic thing is, like, generally right. Yeah, there is an uptick in anti-Semitism. It is bad. Is it being misdiagnosed with, like, a bunch of different people? Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Who's doing that? People like Zoog. Absolutely. Right? Are we expecting Zugami to pull up Stardirt? No. The way she says yeah is blood boiling. It's TV. She's TV raised, right?
Like prescriptions that you don't actually agree with, and someone can get the wrong
shit.
impression watching it and saying, "Hey, Pisco just said that El Sayed is not in the tent, but then he endorsed him, right?" Or Pisco just said that Graham Plattner's not in the tent, but then why did he endorse him? And those I think are made. Sometimes I think it's actually the intent of the people asking these questions is to make it vague,
Right,
and,
to kind of catch you.
Correct, or to yes.
Okay, I mean,
yeah.
I think I really do understand because your lens.
I mean, yeah, because that's literally what you're doing. Is you're just like, Pisco, isn't it bad? Would it be good if I could just live happy and shit, Pisco? Wouldn't it be great if I was just happy, Pisco?
Through which I mean, from what I understand is that you're a lawyer, right?
Yeah, I am a lawyer. Yep.
Yeah. First of all, very impressive. Congratulations.
It's not that impressive.
Second of all,
I promise you, it's easy.
I mean, I find being a lawyer impressive. I had a lawyer who I worked very closely
Flattery.
with recently to help me through like a work situation. So like,
Sure.
I think lawyers are great. Definitely super into semantics, but very helpful. You know, I think it's great. I think you're trained to think about these things for your job. But what I kind of do want to touch on a little bit, right, is when you look at everything through a lens of a lawyer, right, where you're asking a lot of questions and you need to kind of get a very, very defined baseline of everything going in. I think one of the biggest issues of what I've noticed in the space is I think there's a little bit of dissonance there, right, between engaging through a lawyer lens, right, through a more like granular critical lens, and versus through.
It feels like love bombing almost while trying to gaslight him. Yeah, that's why I'm saying like she sounds like Erudite to me, because Erudite does this, like acknowledging the good things about somebody constantly the first time she meets them, right? Which I think is probably actually why I liked her Word War debate shit more, because she wasn't doing that, right? Because she's like, oh, people probably know these other two, and like, I'm just gonna make them look like assholes. What are we doing? It's a debate about anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, the connection between the two, with a meta understanding of the individuals involved as being into very different camps that are divided due to the two camps not agreeing with one another. And then this guy Pisco getting wrapped up in it by being like, I'm okay with talking to anybody, which again made the other camp very angry. This person's a new person in that camp, good friends with Stardust and shit. Yeah. So there is a little bit of drama, but the over note of it is Zionism, anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism. Yeah, you said a lot of words. I'm just explaining what it is. All right, Raya's like one of our first chatters. All right, I'm gonna talk to the fucking old times people when they come in forever, right? You haven't been. Yeah, I said a lot. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's it. They of Pisco as Commonwealth nations and world wars. I do feel like Pisco is in some kind of psychological horror where he's doomed to have the same debate every day. So, no. I think he can find plenty of other things to start debating. Do I think that this is like a cash cow for him? I don't know, actually. It might actually start dropping the numbers. I think that this didn't do as well as anything else, you know? As like a lot of the previous ones have, comparatively. So that's it. Is anti-Zionism a problem? No. I don't find anti-Zionism to be a problem as long as it's like absent anti-Semitism, right?
More colloquial good faith lens, because I think that these public discourses don't really function in the same way as a court of law.
Anti-Zionism is good absent anti-Semitism, right? Because there is, again, anti-Semitic people who are anti-Zionist for anti-Semitic reasons. Anti-Zionism, it would not be good in that case, right?
Right.
So
I
so
think when we get like stuck in all of this, I think that one of the biggest things for me is I feel that these semantics like obfuscate and undermine our ability to critically engage with content in a meaningful way at times.
Yeah, so I want to be clear for everyone watching that how I approach a lot of these debates is not at all like the practice of law. Okay, so I don't want people to get the wrong impression that what I do when I'm in these discussions is like similar to what lawyers would do in practice. Okay, there's one sense in which I think
touch on that a little more for sure.
Sure. So like in briefs and stuff, and before courts and oral arguments or whatever.
There are anti-Semites who are Zionist. Yes. Yeah, a lot of Christian Zionists are actually anti-Semitic because they do want total destruction of the Jewish peoples, but they want Israel to do it so God can wipe them out.
Defining terms and talking about the best interpretation of terms, that's very much often at issue. But other than that, like what I'm doing here, I don't mean it to be representative, and I don't think it is, of like the practice of law. That's first. And then more broadly than that, I think that there's different environments that call for different attitudes. I just had an interaction.
I agree with that for sure.
Sure. I just had an interaction with like
Can you find the clip for Resi where she talked to Destiny? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Please.
And I've done interviews with breaking points, or I've done interactions where it's not me like a debate on my stream. It's not me pulling someone in specifically to have one of these kinds of conversations. It's more general. It's more like affable. It's more like loosey-goosey. And in those situations, I'm going to treat those conversations very different than the sort of set up discussions or debates, which we're getting really granular. And so, yeah, I agree that not everything needs to be like that. But when you're asking me questions, and especially like accusations of people that go to their character, I mean, calling someone racist.
Her like fake active listening, giggling shit is like killing me. I despise this person. I hate this. This is like the worst. This is the fucking worst. Ugh, God.
Just calling them anti-Semitic or things that they say racist or anti-Semitic, that's like a big deal in most people's opinions.
People calling you racist?
Yeah, I mean,
I am an incel, aren't I?
Anti-Semitic, I think it's
calling you racist and anti-Semitic?
That's yes,
yeah,
that's
anti-Semitic
correct.
for sure is absolutely a form of racism for sure. So people were saying that you were anti-Semitic.
Baselessly and based on lies, yeah.
Yeah, who were those people, Zug? Who were the ones that were leading the charge on that? That's your guy.
Okay, so can you get into what the baseless lies were for me to understand?
I'm happy to do that. I don't want to get into like the nitty gritty of like.
No, we don't have to. You can give me like a basic. So like one of the questions that I even. So one of the questions that I even wanted to ask you leading into this, like I really wanted to begin the conversation with, and I literally wrote it down.
Wait, was there a cut there?
The baseless lies were for me to understand.
I'm happy to do that. I don't want to get into like the nitty gritty of like.
No, we don't have to. You can give me like a basic. So like one of the questions that I even. So one of the questions that I even wanted to ask you leading into this, like.
No, that didn't even. He just gave up.
I really wanted to begin the conversation with, and I literally wrote it down, right? Like understanding the driving.
This is infuriating to watch. This is actually infuriating to watch. Like, sometimes I like to imagine if I'm sitting in the seat where they're debating and shit, how I would feel. I would have like toned this entire thing out about 12 minutes ago.
Factors,
I
ideology, and worldview that inform Pisco's rhetoric and opinions regarding anti-Semitism. And so I had a few questions regarding that, and one of them was like, what is the biggest misconception that you feel people have about you in the online space, and why is that? So I think that ties in perfectly. And if you want to touch on the baseless accusations, on why you feel people calling you anti-Semitic is wrong, I think that's probably the biggest misconception.
I'm not going to linger here, but I will tell you the structure of the lies.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it. And if there's anything you need me to understand about you as we go forward, just so I can have a better good faith interpretation, you know?
Lie number one, by which I mean a knowing, intentional falsehood, and I am not going to name names, but would be the following. Someone who knows and is familiar with conversations with these kind of semantic grounding, where you're sort of going through extreme hypotheticals, and you look at a definition, and then you sort of really stress test a definition. And so, for example, saying something like, well, Holocaust denialism is not logically necessarily anti-Semitic, then using that statement when it's clear to that person the context in which that is being uttered and said, to crucify another individual as though that means, and to give the suggestion, if not explicit statement, that this shows that this person would not consider most Holocaust denialists.
What if like there's like a person who's a Holocaust denialist because he couldn't believe that, and you would still be an anti-Semite, because then you'd be like typifying Jews as like better than other people, right? That would still be anti-Semitic, right? Like you couldn't believe. All right, hear me out, okay? This is a whopper, okay? You didn't even say anything. Yeah, I know. I'm like forming how I want to say this because it's a whopper, okay, buddy? Let's just put it that way. All right. Let's imagine you're somebody who is like the ultimate philo-Semite, right? Okay. And you think the Jews are too good to get Holocausted, and then you deny the Holocaust because you think they're that much better. But then you would still be anti-Semitic because you would be employing racism against Jews, even in positive racism. Yeah, it's still racism. Yes. Yeah, it's still racism because it's like, it's the typification, right? Ethnic elo too high. Yeah, that's kind of like, you know, would that person be an anti-Semite? It's like, yeah, technically you're still being racist and discriminatory, right? Because then, hypothetically, you know, like, let's say you meet, like, a person who's, like, sickly and weak and shit. You'd be like, oh, you're just not a real one, hypothetically. It's still, like, then that's where, like, the negative racism of that comes in. Oh, you're a person who is Asian who can't do math very well. Yeah, like, that's where the negative racism comes from, the positive connotation. Right? You know what I mean? So, yeah. It's not that complicated. Kid was told it didn't happen, but is too young to really understand why it's wrong. Yeah, I know, but I'm thinking of, like, ones that we haven't heard before, man. Okay? And it just popped into my head. And then I just wanted to examine the hypothetical out loud. Because, yeah. You gotta get your blood pressure down before bed. It's crazy that Pisco is accepting the framing that he needs to prove himself to these people. Well, yes.
To be anti-Semitic, when those provisos, when those conditions have been made clear, when that presumption has been made clear, that is an intentional, knowing falsehood. Okay, and so I'm going to ask you, right? Yes.
I'm so sorry. Can you explain this to me like I'm in fifth grade?
Okay. So
because I'm having a little bit of trouble following.
Okay. So imagine that someone were to tell you, right? This person said a racial slur.
Okay.
And he's a racist. He said the racial slur. And then you found out that that person was quoting someone in the context of literally transcribing, some event that occurred, or that it was a part of a joke, or that the person who did it in the context was appropriate to use the slur in that context, right? You would think very differently, wouldn't you, of the person who initially, without context, said, without qualification or equivocation, by which we mean without giving the explanation, without saying this is why that was said, this is the content, this is why it's not problematic for that to be said. You would think differently of the person who just said, hey, he said a racial slur, right? Would you?
So,
Would you think differently of that person?
Is that so? What I'm understanding is
wait. Can you just answer that real quick? Would you think differently of that person? A person who says he said a racial slur.
The accusing person,
correct.
or the person being accused?
Yes. Yeah. No. The accusing person said to you just that your friend said a racial slur, but omitted the appropriate context. It omitted the fact that it wasn't said, in the way that was being implied by the initial accuser. You would think differently of the accuser, wouldn't you?
Give me a second. I mean, the Holocaust denial is actually something I definitely wanted to talk to you about. So, I think if somebody told me this out of context, right? And I did hear this actually. By the way, I did actually hear this from you out of context. I would be a little bit up in arms about it. But I think it is, and the reason, one of the biggest reasons that I'm even having this conversation with you actually goes back to the fact that I do think it is the person who hears this information, their responsibility to verify the context if it's missing.
I understand. But in the hypothetical I provided you, that person was aware of the context.
It's about. Sure. And they left it out, and that's malicious intent on their part. Sure.
Yeah, 100%.
But I don't really think that the issue is about said third party, right? I think the issue is that...
No. Yeah, in this specific one, it isn't, but he's talking about his issues. Right? He's talking about his issues with this.
That's precisely what you asked about. You asked about right, what the lies were. That's a lie. A knowing, intentional lie.
I'm getting confused. Okay, can you tell me like straight up the situation and what happened?
So we can use the Holocaust denial example. Saying that Pisco thinks that
Can you tell me the exact thing so I can farm the clip and then talk to Destiny about it later? Very cool. Very good faith stuff, guys.
The Holocaust isn't anti-Semitic, right? By which we mean he wouldn't presume that someone who denies the Holocaust is anti-Semitic.
But you said earlier, you literally said that it is anti-Semitic no matter what. You said that earlier in this conversation.
No, he fucking didn't. No, you're just making shit up. All right, you're fucking...
Correct. I said I would presume someone who does that would be anti-Semitic. Okay. So, and that was if that was said even in the original conversation, right? But then someone takes the in the weeds definitional logical possibility portion where I'm saying it's not in the definition specifically that if you deny the Holocaust you are anti-Semitic. It's just very strong evidence. But they fixate on the in the weeds aspect of the definition and omit the presumptive, incredibly strong weight that this person, that I have for saying someone denies the Holocaust. That is a deception. Agreed? Especially if they know.
I understand. So you're saying that basically like you were having a kind of like thought experimental, like logical conversation about this, and they took what you said out of context and then reduced it to you're an anti-Semite.
Correct. Yeah. Yes, but I'm asking you the question, right? I'm literally asking the question to you.
Right. I want to understand first before I answer, right?
So given this conversation, given
that.
So we're talking right now, right? And I told you multiple times that I would presume anyone who denies the Holocaust is anti-Semitic, right? You heard that from me. Do you believe me when I say that?
Right, and that's so important. Yes, and I believe you, and thank God. Yes, and thank God, God, because it was so scary for me to think that, you know what I mean? Because like I heard that, right? I heard that, and it's frightened me so much because I was like, why would this person who seems to be operating in good faith, at least from the Avi conversation, be sitting here having this conversation where they're saying like, oh, Holocaust denial isn't always anti-Semitic, right?
Like, this is just fake, right? This is literally just the most fake bullshit coming from her. It's gonna suck when she kills Stardust, man. I'm gonna feel real bad about a lot of things when she kills Stardust to DGG this time around. I'm gonna feel so bad for Stardust for like 2 fucking minutes. And then it's right fucking back to where we fucking were.
That concerned me.
I think Stardust is going to do it first. I think Stardust is going to try to do it. She's going to fail. I think that Stardust is going to try to do it at some point. It's going to fail because people are going to like Zug more because she's more defensible in dramas and more likely than not, like, I mean, we just saw this with food shops. She's just, there's less baggage there, you know? I hate to say that. Would you eat Stardust? No.
Because I heard this out of context. And you're saying that the actual context of this was you were kind of having one of these more logical, like in the weeds conversations, and
About
you
the
were trying to
definition.
get more into the nitty gritty of
Correct.
a definition of something.
So now I'm going to re-ask it. So someone
even
who's
though-
aware of that
so
context,
even
so
though-
real quick, someone who's aware of the context, someone who knows that what's being said is that it's only about the scope of the definition itself. It's not about some issue related to whether they would call someone who denies the Holocaust an anti-Semite. Someone who's aware of that, and notwithstanding that awareness, will continue in ascribing that person as thinking that someone who denies the Holocaust is an anti-Semitic and imply the kind of that connotation, which is false. That is a lie, correct? Someone who's aware of that, they know the context, right? They know what he was saying.
Okay, so they know that you weren't saying, and then they basically lied and ascribed it. Yeah, I mean, I would
That's
say
a lie.
they're definitely twisting your. I would say they're absolutely twisting your words. I would say they're absolutely twisting your words and reducing it to something.
Wait, hang on a
that
second. How would you feel?
isn't Really, like,
No,
in line
seriously.
with the nuance.
Yeah, she can't just say it's a lie. Dude. I hate this person. I hate her. All right. I hate Zug, man. I hate Zug, dude. This is evil. This is evil. Rezi, the clip is in
Let's say that you said this
snarchive of her talking to Destiny. Jesus. What are you guys? Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look. Okay. Oh yeah, years take a while to go, and they're like 30 seconds long. I forget. I forget why. I know that there's some file thing. It's okay.
Yeah, this is just like total insane gaslighting.
Imagine if there was like one country of black people and it was just the United States of America. Well, a lot of people, instead of being racist against black people, could just say, I hate all Americans. I hate everybody from the US or whatever. And now it's a slightly more sophisticated conversation. What?
It's just this like, it's this like weird, like underhanded projection, and it's just sleazy because we all know what he's fucking talking about. This is like why anti-Semitism is what it is. That's why it's so pervasive.
So, like, who is spreading the lie about you being anti-Semitic, Pisco? Like, Pisco? Who is like...
This Zug character needs to be stopped. There's
Who is like...
What the fuck? It's MP4. I don't care.
Who is saying that you were anti-Semitic, Pisco? I don't even know. Who, like, might have been doing that?
I know you'll snark peacefully. Yeah, obviously. Like, it's just the same shit that we do now, but there's like a they're slimy as fuck. Like there's like an evil there, then.
That. I like have no idea. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, don't say, Benji, why would you say that? Why would you ever say something like that? You're so dumb. Obviously, that's for anybody, but it's just like, God, you're dumb as fuck. It's not even that. It's just that okay. So, her process, she talked to Pisco. Now she's going to get invited on WIC panels and shit, right? More. Yeah, so somebody's going to become a dipole for her. And then if she does go ahead and ingratiate herself with the melting pot people, like, I hate to say it, like, she is going to be a necessary force within DGG. Interesting.
I'm agreeing with you.
I know, but I actually want it to be a little stronger, right? So let's say that you were talking to someone, you had a great friend who was black, okay? And you really got along well with this black friend. And in the context of you were like writing some academic paper on slavery, you used the N-word, right? You wrote down the N-word, right?
Yeah.
Fully, right? But in the context, it was appropriate because of the context.
Because you gotta, because you're quoting something, for sure, right?
And now,
Like-
now let's say that someone reads what you wrote, right, in this academic paper, then goes to your black friend and says, you know that Zugami uses the N-word, full N-word. What would you say about the person who said that?
Don't even say that. People are gonna clip that. They're gonna they're
What
gonna
would you
make,
say?
Like,
What would you say about that person?
I'd be like, bro, I was using it for a research paper.
You would think that that person is
Don't
lying on you,
snark
right?
me.
Wait, just real quick.
I'd be like, why are you snarking?
Zugami,
Well, no, I
Zugami.
mean, I used
You-
it, right? But I didn't use it for that.
No,
right?
but
In
Zugami,
that situation.
that person is trying to give a wrong connotation for what you're doing, right? You would say that person's
Yeah, they're
lying, right?
snarking.
They're not just snarking.
I would say-
they're lying, right?
No, because I
No? Zug doesn't know that the snarking thing it doesn't fucking mean anything anymore. Like, it sucks. And like, I know like we're still gonna do the snark commander shit, by the way. Alright, that's not gonna stop. Okay. That shit will not, absolutely will not stop. But it just like, it was a fucking meta on a meta at one point, dude. It's so fucked up. I hate when they say it. I hate whenever these fucking rats fucking say it, man.
using that word. I'm just
No,
not
no, no,
using
but
it for
they're-
the ascribed meaning.
No, but they
Oh, you would say like the attribution, the false attribution. Yeah, that's a lie. Sure.
yes,
sure,
of
sure.
course. That's a lie.
What I really want to say to you about this Holocaust stuff, is it okay if I like say some stuff to you about that
Sure.
as like a Jewish Israeli person? Is that okay? Like, are you
Absolutely.
emotionally open? Are you
Of
emotionally
course.
available right now for a second?
I'm emotionally
Okay.
available. Yeah, go for it.
You're emotionally available?
Yeah.
Oh my god, so many people told me you wouldn't be emotionally available, and now I'm, feeling very relieved. Basically, like, so the Holocaust denial thing, I mean, it's
I fucking hate this one. I fucking hate her fucking guts. I hate this woman's fucking guts. Okay. Holy shit.
obviously like you and me agree, right? It's
Yeah.
anti-Semitic to deny a Holocaust, right? We totally agree with that.
Wait, pause. But just make
when
sure
I
we
heard
wait,
this stuff, like, out of
pause real quick. Pause real quick. Okay. We agree that most people who would deny the Holocaust are anti-Semitic. It's not in the definition, right? Look at that definition. Does the definition say denying the Holocaust?
Yeah. Okay. So what I would contest.
Wait,
with you
read the
here
definition.
is-
Does it say denying the
Yes,
Holocaust?
hostility towards or discrimination against Jews
Okay.
as a religious, ethnic, or racial group. So can I take you through my line of reasoning here a little bit?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. So and I'm gonna go like a little bit slow because I'm nervous. And like this is important to me. So if you can give me just a little bit of grace,
Take
that'd
your
be
time.
super cool.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Basically, the reason that like I personally got
Like, it's just like she's scoffing. She's like, why do I have to explain this shit? Like, it's just like, you see it in the fucking microtones where it's like, oh, I have to fucking do this shit. Dude,
very upset hearing the Holocaust denial stuff was
is it because she's Jewish? No, it's not because she's Jewish. Okay, she is a Zionist, and that is like, I mean, that's her core thing. She came here to defend, is that belief. You know, like, she's already said that, yeah, she thinks that people who are anti-Zionist are, you know, anti-Semitic, which is, again, the opposition to a state is not a discrimination against an ethnic group. And it's just broken. I think I'm an incel now, too. Yeah, man. It's the fucking worst.
because
And it's the worst! Because the thing is, it's like, I hate Zug for this. But then, she does these fucking live streams, and Stardust is happy. And you know what? That feels nice. Okay? It's so fucked up here, man.
studied this and I studied, like the stages of genocide. And the final stage of a genocide is actually denial, right? It's denial of it, like trying to make sure people don't remember so that in essence, it can happen again. And in the context of the world we live in today, where people are excising extreme violence against Jewish people on a global scale, I think like even engaging kind of like theoretical conversations about this, I think it's extremely harmful in the sense that it does perpetuate this conversation of denial, right? And whether the intent is there to do that or not, right? Whether you're maliciously aligned in doing that, I think there's a really negative effect to the Jewish community at large as a result.
So don't talk about Israel is her solution. Awesome. Very cool.
And that's because when you have these conversations, these thought experiments, when you go through that stuff, people who really are anti-Semitic, like actual real anti-Semites, you know, like Reupers and Fuentes and whatever, they watch. And it kind of like helps them figure out how to move through these conversations more effectively, right? It gives
Yeah. Okay, so it helps them figure out how to move through it more effectively. Okay. Now, so we then don't have like principles we can stand on to oppose the racial and vaguely like I guess to me I would say Franco-fascist ideology of the Groypers, right? Franco-fascist as in like I think they're Catholic supremacists. I think that Franco is like a good example of that. At least if we're looking at like fascists. Yeah. But yeah, I just don't like, so we can't have the conversation because if we have the conversation, it's going to make them more capable of having the conversation, not us more capable of actually having and engaging with these conversations in ways that we could hone our own craft. We just can't talk about it.
gives them a more
It just like it just seems like it seems almost as if you're saying that the position that you would take or the issue that you take with Pisco is that he is causing a harm even taking these positions. You're not willing to say that, right? Just so we're clear. You're not actually willing to say something like that. But, you know, that is in virtue of everything else. That is the entire point of this minutia.
Blueprint for anti-Semitism, whether it's the intention or not. And I know that you're not anti-Semitic. I know that you're not. I know that that's not your intention whatsoever. You're clearly a person who thinks about things very deeply, who likes to break things down. You're clearly very analytical. I know that that's...
I hate this fucking ball wash shit. I despise this ball wash shit. Holy fuck. Shut the fuck up about all the things that are good about Pisco. Okay? You've already done it how many fucking times? You're a more dishonest erudite.
It's not where you're at, you know, and I would never accuse you of that.
Well, you
but
did.
I wanted to... Well, I mean, I said like... Wait, when? Did I?
In your
I'm
tweet,
sorry.
yeah, you did.
What did I say? I said
You
your
said-
anti-Semitism. Yeah. And then you were like, you said you didn't want to talk about like lies about you, but you would talk about anti-Semitism in general. And then I DM'd you. So, and then I apologized at the beginning of this for it being
cool.
a little bit more like combative. So I want to say, actually, I am sorry for that. I do take that claim back.
Okay.
Because as in talking to you now, I don't believe that you are an anti-Semite.
I appreciate that.
I don't. So thank you for calling that out. I don't think you're an anti-Semite, but I do think that engaging in that kind of dialogue in that...
Like, I just don't think that, like, the case to great defense for Jewish peoples can't be engaged with. And that there are threats in the modern era. But to assume those threats are in this, like, again, in my opinion, niche area, all right, which is being described as the politically against the state of Israel people, to say that those are the same as like the Groypers and shit is just, it's just beyond it, man.
Is insensitive to the larger Jewish community. And I think it is harmful. And I think that when we like continue to push these thought experiments, I think it's really hard because it's like, I don't know if there is a consideration for the people on the other end who are being hurt by the ripple effect of it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's kind of like where my big issue was.
So this is what I'm taking away with, like, regardless of whether you are anti-Semitic or whether there's prejudice or whatever, having these kinds of conversations will have the effect of increasing anti-Semitism, and therefore we need to be extremely wary, because this kind of, maybe the desensitizing this kind of shit will have maybe even genocidal ramifications. So here's what I will grant, right? Like, I grant big picture.
Oh, you get me. You get me.
Wait, Zugami, give me a second. I'm hearing you, right? I'm on.
Fucking. Oh my god. Okay.
I'm trying to respond to what you're saying. So you gotta be with me, right? So
for now,
I will grant that there's some kinds of uses of terminology, some kinds of dehumanizing rhetoric that I think my intuition is strongly that has harmful effects. Okay, here's what I won't grant, right? I don't think that anything that I have said will have that effect. If anything, right, I think it will have the opposite effect. Here's why, right? Okay. I was these kinds of conversations, I think, are making the anti-Semitism discussions and making the accusations more calibrated and better, right? And here's an example of it, right? I sought out the Avi conversation specifically, right, so that he could present the best case, the strongest case regarding Hassan's statements, okay? And the people who watch that conversation, right, those are people that could come from many different backgrounds ideologically. They could be more liberal, they could be left-wing, but they know, right, that when it's presented to me, I'm going to scrutinize that claim, and Avi provided a convincing case. I think that you know, in that action, you have a champion, someone who's very sort of like aware of potential anti-Semitic tropes, aware of the way in which anti-Semitism can be used as an intensifier, as a modifier, and having someone who is able to disentangle anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism, that's better, right? Because these accusations, when you start just saying anti-Semitism for even people who are good faith, you know, not who are anti-Zionist, without having calibration, I think that can have the term can start to lose its impact on people.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Wick. Thanks, buddy.
And you're already seeing a lot of it, like, that can be harmful, right? The fact that when we apply anti-Semitism, we're applying it in too broad a way, or the evidence of it is more equivocal, by which I mean it's like it's less clear, it's more muddy. I think that can have an effect of desensitizing in another direction. And so all that said is, given my size as a creator, given the conversations I have, and given the fact that I am opening my platform for conversations that are highly critical of people for potential anti-Semitic rhetoric, I think that there's nothing about what I have done here that has like lowered our guard against this kind of shit. I think that what I've done in these conversations is actually responsible.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and your logic is sound, but I still disagree, because I believe that when we have these I think that there is a level of care that is not taken here when it comes to opening these doors. And it goes back to the point that I had before about you are like in being the person, right, that opens the door to these conversations, that has this, that, you know, you
wait, pause real quick.
like,
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I did not. So the person who introduced this conversation was Conduit, right? I was having call-ins about DSA stuff, and he called in, and I just responded to him in real time. This was not like a planned, but from that conversation, right, other people wanted to jump in, and there were lies and smears told, and that's why this grew into like a longer-based discussion, was because of that. I had no interest in like starting a conversation or discourse on anti-Semitism. My bread and butter is like law stuff, Trump corruption, and like debates. It's not anti-Semitism. It's not Israel, right?
Right. And I'm sensitive to that. I really am. And I think it can be really frustrating to be a creator who gets
like maligned by people and lied to and just being completely disingenuously engaged with. Yeah. When you are patronized by someone. Dude.
Like all tangled up in this, and then now you have to.
She's not crazy. She's evil. There's like actually, unironically, this person is fucking evil as shit. Like, evil, like destroying discourse levels of evil, right? Like she does constant appeals to, you're normal. Oh, you're like me. We agree. And then it's like, you know, if you let that happen, it's just like, it's vapid. It's worthless. She's evil. She is somebody that is destroying good conversation, fundamentally.
Here and like have a series of conversations about it. I think it's extremely frustrating, right, to have people like kind of saying lies about you and like accusing you of things. But the reason that I wanted to talk to you in particular isn't because of like your stuff.
Because of fucking clout. It's not even because of destiny. It's because of fucking clout. Because that's what you'll do. You'll do whatever you can to find another fucking thing, another fucking place to worm yourself fucking into.
Under a microscope, right? It's because you're the focal point of this larger trend, right? A larger trend of people
being told that they're anti-Semites for little to no reason, and then wanting to argue with people about it. Which, again, wrong move. The correct move in that case, if you're called an anti-Semite, all right, the correct move is to laugh at them relentlessly, because you shouldn't actually give a fuck what people online are meaningfully saying about you in the first place. All right? If you, especially when it comes to shit like that, you have to have the self-confidence that you're at least doing the best that you think you're capable of. All right? You're bullied by self-confidence in any other way. Again, fundamental DGG conversation tactics. What she's doing here is just saying, like, well, Pisco, all these people are saying this, and da-da-da-da-da. And he's like, yeah, well, they're lying about me. What now? She can't engage. I hate her. I hate
being
this person.
more permissive of these conversations, right?
I have turned in from, like, some kind of, like, soft Zug apologia to, like, this person sucks.
More open to having conversations where they're questioning things like whether Holocaust denial is always anti-Semitic or not, you know, and that does fall back into that final stage. So I think it's less about you specifically for me, and it's more about this compounding factor, right? It's like this kind of like adding to an aggregating immorality, you know, and I think it also unintentionally signals to people like Fuentes and his people like Groypers. I think it unintentionally signals to like neo-Nazis and stuff, in the sense that like it if they hear you out of context, right? As I did, and most people will, because they're not going to pay that close of attention. I think it is dangerous because they may.
Yeah. So if you're a fucking easy to fucking convince dolt, you're going to be convinced like an easy dolt. Can you now say the person that showed you that did a bad thing?
Intentionally feel that there is a kind of agreement or proximity, or they may hear the way that you argue for something and for the sake of argument. And it may give them ideas. And where I'm coming from in the main thesis, right, of like, where does our responsibility lie in the sense of awareness and harm? I think that being aware of that is incredibly important, because I think the ripple effect does cause great harm as it compounds, right? You're a single drop in an ocean here. And I really just wanted to get that point across.
Okay.
So
I understand it, and I'm going to try to respond with an example, okay?
Wait, but like, you hear me, right? Like,
I hear what you said.
I hear what I'm saying.
I heard you said words.
So here, and it might not be entirely clear how I'm responsive to it, but trust me, I heard and responded to what you said. So here's an example.
Okay.
Say there's a person who dedicates their life to helping Jews. He's like a superhero. He wears an Israeli flag as a cape. He gives all of his money to Jewish charities. He reads bedtime stories to Jewish orphans. He is Jewish himself. He basically looks like Superman, but he's just the most pro-Jewish person you've ever sort of heard. One day, he has a stroke, and he forgets about the Holocaust. All of his preferences and behaviors and beliefs remain exactly the same, but now he has an erroneous belief that the Holocaust happened to Norwegians as opposed to Jews. Would you call this person anti-Semitic?
No, because he doesn't know what's going on. Now,
okay,
however,
wait. Did you? No. Here's the way in which it responds to what you just said. Here's the way in which it responds to what you said.
However, wait.
Why?
Wait, there is a however. It's a no, but however. If he were to seek out the information, or somebody noticed, right, and then educated him on it.
Noticing.
Right? If he were to see the numbers, if he were to see the images, you know, they have him read Night, they have him watch Schindler's List, they take him to Auschwitz, they take him to, you know, Yad Vashem, they take him to the Holocaust Museum in DC, right? Say he received that education. If he then,
yes, I agree. If he then,
and was like, nah, that shit didn't happen, bro. Then that motherfucker would absolutely.
Oh yeah,
right?
I agree. Wait.
You know, anti-Semitic, real piece of shit, whatever.
Probably, yeah. Probably.
Because
I
it's
agree.
About, right, it's about like
This isn't a real person. Yeah. Well, they're not a real person. They're like Stardust. They're hollow, right? They only crave power, right? Like that's the sort of person that Zug is. She is a power monger in a ways.
So I agree.
But then, so how does that
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how.
Okay, go for it. Go for it. Take me there. Take me there.
You just did something irresponsible.
Me?
Yeah. Because a Groyper could have just taken that out of context and normalized Holocaust denialism. You just said it's not necessarily anti-Semitic to deny the Holocaust. So you were just irresponsible.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, dude, you're right. I was.
Wait, would you ever accept that from someone? That your answer to that question was contributing to
Yes.
Groyperism?
Yes.
You
Yeah,
believe
you're
that?
right.
No, no one.
Yeah,
no,
because
no.
if they can-
Are you trolling me? I have to know.
No, I can say, like, I should have led with unequivocally. If you are in the knowledge, right? If you know the facts, right? If you know the facts of the Holocaust and you still deny it, you are anti-Semitic. If you have no idea
Yeah,
what
but
is
the
going
example
on,
was they didn't know it, right? The example was they didn't know it.
But the thing is, the term Holocaust denial implies the fact that you are aware of the Holocaust and you are denying that it happened.
Okay,
So
but
if you are not aware of the Holocaust, you are not denying.
But he is aware of it. He just thinks it happened to fucking Norwegians for some reason. All right.
The Holocaust.
Which, by the way, wasn't there like kind of a Norwegian Holocaust at the same time of the Holocaust? To begin with, like they were like the Russians were not good to Norway in the wars, right? Like relatively so, we would say.
Okay, now you're just now when I say the term equivocating.
Like if you're like 12, like if you're 12 years old, right? And you drew a bunch of swastikas all over the place because they were in your favorite anime and you don't know. And then your middle school teacher takes you and says, "Hey, are you aware of this?" Like before you were told, you didn't know, right? You don't know what you don't know. But if you then do know and you still deny, then you are anti-Semitic.
Okay, now
So,
you're.
in me saying,
Wait, can you pause real quick?
So in me going and saying no, but right, it was irresponsible because the way I phrased that, like, definitely could have been taken out of context.
So you're saying denying the existence of the Holocaust isn't Holocaust denialism because Holocaust denialism implies that there's some awareness of the facts, right?
Yeah, Pisco, like when like Holocaust denialism, like
Wait, can you
people
answer
who
that
don't
first?
know about the Holocaust?
Yes. Okay. So the person who in the example I provided denies the existence of the Holocaust because they think that there was a genocide of Norwegians. They don't think it was to the Jews.
You know what's like the craziest thing thinking about though? Imagine having the fucking balls to be like, yeah, I'm gonna talk to somebody who's Jewish and explain how I'm not anti-Semitic. And like, Pisco just keeps doing this shit. What a fucking giga chad, man. That's insanity, man.
That was the hypothetical in the example that I provided.
What a
right?
fucking nutter.
And you
man.
said that's not Holocaust denialism. That was your response there, right? Just
Yeah,
now.
because they don't know.
Okay, but it is
If
denying
they
the existence of the
knew-
Holocaust, right?
People who genuinely don't know about the Holocaust are not seen or categorized as Holocaust deniers. People who are Holocaust deniers are bad faith actors who know, have seen, and have been educated on the Holocaust, yet still want to deny it for other reasons. And the reason that is anti-Semitic
I kind of feel like she's also just reading off ChatGPT. Am I like wrong about that?
is because it lies deeply. It relies deeply on
Pisco is
these
so patient,
libels,
yeah.
myths, and conspiracy.
I mean, it's his first conversation with her about this, and it's probably not gonna repeat because he's like putting a moratorium on these conversations. He might have to talk to her about something else, and she'll probably loop it right back to this, but, you know.
Theories that go back to deep anti-Semitism, right? It goes back to Jews have too much power, or Jews are controlling the world, or they're lying about it for XYZ reason. You know, it always goes back to an insidious undercurrent. It always goes back to that claim. A good faith person who is ignorant and doesn't know is not categorized as a Holocaust denier. That's why that word denial
You're not getting
is
it, right?
there.
Like, so we can play around with now the definition of Holocaust denialism, but whatever you want to say,
Dude,
right?
they're trying to disprove history books.
Hey,
they're not like
chill.
some retard, you know?
We're not talking about most people because we agree on most people, right? We agree most of these people are bad faith / anti-Semitic. We agree on that, right? This conversation, this is a point to demonstrate to you, I think, that you would not accept that in the context of an example, in a good faith response to an example, which you initially gave and you're now backing away from, that would, contribute to groyperism. You would think that that's absurd and ridiculous. And so if you want to call it not Holocaust denialism to not believe the Holocaust happened, I can just change it. Is it anti-Semitic to believe the Holocaust did not happen?
Yes.
Intrinsically.
Yes. she just did it again. She just did it again. He just did it again. She just did it again. Like, you know what's happening, man.
After having
No, not after. Just the denial, believing the Holocaust didn't happen without any of that stuff. Is that intrinsically anti-Semitic?
You wouldn't know.
Primero, what the fuck is it that you just sent me? Why did you send me whatever it is you just sent me? 1 second. I'm sorry, chat. What the fuck is this? I can't bring it up on screen. Mag D. Jacobs. What do you mean? Why are you sending me a thing about this person? And why is it BDSM? Lady was crashing out in Hassan saying that Abdul El-Sayed and Hassan were gang stalking her. She talked to Wick about it. Oh, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry. I have literally no idea. You need to respond to the allegations. She sent you her wig. I'm a fuck you off.
Whether it happened, you wouldn't even know
That's
about
the whole
it. It wouldn't be a
point.
thought in your head.
Yeah, no.
The believing
You know I'm
that it
bald.
didn't
All right,
happen
come on,
comes from knowing about it.
Zugami,
in the first
please
place.
listen to me, okay? So
waste of my
you
time.
acknowledge that there could be someone. People are not born with the knowledge that the Holocaust occurred, correct? They have to be taught it.
Yes.
Okay. And someone who has the
But
wrong...
I don't think that that's what this conversation is about, and I think we're getting really lost here in that. I think that we can both contend that some idiot who's never heard anything and lives under a rock isn't an anti-Semite.
Is not okay.
But
So
somebody
pause
who has,
right there.
But
So
somebody who has heard about it and
I
does
agree.
know and
Yeah.
actively tries to undermine history books absolutely is.
Wait,
I think
so
in
pause.
the definition
So-
of Holocaust
so did
denial,
you-
the definition of Holocaust denial is not the situation that you are describing.
So define denying the Holocaust, then. It means being bad faith about it and knowing stuff?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I just thought denying the Holocaust meant denying the Holocaust.
Look, Holocaust denial and distortion. Holocaust denial is any attempt to negate or the established.
How is she able to wrapping this shit up this quickly? This is weird. This is a really weird conversation. Either A, she has really, really good notes, which you guys have said that apparently she just kind of spurgs before the conversation. Or
facts of Nazi genocide of European Jews.
Yes.
Holocaust denial and
Huh.
distortion are forms of anti-Semitism, prejudice,
Wait.
or hatred of Jews.
Zugami,
Holocaust.
please,
This is. I
please
can send you a
pause.
link to
Please
this.
pause.
I got
So,
you.
so under that definition, the example I provided, that superhero guy, he is denying the established facts of the Holocaust because he's applying it to Norwegians. That would fit the definition you just provided of Holocaust denialism.
Then you know what? That motherfucker is an anti-Semite.
But
I
no,
said it.
but you know that's absurd. You know that's absurd because it's an honest.
And yet here we are. And yet here we are because you want to play these games with me.
It's not a. It's
And I
not
don't
a,
want to play these
no.
games. I want to have a really honest conversation with you.
You're not having an honest conversation. You're lying about your previous conversations that you've had with other people about this person. This woman is fucking virulent scum. Villainy. You think Star isn't helping her? Like I said, it's gonna be awesome watching her and Star tear each other to fucking shreds one day. I cannot fucking wait. Sup, One Punch. You learn how to hate today, buddy? I learned how to hate today. This is so stupid. I thought she was stupid. I was wrong. She's evil. Yeah.
Understand
about the things that I.
Yeah, it's like once you throw that Destiny clip in, and then like you look at like what she's like the way she's arguing about this tone right here is like despicable. Actually despicable.
The reason I raised this, we can move past it, right? The reason I raised this is to show you that when you answered that initially no.
I mean, it does play a lot of Pisco's like misogyny towards women of like just in general, just kind of like being very soft. But, you know, I think she's anti-Semitic. I think that, I mean, she's a Zionist, so that's like a given, right? Hmm. I love how there's this one Lithenus guy that's saying, how do you not know this full-time political pundit? Not that he's asking hyperbolic questions to get her to give him a definition so that they're talking on the same wavelength, because obviously they're fucking not. But she's doing this, you agree with me shit. And it's just appealing to like just normal human interaction. It's very manipulative conversationally. So I do.
Well, when you said that, you know, people who don't know about it and are ignorant aren't anti-Semitic, which I think is.
But I tell you that you're terrible, but then I say that not all of you, right? Every one of you thinks that you're the unique one, except for fucking Primordial. That guy fucking sucks ass, right?
Honest answer. I don't think you would accept that those honest answers are contributing to Groiperism. You wouldn't accept that.
Back to the hill, buddy.
So, yeah, but here's the thing: is you do know this stuff. Like you do know about this, and so when you have these conversations, as somebody who knows, you are contributing because you're not a retard. You're smart. You're a lawyer.
Yeah, and people who watch me, people who watch me and who watch that statement, people who watch that, people who watch that statement, right? Are you? You don't say that you are, right?
No.
Yeah. So you don't. But notwithstanding that, you don't contribute to Groiperism by your answers there, right? Did you contribute to Groiperism just then?
When I was doing the thought experiment,
she does like say it a lot.
Yes, when you said no, not necessarily. If they're ignorant, if they're not bad faith, and if it's through no fault of their own, they're not anti-Semitic.
But then I clarified that that's not what we mean when we talk about Holocaust denialism. And when we have these conversations and we go through this logic, it is actively enabling, right?
Oh, Pisco, you're so smart. Why don't you get this, Pisco? Pisco, this is so easy, Pisco. Why don't you get this? It seems like you're purposefully not getting this. Pisco, it seems like...
actively enabling these kinds of Groipers and signals.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? Like, no, but you're not saying that because you're not accusing me of denying the Holocaust. Of course, you wouldn't do that. You're saying basically that this conversation where I laying out the definition, where I state emphatically that I would presume anyone who denies the Holocaust is anti-Semitic, that you're saying that could empower Groipers, and I'm just like, how? How could it empower Groipers for me to say I presume anyone? Okay, I don't maybe understand you fully, and you laying that out, like having this kind of conversation. How would it motivate a Groiper? Anyone who listens to me understands that I think that Holocaust denialists are almost invariably anti-Semitic.
Then why do you say almost? Okay, then I think we're gonna have to just contest this point and come back to it later because I'd like.
Why does he say almost invariable? He explained it how many fucking times? Like you fundamentally understand it, which is why you're like, oh no, that guy wouldn't be anti-Semitic. Oh wait, no, I guess I am inconsistent. I guess I am. I'm just gonna bite that bullet for no reason. But like, I'm obviously not, you know, I'm not gonna like actually stand by any of it. Because she can't. Like the entire point of like even that practice was just to like say like, okay, well, I'm just so small. It's appeal to the commons. All right? It's literally just repeatedly saying, all right, one thing that fucked up. It's just saying this over and over.
You see how this looks, right?
Like, that's literally it. It is just this.
Move on.
Okay.
Let's see. So that is one lie that was said about you. Are there others?
Yeah, with respect, so another lie. Lie
What's
number
that?
2. Yeah, that's one lie. Lie number 2. Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, I want to move forward. I want to have our full big
Okay, but
conversation.
No, you don't. You're literally just saying, like, okay, what's the next lie? You're engaging this line of questioning. You're controlling the conversation as you really seem comfortable with doing. Yeah, like, you don't. You want to stick on this, all right? You can't move away from this. And
agree that, but you agreed that you agreed that would be a lie for anyone who knows the context and omits the context. That's a lie. The same way your friend, if they go up to and say, "Hey, she said the N-word, but it was in an appropriate context and it was with caveat."
I gotta say, Pisco must have seen the Destiny clip, right? And that's why he's playing it this way. Because if he hasn't, and he's playing it this way, that's also fucking insane.
And historical disclaimers and shit like that, you would say that's a lie, right? You granted that, so we agree that's one lie, right?
It's like you're pushing it so much that I don't want to agree with you.
Why?
Because you're coming in from it like so heavily that it makes me feel like I'm being set up for something.
You asked for this conversation, and I'm happy to go
I did.
and let you
You're
lead
right.
it, right?
You're right, and you're challenging me, and it's illuminating, and you're helping me grow as a as a conversationalist.
I'm glad.
And I appreciate it. I really do. I
You
really
asked
do
what
because
lies,
you're
right?
so
You asked what
challenging.
lies. You asked what
Yeah.
lies. I told you that's one lie, and I just wanted to see if we have an agreement on it.
I would say, listen, I would say it is a dishonest framing. That is what I would say. It is a dishonest framing of you in bad faith. So let's move forward
Okay.
to the next lie.
Okay, lie number 2, that I believe that a shop owner who says blacks need not apply, but who doesn't have bias in their head, is not racist. I had said that originally in the context, I would said, because I was thinking about bias just in terms of mental, and I said something that was wrong, and that when I thought about it for like literally 6 seconds, I said, actually, that would be doing an action that's based on race, so let me fix that. And I corrected myself and said, I would say it's racist.
I just so, Moon, I know you're just calling it Hospira, and I think that, like, generally that's fine, but if I'm going to sit here, I'm just going to kind of just say that it's, like, the specifics of it, because I feel that, like, a lot of times, again, just saying that it's that, yes, that could be, like, my little quick hand wave and shit, but I just feel like actually just explaining out, like, the specifics of it, rather than doing the hand waving, which again, is part of her tactic. I think there's like some value in delineating that. I don't know. I mean, I'm like, this is a frustrating conversation, man.
Someone who saw me correct
Very
it
frustrating.
twice, and goes on and saying that I still think that a shop owner who doesn't have bias in their head and who puts out a sign that says blacks need not apply is not a racist. That's a knowing, deliberate, intentional falsehood, correct?
Yes. In that case, yeah, because you already corrected yourself.
Correct.
Right? You already said, no, wait. I said that it wasn't, but actually it is.
Yes. So
is that the truth?
that is absolutely
my
the
chat
truth.
is saying that you were rewriting history.
No,
and
there is no rewriting of history whatsoever.
The context of this.
There's no rewriting of history whatsoever.
You do know the context because you were absolutely willing to go ahead and agree that this guy was an anti-Semite when you were on a larger streamer's platform because you were a vacuous, gormless, worthless, fucking, not ensouled person.
Why did you have to do it? Why did you have to recorrect twice?
So I corrected myself initially, right after the question was asked, and then afterwards, the person I was talking to, Conduit, he made a mistake, or he was lingering on a definition that he didn't want to accept, and I said, listen, that's okay. You made a mistake there. I made a mistake earlier when I said this. I spoke too quickly, and I corrected myself. It's okay for us to make mistakes. So in the context of comforting Conduit, in the context of saying, hey, it's okay, I'll take time, whatever. Look at the mistake I just made in this conversation. That's why the correction was made twice. Everything I say is backed up. If you go to the exact timestamp, it's 100% in good faith, and yet I got crucified for that. Continue to be crucified for it. And no one speaks and no one speaks up and says, actually,
man, man, is it anti-Semitic for Pisco to insist to a person of Jewish origin that he was crucified by one of that person's friends, is that anti-Semitic? All right, I'm just asking questions. All right, I'm just,
that's not right. He admitted he made a mistake there.
Okay, wait. How?
I would be very happy if crucified. That's awful.
Got crucified for that. Continue to be crucified for it.
Actually,
And no one speaks.
Awful.
And
that's actually really good. The way she smiles is sickening. I hate her.
Too quickly, I corrected myself. It's okay for us to make mistakes. So in the context of comforting Conduit, in the context of saying, hey, it's okay, I'll take time, whatever, look at the mistake I just made in this conversation. That's why the correction was made twice. Everything I say is backed up. If you go to the exact timestamp, it's 100% in good faith, and yet I got crucified for that. Continue to be crucified for it. And no one speaks and no one speaks up and says, actually, that's not right. He admitted he made a mistake there.
She just smiles in this sickly way. Like, she's just vile in this conversation. Just, like, actually fucking vile.
Okay, wait. Okay, so thing number one, are you able to find a clip of that so I can see it
100%.
firsthand?
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
If you demand it, yeah.
Number two, yeah, I demand it. Oh my god, it was promised to me 3,000 years ago, But the other thing I will say is when you say crucified, like, in reality, like, what do you mean? Like, what did...
Normalizing, like, genocidal rhetoric, like...
people do? Like, what did they say?
Yeah.
They falsely
cool.
ascribed a belief to me, namely the belief that that I continue to maintain that example wouldn't be racist. That's false. It's a knowing, intentional falsehood for all who saw the full context.
So you definitely think that it is racist, like whether or not you have the malicious intent,
yes,
right?
Because
the action itself.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Yes.
And I said, hell yeah, that was one of the things I wanted to talk to you about.
Here's the problem, right? I said that in the conversation. You get me? And that was said.
You literally said it
right after there. Yeah. Hang on a second. I'll find this. I'll find this.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Take your time. We can just take a little breather. I'm gonna do a stretch while you find this.
Go stretch.
I'm gonna just go off screen for a second. I'm gonna stretch because I've been sitting for a while.
Cool.
This is some killer fucking content. Remember to like and subscribe. Remember, this content will be bereft
This
from
was the
you
stream with
in 38 minutes. Take your time. Oh, this sucks. Big stretch. Big
I think
stretch.
I can take this time to read some comments from my chat. Maybe chat. You guys have anything you want me to say? People have had a lot of opinions this whole time, and I've been trying to like.
I don't really give a shit. Yeah, I would focus on.
Well, I like that
what I'm
about
saying.
you.
Yeah.
Well, I like that about you. I admire
okay.
that.
Follow transcript.
I hate her so fucking much.
Let me quote.
It's so cool to not give a shit.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
It's so cool to not.
Okay,
give
so
a
this is the
shit.
quote. So
I hope that this person was relentlessly bullied in her fucking childhood. I hope this person was relentlessly bullied in their childhood. Okay? Like, if I had the ability to, like, time shift and shit to make sure that they got bullied extra, man, I'd be into that. I would do that. I would do that. This is what trying to be liked is. Yeah.
So if you cause anti-Semitism, you're not necessarily anti-Semitic. Agreed, yes or no. It depends on if we define anti-Semitism by action or by virtue of belief. I said, I understand, this is me, I understand anti-Semitism to be a belief. Can it be an action? And I say, this is where I'm wrong, right? I don't think that actions independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic, no. And then he gives a good example. So if I put up a sign on my store that says whites only, but I'm doing that because I care more about the ability of the store, whatever, am I doing something racist? I said, so your action itself would be interpreted as racist, but I don't think you are racist. He says, I'm going to be 100%, I did not expect you to cop to that so fast, but don't you think that's a distinction without a difference at that point? I mean, in effect, you could say this person is, and then I respond, I mean, in effect, you could say this person is discriminated on the basis of race through their actions. So the action, I guess the action is by definition discriminatory against black people, maybe again, but you actually do have, sorry, let me fix that. So inherently you are intentionally discriminating on the basis of race. So that is racist. Okay?
Okay.
That was
Yeah,
so in that exchange, that all happened within. Okay, so the correction is at 5:57:24, and the initial statement was at 5:56:47. So in less than a minute, I correct myself and say that would be racist. Do you accept that that's true?
Can you show me the video? I
Sure.
really want to see the video.
All right, here we go.
Can you can like screen share if you want, and then I'll just play it.
No, I'm just gonna give it to you.
Oh, you're gonna give it to me. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So action. Okay,
Yeah, it's really it's hard for me because there's also things like like tone of voice and cadence and stuff like that.
Yeah, what about tone of voice and cadence and stuff like that is going to change what he just said to you? All right, like it's just oh my god, oh my god,
And so I want to make sure I have all the information. You
So
know
this
what
is
I
the
mean? And I want to be fair to you.
This is the first one.
Okay, let's see. How long is it? Like this
It's
little clip.
yeah, you'll just see it in the next like 20 seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna pull this up and watch it really.
And then here's the
quick.
second. Here's the second one.
Oh, you're the best for having.
I'm not saying I would bully the kid, by the way. I'm saying that I would pay kids to bully the other kid. Okay? That's what I'm
the second time I
saying.
corrected myself.
Okay. You're saying. Amazing. All right, let's see. Let's take a look. See. You can see this.
think that actions independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic. No.
So if I put a sign on my store that says whites only, but I'm doing that because I care more about the ability of my store to
Wait, can we go back and get like a teeny tiny bit of context for this?
disproportionate impact of them on America in such a way that they cause material harm, and that it creates an internal bias in someone towards those groups of people.
Wait, what is
without
this
legitimate
question?
cause.
Hold on.
I would just go to the part that I gave you. That I'm not of that belief. I have not been convinced that they're anti-Semitic.
Okay.
But I'm happy to do the analysis independent
in
of
that case, I need you to sell me on something.
Yeah.
If I say Israel bad,
Yeah, this is not really helpful.
To say it is not anti-Semitic in and of itself, but I say Israel bad in such a way that it causes people to conflate.
So she's just playing random parts of it now.
Israel, Jews, and a disproportionate impact of them on America in such a way that they cause material harm, and that it creates an internal bias in someone towards those groups of people without legitimate cause. I don't hate Jews. I will say that anti-Semitism is bad. Am I an anti-Semite?
You're an anti-Semite if you harbor prejudice against Jews. That's when you're an anti-Semite.
So
on the basis of their of
do I
them
need
being
to,
Jewish.
So do I need to do that knowingly, or do I need to only, or can I be an anti-Semite if I cause that through my actions, unaware of the connection?
Yeah. So if you cause anti-Semitism, you are not necessarily anti-Semitic. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
It depends on if we define anti-Semitism by action or by virtue.
And it's just like, again, like her saying like yes or no and shit, where it's just like, yeah, you're obviously letting on that you know everything that's going on here, and you're just like, it's just so fucking fake, man.
To a belief.
I understand anti-Semitism to be a belief.
Oh, this is where you were wrong, right? This is where you were wrong?
I don't think this is where I'm wrong. Actions
Okay, okay.
independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic. No. I'm working it out in my head. I'm thinking about it.
On my store that says whites only.
Yeah, I can see it.
Because I care more about the ability of my store to profit.
This is the
based on
example?
The fact that whites are willing to pay higher prices. Am I doing something racist?
So your action itself will be interpreted as racist, but I don't think that you are racist.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I did not expect you to cop to that so fast. But don't you think that's a distinction without a difference at that point?
I mean, in effect, you could say this person is discriminated on the basis of race with their action. So that action, I guess the action is by definition discriminatory against black people, maybe. But again, you actually do have, sorry, let me fix that. So you are intentionally discriminated on the basis of race. So that is racist, even though your overall intention for it is economic. So I would say the action is an intentional discrimination on the basis of race. Pause.
Okay, so in that case, can we apply that to anti-Semitism? Can an action
Can you pause real quick?
Without someone personally thinking?
Yeah, if you discriminate on the basis
Oh.
of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity. Pause. So that's me. That's me. So that's me correcting myself, correct?
Yeah, but then you said then your action would be anti-Semitic on the basis of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity.
Yes.
What?
No, that's consistent. No, just pause real quick. So the question was,
I'm paused.
Can an action by itself be racist or anti-Semitic?
Every single bit of this just strips with the I don't know. It just seems bad, you know? It just seems like you're doing something bad there. I don't know. Fucking rat shit, man.
My initial
thought, like, I'll do that shit as like a fucking, as a rotational joke in our snarkosphere, right? But it's like, if I'm just doing the, I don't know, right? Like, at that point, the conversation's just fucking over. Because you're just, like, making insinuations without saying anything.
I think it's just a belief, and then when I sat with that hypothetical for like 10 seconds, I clarified, no, it would be a racist action, and yes, I would apply that similarly to anti-Semitism. Okay, so you agree that's a correction,
yeah,
right?
It's upholding standards of racism that occur within the society that is there. It results in a racist, or, you know, if you were to do it against Jews, anti-Jewish action. That's the result there, and it is a discrimination regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. So it would be false.
It's a correction, but then I'm
just be with me. All right, just chill.
After
don't get distracted yet.
Okay.
We'll get to the thing I said after. So it would be a wrong statement. It would be a false statement to say Pisco believes putting that sign up wouldn't be.
You're not letting me control the conversation entirely, and it's falling out of my grasp. No.
Racist. That would be false, wouldn't it? That would be false.
What kind of? Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And so, and when I said I'm sorry, let me fix that. That was an indication that I made a mistake. Correct.
Sure, but then you said something at the end.
What's objectionable? Okay, what's the objection there? It's not relevant to the lie, though. Yeah, it's not relevant to the lie.
No, but hold on. Let me look at this one more time.
This is really easy. So, wait, can I just, before you do, play it again? This is a really easy thing, right? Like, you just saw me correct myself. It's obvious I corrected myself. It's obvious that in this short span of time, I realized the mistake I made and was moved. And that...
Yeah, she knows that. She accepts that. She just thinks you're an anti-Semite now, man. That's why she's watching it again.
Anyone who would, after watching that, insist that I continue to maintain that belief would be lying. I don't think this should require a second viewing.
Pisco, I'm getting so confused. Let me watch this one more time.
Okay. You could say this person is discriminated on the basis of race with their action. So that action, I guess the action is by definition discriminatory against black people, maybe. But again, you actually do have, sorry.
She's waiting for Destiny to send her more messages on what exactly she should say to this guy, right? Like, that's just it. She's just like, you know, stalling for time.
Let me fix that. So you are intentionally discriminated on the basis of race. So that is racist, even though your overall intention for it is economic. So I would say.
Yeah, because most of the time, right, in the real world, when we try to draw distinctions where none exist, you know, it's like we don't usually try to like parse this out in real life, right? Usually people.
Regardless of that, though, you asked me about the lies, right? Let's stay focused on the lie.
Somebody's character.
Let's stay focused on the lie.
Let's pause for a second on this since we're here, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I do believe you're being.
Hey, let's pause for a second so I can avoid telling you that Destiny is a fucking liar. All right, I can avoid that, and we pause for a second, and let's talk about your anti-Semitism again, right?
In good faith, at the very least. But I think there is.
What the fuck is happening? Destiny Rat does Destiny Rat things. It's anyone involved with DGG in any form should be considered rat folk. They speak like rats, they chitter like rats, they gather like rats, and they shit up and smell up a whole fucking place.
A disconnect between what people understand, right? But you would need to look over the surrounding context.
Oh, okay. So let's just pause real quick, right? Someone who's not listening, right? Someone who's not listening and just gets the clip without context, they might, like, in good faith, have this mistaken impression. But someone who listens, someone who knows the disclaimer and continues to persist to say that that's my belief still, that would be a lie, wouldn't it?
So you're okay. Wait. So you're
would it be a lie?
Contending. It depends because I need to get to that statement you
said.
Wait.
On what does it depend? Yeah. Okay. So now go to the statement that I just
I didn't get it.
Perfect.
I didn't clearly hear like right at the end of it where you said about like Judaism and, you know, their faith and whatever. I just want to hear that one more time. Okay.
I just want to hear this thing totally irrelevant to the thing that this was brought up to talk about. But, you know, and like I accept that you're not an anti-Semite because of everything else that we've talked about. But now I'm having questions about that because now I need some way to go ahead and eke something out, like. Throw me into a fucking volcano.
Okay.
The action is an intentional discrimination on the basis of race.
Okay, so in that case, can we apply that to anti-Semitism? Can an action be anti-Semitic without someone personally thinking?
Yeah, if you discriminate on the basis of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity.
So can an action be anti-Semitic without it
And I
being
say yes.
anti-Semitism? And you said
And I say yes, right?
Yes, if you discriminate on the basis of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity, but
what?
No, because people are defined by the sum of their actions. So for me, it would be more of like, if somebody was like, hey man, that's fucking anti-Semitic, and you were like, oh shit, let me not do that again, and you didn't, then yeah, you wouldn't be an anti-Semite.
Listen,
but
it's,
if
it's,
you
it's
like
really important.
continue to do that again,
It's really
right,
important for
and
you to
your
can you just chill real
actions
quick?
become like a
Zugami.
pattern, then
Zugami,
that makes you
It really
right?
is important to listen. Okay, we're not talking here about
Okay.
evidence. All right, I agree. What you're saying
We're
is
not
like
talking about evidence.
we're not talking. I know that might seem counterintuitive. I want to try to explain it to you. Right, we're not talking about
Help,
like
I'm
evidence.
stuck in the weeds.
All right. I'm gonna try to explain to you. Right. First of all, this has nothing to do with a lie, okay? But because you're bringing this up, I want to explain to you and understand. I think you agree with this, that we're trying to define anti-Semitism in this conversation. I would agree with you, right? Like if someone has a pattern of inconsistent application, and even when they're corrected, they don't say whatever.
Yeah.
That's all good evidence that they're maybe anti-Semitic, right? I'm just saying in this conversation,
and it has nothing to do with like malice in their heart or whatever. Okay,
Right.
so you okay, that's the one thing that I was like, wait, what's happening with this? Okay, so you're not a crazy person, and you know that
but
like
let's
you don't
stick
have
with
to
the
like
line, right?
intentionally fucking hate people to like act. Okay, so then people are saying to you, because of the fact that you had to correct yourself, right? That's what they're saying. Because of the fact that you had to correct yourself, and they're like not listening to that correction, they're attributing your first claim.
Right. Yeah, that's the
right?
lie,
They're
right? So, and you would
attributing your first
and you would
claim
agree
as
that's a
your
lie,
main
right?
claim.
You would agree it's a lie to
I
post
would
correction.
absolutely say it is a. I would say
Yes.
that it is a false attribution because they're
It's a
neglecting
lie.
to understand that
Wait,
you
no,
did correct yourself.
Hang on. So someone, if you said something like,
Why are you going to say the word lie so bad?
because you're asking me whether what the lies are.
Because it's a fucking lie, you fucking rat. You were fed lies because you're a simpleton. Because you're a rat. Well, you're not a simpleton. You pretend to be a simpleton. At the end of the day, just a rat.
And I want to make sure that we agree on whether it's a lie or not. Someone who says something knowingly false, right? They know it's false. They know Pisco doesn't hold this view, and yet that is the view as expressed. That's a lie. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I sent you a second
I'll-
timestamp.
I'll say that's a lie.
Yeah.
I'll
now,
say that's a lie.
I sent you a
Because you
second
corrected
timestamp.
yourself.
Yeah. I sent you a second timestamp. I would like you to go that and show that.
You got it, buddy. Can we be friends after this? Who argue?
Sure. As long as you don't lie on me, yeah. I mean, I like this conversation.
I like this conversation. You're very challenging.
Yeah. And listen, I made a mistake too when I answered too quickly that the person wouldn't be doing a racist action, the owner. That was a mistake. I should have said it is racist by definition, the action, because it's by definition.
She is smart enough to be calculated, not a simpleton. Yeah, I forget that, like, no, you can't. Yeah, I have to remind myself that, no, it's not that she's stupid, it's that she's fucking evil.
Discriminating on the basis of race. I made that
Can I-
mistake.
can I
cleared
leech
it up.
cloud-
And so
cloud
it's okay to make
off you
mistakes.
for a
Fine.
little bit?
Oh, then you're good. What the fuck?
So how would you feel?
Go back for full.
So
Wait,
how would
chat's
you-
telling
so
me go
how
back
would
a few
you-
seconds
so-
for
so-
full context.
Okay, no, yeah, go back a few seconds for full context. It's not going to change anything, just like it didn't change anything before. But
It's not
but before you do that, I
Okay.
want to ask you, how would you feel if after you made these clarifications, after you said I made a mistake, after you apologized, and after you're comforting someone, it's okay to make mistakes, that they persist, and someone saw that, how would that make you feel?
I mean, I would definitely say that's like very bad faith, but let's take a look, all right? Let's take a look.
At something and decide whether or not it's anti-Semitism based on the individual action compared to the whole and the intent gives it more leeway to exist and permeate within society compared to other forms of bigotry that have a much more direct and immediate impact.
Okay, so we have the concept. The concept is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. So you would say that
Wait.
he said that. He said that. That was his definition. I asked him, what does he mean by anti-Semitism? And he said, hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. I didn't say that. He said that. Yes, I didn't say that. Wait.
Necessary amount of, there's a
Are you saying she's perfidious in hiding her sinister motives and dual loyalties? Well, she's not really hiding the second part of that, but you know.
Not say that. Zugami, I did not say that. I'm repeating back his definition. He said, let's use this definition of anti-Semitism, hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary. I literally wrote it down and repeated it back to him word for word. You get me?
Right, which is like definitely a false definition, right? And it's
It's a
definitely
joke,
not the one
right?
we agreed on.
Yeah, we certainly didn't agree on it. I was having issues with it. Apparently, it was like a joke that Loner Box had
That's such
said.
a shitty framing, man. Oh my god.
Yeah, so
he's already made her point moot. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Stressing me out. You're stressing me out here.
To be clear, like Conduit.
Like what's the necessary amount?
Chill. Okay, so I
All
understand.
you-
I don't
just
actually.
enough-
I actually don't agree with Conduit that he was not.
I like the necessary amount. I mean, again, if it's just you know, hating one person, I can see the necessary amount, right?
Not being sincere there and serious. I think Conduit was being serious.
Okay,
but
okay.
I think it was because he heard Lonerbox like attribute an old saying that that is what anti-Semitism is. I don't think, and I want to repeat, Conduit is now affirming that this was tongue-in-cheek. I want to affirm that I don't believe that it was tongue-in-cheek. I think he was being serious. That's just based on how the interaction went.
But
That's his claim. But I just want to say he claims it was tongue-in-cheek.
Logic you be doing to him what? Okay.
I'm just telling you what so he's saying it's
an old joke from a British philosopher that died in the 70s. Yeah.
Tongue-in-cheek.
Well,
I don't believe that it was tongue-in-cheek in the moment because we were using it and he was defending it and so he said it was going to have a lot of issues and so maybe he was aware of some of the failings, but in the moment I think it wasn't like a joke. All right, I think he might have known that there were some issues, but it wasn't a joke.
Why would you talk about? It's like, why would you guys talk about a persecuted minority like this in the year of our Lord?
I did not provide the definition.
Like, I know, but I'm just saying it's just like,
yeah, I think it's a joke in the sense that it's like, yeah, what is bigotry? It's hating someone more than is absolutely necessary, right? So, let's say Rap Chick, thank you for the 10. Gives us another hour. I'm literally like I literally jumped over to Steam because I was gonna say after this we can do other things. Mostly if the bar had fallen, I was gonna say we'll just go hang out and kick and play video games and shit while we finish up this and some other stuff. Thank you for the 10. Giving us more of this time here. Give me 1 sec. Let me get that fixed real quick. Okay, stop, start. Thank you. Persecuted? Well, so here's the thing, right? Let's say, is the stream effing? No, that's me. Oh, no, it is effing. Yeah, it is. Yep. Yeah, it currently is, in fact, effing. It's specifically about Jewish people. I know, but I'm trying to, like, explain this out because it's like, okay, so if somebody does something bad, you should hate them for the action that they take, right? Not any other thing. You dropped in and out. Sorry, I know exactly what it was. Exactly what it was. I know what I did. It's okay when I don't have 3 streams up, but it was something that I can't do if I have all 3 of them up, I think. Because Jews are persecuted throughout history and seemingly hated by everybody. Yeah, okay, that's okay, cool. So that's why I'm saying necessary. Because, like, if somebody does something bad to you, you should actually, like, maybe have some hatred for them, right? You should have some contempt. You should have some, that would be normal, right? But you shouldn't add to that based on some, like, ethnic or racial or other disparity. So that's where, like, honestly, that quote, like, I kind of want to, I think I'm steel manning it a little bit, right? Because the idea is, like, you can have no hate for a person, and that would be the necessary amount of hate. Like, for instance, Miss Rachel, right? Like, if you hate Miss Rachel, you are, you're evil. You're fucking evil as shit. You're missing the point entirely. I know, but I am thinking about it. I am missing the point because I've already done that conversation. And now I'm thinking about it with my thinky brain and how I'm like, well, wait, let's just do like a double take back to how could this be a joke? And then thinking about it word by word by word, right? Okay. Larry said it on stream. Conway thought it was a real argument and said it to Pisco. Yeah, but he did it as a joke himself as well. Right? For example, if someone is like Zug, it's normal to hate her for being her. Yeah, I prefer to say people can be assholes, judge assholes. Well, that's the thing, though. It's like, is that even a necessary, like, individualized, like, hatred? I'm not sure. I'm not set on that, man. I'm just thinking about this, right? But like, yeah, what is the necessary hate for Miss Rachel? None. Right? She has been targeted by, I don't even know what I would want to call it, but like just very positive, totally chill person, right? And like, unironically, yeah, shitting on Miss Rachel, you're a genocider. Okay, you believe in genocide, you're going to hell. You're going to fucking hell where you will burn for all eternity. Doesn't matter what you believe, or even if there is one, you deserve that. Okay? Go to hell. But so, no necessary hatred. Now, like, if we go to like this guy, okay? This guy. There is a reasonable hatred you can have. Alright, for Dave, you could hate him for his, like, sloppy, like, weird sadcore shit. As well as him, like, you know, kind of raping that minor and killing her and chopping her up and putting him in his trunk. But, if you add in the black part, that would be more than is necessary. Right? That's my thoughts. And I'm just like, I know that sounds crazy. But it's like, it does actually make more sense. Like, there's just a way to not be racist. Isaiah Bellin about being okay to dislike an individual, but irrational hatred is bad. Yeah, it's pretty much what I fucking just explained, but in like a much more roundabout way. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks, yeah. Yeah, thank you for making that, like, way easier, right?
Every day there's like a million freaking incidents, and it's so painful to watch, right?
Also, can somebody type refresh in the Twitch chat? Because people are behind. And just do it in, like, all the chats. If you could just, real quick, refresh your stream. Shit got a little fucked up there. Thanks.
As a Jewish person, like, it's just, like,
Type
heartbreaking.
refresh in the chats.
You know? Every single freaking day.
Well, listen, I didn't provide that.
like-
I took it.
so
I
I
took
just
it
don't
seriously.
understand.
I took it seriously because he provided.
But I'm hearing
he
that
provided it to me.
Conduit is Jewish, so like, why?
Nobody is perfect? Yeah, so there's, like, something that you should be able to hate about literally everyone out there. Right? But going beyond that makes it unnecessary.
So someone can be Jewish and anti-Semitic,
Okay.
but I'm not saying
So
he
he
is.
probably did mean
I'm not
tongue-in-cheek,
claiming.
I guess.
Okay, I'll accept
Wait, but
Conduit
are
right
you?
now.
But
So
then why would you? Okay, if you're.
I'm not claiming he's anti-Semitic. I just
Okay.
want to be clear about that. I just like
Let's
so.
let's
so
accept that he's tongue in cheek, and we'll
I
move
will. So
forward with
this is what I'm gonna say. It was late for him. He might have been doing it tongue in cheek, and I will accept his statement that it was tongue in cheek and that he didn't mean it. Okay.
Okay.
I will accept that
Right,
that's
just
his
for the
purpose.
sake of us moving forward.
What I would like though is some good faith in the future that when I give explicit corrections that people don't lie about the fact that I corrected myself or so this is, I believe, and still is a lie, and I think you've agreed with that. And so yeah, I think that I've demonstrated you at least two lies.
That you don't. I think it's fair to say you don't want people snarking on your name, you know, when you're like trying to tell them what's up. Your response. Okay, wait. So somebody in my chat is saying, when asked about what level is necessary, response was, "That's the fun part, isn't it?" Which is clearly tongue in cheek. Okay, all right. Cool. So let me.
You want to move off
let me
of the
finish
lies?
watching this clip.
Okay,
Yeah,
go
let me finish watching this clip really quickly, and then we're gonna move on, okay? Because I don't
Yep.
think I even saw the whole thing.
Some amount of hatred of Jews that isn't anti-Semitic by definition.
No, I'm saying that there is some level of, sort of.
Okay, so what is the kind of hatred of Jews that wouldn't be
because
anti-Semitic?
The main argument that we are currently having is about whether or not consciousness is necessary for something to be labeled as hate against a group or as like an action that can be hateful towards group.
So can you give me an example of hatred of Jews?
Even though
Can you give me an example of hatred of Jews that wouldn't be anti-Semitic?
Nice.
Okay, I just want to say one thing to one person in chat. I am not
Okay.
downplaying anti-black racism. I am very specifically saying that it is a different type of.
Don't worry about the chat, man. Just talk to me. Don't worry about
that.
the chat, bro.
That one specific thing bothered me compared to
Got it.
everything else because I just wanted to like.
Conduit can't say it was a joke when it was seriously argued after presenting it. Well, yeah, but for like the purposes of like whatever, I kind of get it. Okay, I kind of fucking get it. In the purposes of, hey, let's not continually R Conduit because it gets boring after a while. I get it, man. I get it. It obviously wasn't a joke. Yeah, well. whatever. All right, he doesn't, dude. Conduit's a fucking stupid small bean. Okay, just let him have it. Okay, that's like the point. We all need to pretend to joke. He was joking because it hurts his feelings. Yes.
I think people have an issue with this, like,
minimize the chat, so I stop. Yeah.
Don't worry.
I understand that.
He's also a dumb asshole. Well,
guys, I like Conduit. I don't think that he's.
I'll just be real. I don't know all that much about well-known and established Ice Beans orbiter Conduit, but I think Ice Beans is a pretty cool person. Okay. I think Ice Beans is a pretty cool person. All right, so.
And here to downplay.
He'll take the most bad faith interpretation of Hassan and never drop it. Well, yeah, I know. He's like an extremely dumb asshole.
Racial prejudice.
He's
and
EGG,
we're trying to work with the concept. We're trying to get to the right answers. We're working in good faith. So I would appreciate if you guys give him the benefit of the doubt. You can critique him, but just try not to like assume that he's racist or some shit. Okay? Appreciate that.
I closed the chat anyway.
Okay, great.
So it was a mistake to have it open in the first place.
As someone told Beans, Conduit is on her team. Let's just say the answer to that question is yes. The answer to that question is yes. Okay. I will not speak any further to that. Not that I really care all that much, but correct. The answer is yes. That he's a special individual, we'll say.
I think one issue that
I'm sorry, I lost my place.
Yeah, and listen, I made a mistake too when I answered too quickly that the person.
Is it true Ice Beans created Conduit in a failed experiment and he escaped the lab? No. It's like way more embarrassing, man. Conduit. So Wick gets skin tags, right? And one of those skin tags fell off when he was like in the Air Force, okay? And it ended up getting raised by rats underneath the Air Force base, okay? And that created what we know today as Conduit. Was an asexual budding from one of Wick's skin tags that was then raised by military rats. Is Conduit the skin tag in the story? He was. Yeah.
Wouldn't be doing a racist action, the owner. That was a mistake. I should have said it is racist by definition, the action, because it's by definition discriminating on the basis of race. I made that mistake and I cleared it up. And
That's
so
no,
okay
that's
not
fine. Something with Jay's.
And I own
Stop.
It, okay? So, all right.
Stop.
We're on to the concept that you've invoked, which is pretty explicit correction, right? Quote, it is hating Jews more than is absolutely necessary.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Great. Fantastic. Thank you for letting me watch the whole thing.
Yeah,
That
sure.
does help me a lot.
And do you understand my resentment and my and do you understand how one person would feel angry and actually commit themselves to not interacting with such liars?
So who was doing that to you? Like somebody, because you did apologize for that. So what the fuck is happening with that?
Yeah, no. So a bunch of people, including Destiny, lied to me about me, and so that's the reason why I will never interact with him again.
Really?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, wait. So Destiny lied about you?
Yeah, but listen, I'm not going to linger on it. You brought it up.
Really?
That's the answer.
Really? Destiny lied?
Okay, I think it's I think maybe I don't know enough from the clips that I'm seeing. I see that you apologized and you moved forward. I think maybe you should have a conversation.
Hello, where am I? What allegiances are held here? Who do you answer to? No one. Allegiances of Snark and Fairy Flow, pretty much. Fairy Flow and Janky Johnny. That's who we answer to. Is Pisco friend or foe here? I like Pisco. I don't want to inflict myself upon him. So
what the fuck is happening with that?
Yeah, no. So a bunch of people, including Destiny, lied to me about me, and so that's the reason why I will never interact with him again.
Really?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, wait. So Destiny lied about you?
Yeah, but listen, I'm not going to linger on it. You brought it up, but that's the answer.
Okay, I think it's I think maybe I don't know enough from the clips that I'm seeing. I see that you apologized and you moved forward. I think maybe you should have a conversation with him.
No,
You know, I don't
no,
think
that,
that, I don't
that's
think that
malice.
So yeah, so he's totally bad faith, and he's trying to destroy your career, and you should give him a call. The way she frames it as you apologize, well,
it's malice. It's a purposeful, knowing lie, and he will never.
Again, like, we can point out every last little frame of fucking dishonesty that Zug engages with here, and it all boils right back down to this is her before, right?
Yeah, this is just like total insane gaslighting.
Imagine if there was like one country of black people and it was just the United States of America. Well, a lot of people, instead of being racist against black people, could just say, I hate all Americans. I hate everybody from the US or whatever.
He corrected himself, correct. J-Stock is grooming Pisco to be the ultimate snark weapon. No, he's not. No. Gregor. J-Stock is grooming Destiny to become the ultimate anti-Pisco weapon. Because Destiny is oppositionally defiant and will do things just to upset his haters. Pisco remains. Pisco has remained. Pisco has just like learned how to resolve quick conversations slightly faster. Right?
And now it's a slightly more sophisticated
Reliable.
conversation. What?
It's just this like, oh, it's this like weird, like underhanded projection, and it's just sleazy because we all know what he's fucking talking about. This is like why anti-Semitism is what it is. That's why it's so pervasive.
So, like, who is spreading the lie?
Yeah, dude.
Accept it as such, and I would never accept
Total
anything
rat
less
shit,
than an acknowledgement that it was a purposeful, malicious.
It's always the equipment J stuck off from the start to say Pisco is Destiny +1. Did Zug and Best Destiny bang? No, that's not known. Is that true? Yeah? Yeah, I haven't always been on the Pisco train. I was traumatized by like years of Pisco conversations and shit, where it's just like they would loop and they were like boring to watch. But there was never like a resolution of a loop or like a moving forward that like changed up. He's gotten much better at creating variety in these conversations and like continuing to push and like point at specific issues and avoiding those now. It's better than it was. I'm not saying it's great. Like the Rod Noor like 8-hour like fight-a-thon and shit. Like that's still there, right? He was way meaner back then. No, he just wasn't really good at pushing a conversation in a direction, right? He really has figured out how to push himself in a direction in conversation. And it's really nice to see. But the thing is, that's just normal. He's doing it more. He's feeling it more. He's getting used to the way that people on the internet argue, adapting himself to that, through that, as a way to solicit more endorsements, donations, subscriptions, whatever, right? I don't think that's like the Queen and J-Stock grooming. I think Destiny going after Pisco is just him. What did it start with? No, it was because Pisco talked to Taylor Lorenz. That was it. So it was like a virtualization of a conversation that Destiny wanted to have with Taylor Lorenz. And then he used Hutch to manipulate Pisco in that conversation to make his chat less mean to him, right? Was that after this combo? No, this is like a few days ago. I'm trying to think of like the history here, right? Because there's the Hutch is mean, and then they called in Destiny to be like, oh, you let the snarkers in, and that makes you bad. But, like, before that, like, Destiny was already, like, dicking on Live and Learn because of the Taylor Lorenz shit, right? Was that after this combo that they... What are you talking about? A luchador mask? Gregor? Yeah, he would look good in one. I'm thinking about it. That was wild, too, because that was like, I love those conversations. Coming in to argue that Hutch wasn't dumb. It was really weird, because he ended up just, like, kind of self-inserting. And it was, Pisco was, no, I don't even know if I agree that, like, they were just pitching Pisco as the +1, always. Maybe? I don't know. J-Stock was a Queeman op to say J-Stock was tomfoolery +1. P-School is a sequel op. He really grew into it, one way or the other. I don't know if that's an op, though. And, like... Going after Pisco was a huge mistake for Destiny. He lost a lot of connections over this. Oh, yeah. No, going after Pisco this time was, like, the single best thing that could ever happen to Pisco. Like, you have everybody in the Democratic... like, even, like, the extents of the coalition are like, yeah, it's fucking insane, man. It's actually so fucking cool to see. You know, because it's just like, I think Pisco's had a rough go of it, man. He is too fair. He needs to be more aggressive. Well... you know, is it fair to say Halish took Pisco's place in DGG? No. No, it's not. Kafka-esque did. Kafka Esquire basically did. Right? Halish, like, kind of took Stardust's place. Right? And now Stardust is back, and that's, like, rough. So, like, Stardust, I think, is trying to take, like, a... Alright, we're just gonna like chill on the like what positions different people are at, because this is gonna get real weird real quick.
Just lie.
It's like Wick took that one guy Dylan Burns accused shit of. He must remain in good faith. Yeah, it's the worst. You need to make Connor mind maps about what? About what? I make mind maps. I do actually need to update a new one. Prime Kai's, yeah.
And I have no interest, really, in interacting with such people. And so, just to make everything clear, I will never
really
be interacting with him again.
Were you like, did you used to like be close to him? Did you used to like know
Yeah,
him?
I'm not really going to get into the like our previous relationship. I don't want to do it. It's not interesting to me. And I think it's better
like,
for all.
Were you
no,
like,
we're just going to move
the details.
Yeah,
just like, were you associated? Were you in the orbit? Like, that's what I really want to know.
We're just going to move
you
past.
Were associated.
Yeah. At a certain point, we had great debates and stuff. And I don't know what happened that like we can't be civilized about shit. But it's a bridge too far. Accusing me of being and so, just so you know, aware of the accusation. I'm more publicly anti-Semitic or openly anti-Semitic, or I'm able to be more anti-Semitic than a neo-Nazi or Nick Fuentes. I would be a Nazi in World War II.
You would be a Nazi in World War II? That's so stupid. No, I don't think so.
So
I don't think you would be. I mean, you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So
okay.
If there's anything else substantive you want to address, but I don't want to like.
Yeah.
I don't want to linger here.
I do.
You get me?
I have. Yeah, I have a couple more things that I think we should like go through briefly, and then I want us to kind of like have a little bit of a closing conversation.
Sure. She's such a fucking snake. Yeah, dude. I know. That's why I'm in like my own little world with this shit right now, man. I am in my own little fucking world with this shit right now. It's so fucked up. It's like I actually legitimately am like very disgusted by this person. I think they are a extremely bad person. Okay. Alish a bit too endearing to hate. Well, Alish does kind of mean it, right? That's it. It's not even about her like being mental or some shit, you know?
Yeah, because I think you've been actually very open to the points that I wanted to make. I don't think we've like agreed on everything, but I think we've certainly come to a little bit of a like, okay, I hear what you're saying, you hear what I'm saying, right? And that's definitely like where I wanted us to be, because I knew, right? I knew we would have like some contending points. I knew we wouldn't be able to resolve it in one night. And but I was like, I definitely want us to hear each other, because it was crazy to me to like hear all this stuff out of context and then have all these people being like, oh yeah, Pisco said this, Pisco said that, like Pisco this. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, what the shit? Like, who is this?
Yeah, no. Is there,
Right?
so what is it you want to ask me?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also disgusted in Zug. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so there's just like a really little point that I want to make here that's kind of been on my mind, and I'm curious as to like what your opinions or like what your takes on this are. It's not me accusing you of anything specifically. It's just like, as an Israeli Jewish person, this has like really been on my mind lately. But basically, like, I have had this like lingering frustration, and I've seen this in a lot of debate circuits with a lot of people, right? A lot, not you specifically, like a lot of people. But basically, like, people have been continuously kind of using, like the war in Gaza, Israel, Palestine, Jewishness, anti-Semitism, all of this stuff because it's like a hot topic, and to kind of further their clout or to get more engagement and clip farm.
Yeah.
And to me, as a person who is directly affected by this hatred in almost every aspect of my life, it's felt really, really frustrating and painful, because
Did she have this conversation with Destiny about him farming it or no?
feel that it's like very self-serving behavior on the part of people who are continuously like playing into it for no reason other than to kind of further their careers. And I feel like by doing that, people are basically directly undermining the experience of a marginalized group and harming them, right? Like harming that community that's actually experiencing like insane amounts of violence in real time, and continuously like devaluing their global suffering. So I kind of wanted to like hear your thoughts on this, and like if you have maybe a different perspective or a different framing, or if you agree or whatever, because it's just something that like has very much been on the back of my mind, you know?
So if you're
And it's not, and again, it's not directed at you. It's just like I have been thinking about this in this space, and I want to hear what you have to say.
So if your claim or your argument is something like there are like a great many people.
What do you mean? You're thinking about it in the space. What do you mean by that? You've been around for like 3 or 4 fucking weeks. Right? How long has Zug been around for? She's talking about Destiny? Yes. No, she didn't. They fled the country or something, right?
Who are baiting hatred against Jews, who are using Israel-Gaza conflict as a way to just up their brand, and in so doing kind of like
no, extreme pro-Destiny, Moody. Right? Flag bearer, even.
Either being irresponsible with their rhetoric or leaning into aspects of their rhetoric which are toxic. Absolutely 100%. You know, that is just, there's no doubt about that. And I think one of the best examples of this is like the whole Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens thing, where this is a woman who, she is clearly grifting these anti-Israel sort of
2 years. What do you mean? Not how long she's been streaming. I mean, how long she's been by Destiny. Does she have like a previous arc? Like, I know her previous streaming was like, she's described it. She was doing like stuff. She was in Stardust community? Okay. Huh.
Memes and conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk are disgraceful.
She's
and
such a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. And so what's very frustrating
stuff. Yeah, I don't want to call it sex work, but like she would talk about doing beach streams and stuff to her chat. Like, remember that? Doing beach streams? I don't know if I want to just call her a booby streamer though, because then she'd stop doing those. Kinda, right?
Is I think that there are bad faith actors who do that in the anti-Israel camp, and that's true. That said, there's also by a lot of, I would say, individuals who want to head off even what you might say like criticism that you have, right, of Israel, and who want to head off.
Right, which is like valid, right?
Yeah,
To have a
those
real
people are
conversation.
also have. There are people like that, and you can't deny it, that have a vested interest
Right.
in doing that in a kind of like another fashion to try to conflate all of this criticism as a version.
Wasn't she a hot tub streamer? I mean, kind of. And she's not now? Yeah. She said she was. That's like, the thing is, she said she'd do beach streams. And that she did want to change the content to not do that. Right? That's why, like, her origin story is just weird, because I feel like she popped up out of nowhere, but yeah, she's been around Stardust for a long time, and that makes sense. I'd have to look into it.
Anti-Semitism, or as this kind of like baiting hatred thing, and so it's important, I think, for me to disentangle that, and it makes it very, it makes the conversation very toxic.
Right? How do we make that distinction, right, between like a
Far-
real
too
conversation
far
and
away.
a clout-based like attention grab conversation?
Yeah, it's
How do we
tough.
do it responsibly?
Yeah, I think it's really tough, and I think people build reputations, right? Build reputations for engaging honestly, engaging in good faith. That's by the way, the reputation that I want to build. That's why, by the way, it was my idea to have a conversation with Avi. I accepted the invitation from Lonerbox.
Which I think was a great conversation, by the way.
Because
Fantastic.
guess what?
Yeah.
Like, I'm the one raising this in the first place because I'm interested in this and sort of getting to the bottom of this stuff. And there are people who are not. There are people who, like you saw with Candace versus Andrew Wilson, just want to be able to throw rocks and never sort of be held to account. And that, I think, is something that should be considered whenever you're consuming their content. But about the nature of the conversation, I want to treat everyone as an individual. And for example, I don't hold it against you that if you're a member of DGG, or if you're someone who interacts a lot with Destiny, I don't. I want to treat you as an individual. And I likewise, if there's someone out
Listen,
there,
I'm new to that. I'm new
Sure.
to that circuit. I don't know. You know.
and if there's someone out there who
I'm new.
is anti-Zionist, right? I'm not going to ascribe all the kind of bad faith that I see in Candace Owens or Mike from PA or shit like that. Like, I'm not going to ascribe, or TYT.
Oh my God, it's the worst.
Yeah, or TYT, which I think is another good
Dude,
example.
I had to stop being friends with someone because she wouldn't freaking stop hanging out with Mike from PA.
Yeah, so like, so all that stuff I think is important for me personally. I don't want to draw too broad with too broad of a brush, paint with too broad of a brush. So that's my response to that. I don't know if there's something more specific there that you wanted to ask though.
I think it's a good response. I think we can lead it in pretty easily to I guess talking about Hassan, right?
Oh sure, yeah, if you want to. This is the
right. I think let's close out with like having a little conversation about your Avi conversation about Hassan
Beautiful.
and like how you feel about that going forward. There's some stuff I want to clear up, and then you and me together we can talk about go back to our like little overarching question and figure out like what we as creators can actually do in the space to like make these distinctions and to be more ethical about the way that we engage in these topics and how we can distinguish between like clout chasing and having like a legitimate conversation, right?
100%.
Like, I mean, I would say like this between you and me like is interestingly actually a very legitimate conversation, and I really like that. And I want us to set a more positive example of being able to disagree, being able to challenge one another, and being able to be a little frustrated, but like still operate with respect and good faith, right?
I agree. Yeah.
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 You got a big old smile.
No,
like.
it's just you don't need to do all the throat clears. Like we can just get to it. Yeah, we had the Avi conversation.
I hate this person so fucking much. I want to say she was online friends with Star for a couple months before they met around Star's birthday. Okay.
He did. And he kind of, you admitted that
This is okay. So for me, my understanding of it is that Zug was like this cool streamer who wanted to stop doing titty streams, basically. And like became friends with Stardust because they realized they lived near each other. Right? I love Alejandra now. I hope that you're a bot, kinda. That's awesome. Okay. So, saying that she was in Stardust community for months before they met. When? When would you have joined Stardust community? Right? Think about it. Right? Like, Stardust hasn't, like, consistently streamed for, like, years. Goes into it in detail in a few minutes. Okay.
Hassan was anti-Semitic. Is that it? What was the takeaway from the conversation?
So I've always had the position, quote unquote, until the Avi conversation, that I'm not convinced. By which we mean that, like, it's not that I think he's not, right? It just, I haven't been shown the proof. One of the reasons of that is, like, I don't watch all his fucking shit. And some of the evidence that has been presented to me so far, which Avi acknowledged, and the arguments have been dog shit, right? The way that people were doing the pig dog thing was trash. And so I'm just like totally open. That's why I brought Avi on to see what the evidence is. And so I didn't take a position against it. And to be honest, I was incredibly accepting. Like, once I saw where Avi was going, once I knew where he was going, I was convinced in like 5-6 minutes.
I'm a semi-Hassan fan. I watch some videos on YouTube. Can't be arsed with his streams. I think he does annoy me. I think paying him as an anti-Semite is silly. I think that it's okay to say that Hassan probably, if he wants to be a serious political figure, engages in far too much racialized humor in a way that ultimately becomes just a struggle unto itself by the people that he would try to appeal to, which are not going to really enjoy that. They'll be okay if you don't do it for a while, right? But you got to stop doing it. And those sorts of things will consistently haunt him. And I think that engagement, I don't think it's indicative of like some inner, like, necessary bias. I think it's indicative of, well, a little bit of Turkish supremacy, I want to say. Because he doesn't shit on the Turks, like, about very much, right? Has he stopped doing it? No, not really. He still does it from time to time. It's low level, so he can be low level, right? If we're talking about, like, the Democratic Party, but the broader populace are going to be like, yeah, it doesn't do it for me, man. And you can just do better, right? If you want to, like, be an adult. And I think he is coming to consciousness with that, because he's, what, 33? You know, he can run for president next time if he wants to, right? And it's like, it's easy enough to say this was a long time ago, but then it's like you say some other weird shit. It's like, it makes it harder, right? I want to be clear. I don't watch Hassan because I think he's annoying. I don't watch Hassan because of his funny voice. I don't watch Hassan because he's at war with all these people that I actually think are really bad people. I just don't watch Hassan. I don't watch other political content other than, like, when it's for stream. Because I like this. This gives me a good, like, board to, like, bounce off of, right? I don't watch this shit offline unless it's literally for stream. That's it. That's literally it. I'm downloading Kingdom Hearts. I'm gonna be playing Kingdom Hearts for a while. I'm trying to do less consumption of, like, streams and shit for, like, thoughts and whatever. So I don't really watch political content outside of stream. Kind of bored with it, you know?
People are acting, it took 8 hours to convince them it shouldn't have to. No.
Well, the stream wasn't 8 hours.
No, but, like.
And you guys spent more than half of it defining terms.
Yes. But once we actually got to applying the evidence and you had someone competent to explain it, it didn't take long for me to acknowledge that. And so, yes, in that instance, the best explanation is anti-Semitism, and the reasons Avi gave were very convincing. You know, this is a group of Israeli Jews who are not Zionists by and large. This is a group of Israeli Jews who are against military conscription. This is a group of Israeli. So like all of the other possible explanations, the good faith explanations. Oh, he's just talking about settlers. This isn't a group of predominantly like settler Israeli Jews. That he has awareness, right? That Hassan had awareness of some of these trends. That this kind of responsive, well, he uses it against white people, isn't availing, given the additional evidence regarding white racism. Like, all of that was a very good, tight case, and it was the first time anyone presented a competent case. Most of the time when I was, when I'm talking to these people, they're like, we're stuck on the definition, or they're trying to say things like, don't you think he causes more anti-Semitism? Don't you think that, like, and it's just a mess, and Avi himself acknowledged that. And so, I think that my approach has been completely fine. I'm not going out of my way to investigate everyone's racist statements. I'm just not doing that. And the reason I don't do that is because it's not interesting to me. What's interesting to me is the legal stuff, the corruption stuff.
That was going to be my that was going to be like my follow-up is, I mean, listen, Hassan has been kind of like terrorizing the Jewish community a little bit, like for.
You notice he wore full head armor? No. Pisco puts the hood up when he's like unhappy with his hair, right? Like, that's, like, kind of the critical thing. He's letting the beard get longer because he realizes he's, like, a bit chubby. You know, he's smart. But, yeah, he's smart.
For a while. I used to be a Hassan watcher back in the day because I was, like, a big time.
I never did. Like, I think, like, there was, like, maybe, like, there's been some times, like, before I was streaming, I would watch. But that was, like, election shit, I think. Literally, it was only, like, election shit. Right? At one point, I watched streams, but...
Like, Bernie Bro.
That's just completely, like, fallen apart. Because, like... I don't know. I think it was gardening. I think gardening really made me able to condescend in all of reality. It's so cool, man.
Socialist, whatever, right? I was very progressive, very on the left, all this. And I used to watch him all the time. And I noticed his rhetoric slowly started to become more and more bigoted and more like anti-Semitic, to the point where he was saying, you know, like anybody who harbors any Zionist tendencies should be treated like a neo-Nazi. They shouldn't even be good enough to be like the local dog walker in the street. You know, that. And I found these things like so alienating and so painful and so horrible. So I guess for me, and I think for a lot of other people, I think it's hard to accept a description of like, I didn't seek out the information because it's just not interesting to me or I don't care. And I think like from an ethical standpoint, I think that is where a lot of that contention is coming from.
Let's talk about that.
And
so
you're shaking your...
Yeah, I am shaking.
I'd love to talk about that.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
And I would love to talk about that because I would love to be wrong. You know, I would love to be wrong.
I think you are. So this is why I think you're wrong. I think that different people have different comparative advantages, different kind of skills when it comes to like online influencing and politics, or even just like broader YouTubing in general, right? So say for example, I don't know if you've heard of this person. Now I'm not remembering her name. Let's say Strict Scrutiny, right? Strict Scrutiny is a legal podcast, and they do YouTube videos and stuff. Their focus is on law, right? Their focus is on law. They talk about democracy, that kind of shit. All right. You have another example, Mark Elias. He does the same thing. Another example, let's say.
Be good, Ali.
Smosh. Smosh is not even doing politics. They're doing like comedy and stuff, right? Not everyone is doing racial investigations, is doing kind of investigations into the trends of anti-Semitism. And I have a more general policy that if people have disagreements with me, and I'm kind of more, close to this space of some of these influencers. I've been mentioned by Hassan before. And so I agree that there's a closer like connection to me and Hassan than like Smosh and Hassan. But I still maintain like I don't really and I don't do this for other people, go through their tweets, go through their messages, go through their content to find out if they're racist or anti-Semitic. Now, I'm generally open to most kinds of conversations. And so that, again, is a little bit different. But I'm not going to go out of my way to build that case. If someone wants to present it, I'm open for it. But I don't want to sift through Hassan content, even just, by the way, in a casual manner, to go out and scope out and look at and build a case myself, because other people, who have an interest in it can just present it, right? And so if I see something, so for example, one time I reviewed a TYT video or it was a Piers Morgan show where Anna Kasparian, I forget the exact quote, was saying, you're just mad because of your Jewish identity. And in the moment I was like, that's anti-Semitic as fuck. All right, I have no problem saying that, but I'm not going out of my way, and you're not going to motivate me to do that, like, because it's just not my interest. Now, having the conversation is of interest. Defining shit is of interest. Being pushed on it and debating is an interest, but the act of seeking it out is not my interest and won't be my interest. And so you shouldn't expect me to, in the future, go looking for or running these kinds of analyses on my own, because my interests are in law.
So that's
yes, and why should it be, right? Why should it be something that I proactively do?
I mean, okay, so I think, because I really do want to understand the situation, I really do want to be fair to you. A lot of people are very much spamming me with like saying, oh, there was radio silence for 2 years, like why didn't he say anything, whatever. And I think that this point of contention, that's very much like not super between me and you, but between the things I have heard about you, right?
Yeah, many of which are lies and distortions, yes.
Right, but I think it goes back to like our main question and the main kind of themes of awareness and harm, right? So I guess the main question would be, right, is like, where does our responsibility lie as creators? So you're saying it's not your responsibility to build this case, it's not your responsibility to go in, and it's not your responsibility to be curious. And I would accept that if you weren't associated with him in any way. So my question is what is your relationship to him?
Yeah, no,
do you defend him? Are you like,
so what I do is I tell you my opinion, and if someone presents me some bullshit thing on Hassan that I don't agree with, I say it honestly. I don't go out of my way to be negative or disparaging to him in any with a specific intent to fuck with him, just like I don't with respect to anyone else really but MAGA, right? But like I do. If I disagree with something with Hassan, I'll say so, and if I don't, I will also say so. There's one case that people point to.
Are you like in regular dialogue with him?
No,
like,
no. Does it look like it?
Your relationship?
Yeah. No.
I mean, I just like listen. Here's the thing. I don't know.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Again, I'm new. So.
Yeah, and just to be clear, some people like Hutch, right? Hutch, he does that, right? We can disagree on the extent to which Hutch, is time spent there, is good time spent or whatever. But there are people who can make that case, and I'm going to concentrate on my interests. And do you have a problem with that? Like, my interests are not searching through and a-logging Hassan. It's just not. Now, if someone wants to present that case, then that's fine. They can do that.
It's a fair boundary. Yeah.
Yeah. And if someone said to you, if someone said to you, you should look into this Destiny guy. You should see what he's like doing and saying and all that stuff. And let's say that you really all you did was do debates with him or whatever. Would you ever accept that if it really wasn't your interest? If you really didn't like, and now maybe you might think twice about if someone wants to present you a case, but would you go out of your way to, if you really didn't want, if you had a different thing as a content creators?
Pisco, are people really telling you that you have a responsibility to a-log Hassan like that?
No, it's a hyperbole. It's an exact. All I'm trying to say is,
sorry,
I
hear you. You have a strong boundary. There are things that you're interested in.
Yes.
And basically,
and also, I'm not going to be bullied into into changing my content to be Hassan focused, or even Hassan curious, right? Like, I don't want to watch a lot of Hassan content, and that's okay. It's okay for me to do that. It's okay for Hutch to watch a lot of it.
You don't want to hear him ranting and doing his little laugh and shocking Kaya and whatever, right?
So listen, so that was brought up in the context of Live and Learn. I wouldn't have brought it, like, this was the first time that when he actually shocked the dog. If it were up to me, like, I don't really care enough to bring that up. But if people are bringing that up, I'll give you my opinion on it. I'm like, yeah, it looks like he fucking shocked his dog. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. And I feel like that's where the evidence points. But I'm not going to go out of my way to build a case that he shocked Kaya. Like, I'm not going to go out of my, like, I don't give a fuck enough to do it. I'm just being honest with you. And why should I, right? Motivate me to do that. No, I want to spend the time on the things that I like to do.
Right. Listen, I hear you. I got strong boundaries too. I really do. But I think it goes back to like harboring those conversations, right? So like if you're not going to be bullied into changing your content, right? Yeah. And you don't want to be like all up in this conversation.
Hutch watched an hour-long October 7th video today made by Dan Saltman. It's not an hour long. It's like 15 to 20 minutes. Sorry. I'm going to just keep it $1.50 with you guys. I just zoned out for like 5 minutes because I was just like looking something up. And I'm very apologetic. I have no idea what they were just talking about. Okay, like, you literally, Sephirotic, Resi, I love your grind set. You're an inspiration. Thank you. And it's like, no, just so you know. I'm having a good time, man. Things are good. Yeah. It's okay.
Right? That's where that distinction, that's where that big question for you and me to noodle with, right? And figure out is like, well, what is our responsibility then? Right? Like, if it's like I have strong boundaries, I don't want to be like going through all this guy stuff, whatever. Like, what is my responsibility as a creator then? If I'm hearing this person is this person is that, they said this, they said that, blah, blah, blah. What's my responsibility as a creator that even has a loose association?
Yeah, so like I think that we have certain responsibilities to our community. I think that you have a responsibility to speak like truthfully
like how do we
about
protect
stuff.
how do we protect our communities and ourselves and our brands?
Yeah.
Like, what do we do?
I think you do have a responsibility to be like accurate and stuff. And for example, let's say Dave Portnoy, you would agree, he probably mostly talks about sports. He mostly talks about like, culture, what's going on in the world, celebrities, that kind of stuff. But when he talks about politicians or Trump, I'm going to call him out on that because I have, I think he has a responsibility that when he speaks about this, that he do this. But I don't go out of my way to be like, Miss Rachel, you should be calling this out, or if let's say that let's say that Miley Cyrus hasn't spoken out against Trump, I wouldn't be like, Miley Cyrus, you need to go speak out about Trump. But even by the way, someone like Josiah, I wouldn't say to Josiah, I was about to go there, right? Yeah, those are kind of like more off topic.
Right.
So there was two examples. Someone who's not at all connected.
Still on the same page.
Yeah,
Okay.
someone who's not at all connected to politics, Miley Cyrus. Although I'm sure she said some things. Someone like Dave Portnoy who like kind of occasionally chimes in. And now we have, let's say, someone like Josiah, right? Am I gonna fucking say, oh, Josiah, you should be spending X amount of your time? No, I wouldn't impose that on him, and I wouldn't say it. Now maybe there are some edge cases or hypotheticals where I'll bite the bullet and shit, but in general, that's not my attitude. I just find it fucking boring and cringe for people to be like policing that. I don't even do it if Hutch, or like if pushed, I'll be like, listen, Hutch, I wouldn't spend this much time, but have you ever heard me be like, Hutch, stop criticizing left-wing people? It's just not anything I say.
I haven't heard you. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't heard you be like much. That's why we're having this conversation, right?
Yeah, and if
I'm like, I gotta hear you more, right? I gotta know more. Somebody said to me that they think like nobody has a duty to cover something, but you do have a duty to cover it ethically. So I guess I would agree, right? Like if you're gonna cover something, you have a duty to cover it ethically, but you don't have to cover it if you don't want to. And I think that's a great spot.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I have some more questions, I guess, regarding what you said after the conversation you had with Avi. There was a clip of you that basically you said, and I know this is like,
it doesn't change how I approach my things.
Yeah, like what does that mean when you said it doesn't change your prescriptions? What does that mean? I didn't really understand what that meant.
So for example, it doesn't change my prescription on the DSA, right? And on like that kind of shit. It doesn't change my prescription on potential interactions if it's in the best interest of the candidate to interact with Hassan and they've determined that for themselves. It doesn't change my prescription on that. It doesn't change my prescription in terms of like covering him more.
Pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so when you say like it doesn't change your prescription, it's like your basic, like your ideology, like how you're thinking about something. Yeah.
It changes how I view him, but it doesn't change like the basic. So
because I think
a lot of these conversations are about like who's in the tent, should we be interacting with this influencer, and I'm just trying to say
forgot about Prime. Yeah, well,
what does it mean when you say like what does it mean when you say like in the tent? Also, I understand.
That's my issue, right?
Like, it's just fucking random word where people are trying to say you're allowed to be in the group and you're not allowed to be in the group, and it's like absolutely absurd that anybody can say that because obviously it's just democracy. You just vote, man. That's it. That's all it is. There's no.
I agree. I'm
not huge in like political discourse, so I don't really understand a lot of these things, and also that's part of why I'm talking to you, right? Like, because I don't really understand.
So that's precisely the issue with that discourse, is I think that has been ill-defined, and so I don't have a good answer for you. The in the tent thing means different things to different people. So whatever those things are, it isn't affected really by the discourse.
Right, like I don't really understand what that means. I have some questions written down for you about this, if that's okay. Okay, so let me find it here in my over-prepared note.
You're not nervous anymore, are you?
I'm a little. No, I wouldn't say I'm nervous. I would say I'm a little bit tired. It's very hot in here in my room, and like we've been doing like a very rigorous mental exercise for me that I don't normally.
Rezi, do some laps around the room to get your blood flowing. I don't need to worry about that, man. I have somewhere to be at like 5 a.m. 5 a.m. So I'm just like kind of, I'm realizing I'm doing some shit. Am I emotionally available? Fuck no. Fuck no. I am not emotionally available. What do you mean? Fuck no.
I get to do, so I would say I'm a little tired.
Good on you.
Thank you. Thanks for doing this with me.
Of course.
Let's definitely do it again. I definitely
I'm open to it. I'm doing a 3-week.
You're a great person to argue with. Like you're very fun to have a disagreement with.
I've heard this, and this is why I listen. I
like,
love
you keep me like very on my toes, and I like that.
Okay,
that's
cool.
It. I hate everything about this.
Okay, so you're saying that it doesn't really change your prescription of like the what do we say?
Yeah, so I'll tell you. So it doesn't change my prescription on the conversations regarding the DSA. Okay, it doesn't change my prescriptions regarding this. Again, very ill-defined conversation about the tent. It doesn't change my prescriptions regarding who, if politicians determine rationally that it's in their interest to talk to Hassan or something, doesn't change my prescription on that. That's what I was referencing there. It doesn't really change those prescriptions.
Okay. So, like, do you think that are you like pro DSA? Is that what I need to understand?
Like I think that's a little bit too strong.
Are you like here for DSA?
I'm not a DSA member. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a democratic socialist. I sometimes prefer the DSA preferred candidate. I preferred El Sayed in the primary. I preferred Mamdani
So like
in the
normal.
primary. When you say normal, what do you mean? Like most Democrats?
Like you're not. Yeah, like you're not like psycho. Like you're not like a radical.
I don't think everyone that's DSA is psycho. I don't think that like AOC is psycho. I don't think that Mamdani is psycho. I don't think that the DSA preferred candidates are always psychos.
Okay.
Sometimes they are.
I mean, you know.
She may have been trying to set up a 6-man all-black no-turn-down piss gangbang orgy, but at least she wasn't saying that I was bad in bed at the time.
Has she pissed you off enough you want to do a deep dive stream? Let's just say I'm in and out of the hot tub on that one, man. I'm in and out of the hot tub on that one, man.
Are psychos.
Cool.
Sometimes they're fucking psychos. Not always.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you
Like,
for the
okay, so you're, like,
304,
chill.
Dankness.
Okay. So, do you think that it is a good look for DSA candidates to campaign with Hassan now that you've been shown good evidence that he's anti-Semitic?
Yeah, so that depends, right? I don't know the empirics of it, but my suspicion is that for the primary, it might be in their interest to campaign with Hassan.
I mean, the last two that campaigned with him lost, though.
For the primary? No, but that's not what we're looking. Whether they lost or not isn't the question. It's whether they would be better off, all else equal, in the primary.
Do you think that they're better? I mean, like, is there room for somebody who's kind of this like demagogue, like in the party?
What are you
progress?
asking?
Like,
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, like.
Yeah, there is. Like, if you open up a Destiny-sized hole in the party, there is no one that would, like, not be able to fit into the curiously Destiny-sized hole. Okay? Like, there is no person. There are so few people, man.
At what point is including people like Hassan in the Democratic Party doing more?
It is one of the biggest
right?
polls.
Like, at what point? To
Mamdani
what
is
extent?
one of them?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
like,
obviously,
Mamdani is a success story for, like, socialist or, like, you know, calls to action and shit. And as well, like, just in case everybody was unaware, by the way, this Mamdani guy also does need to be stopped. Okay? I know that this is going to come up. This is crazy, right? All right, this is like the most crazy shit fucking ever, right? Let me see if I can find a good, like, quick video on this. Do you know that, like, straight up, all right, shit you fucking not, nature is literally healing around Mamdani, okay?
So this is where the discovery happened. Along the banks of the Bronx River, a researcher using a high-tech camera spotting for the first time in a century a North American river otter. They've got them at the Prospect Park Zoo in Brooklyn, and it's totally different from the Asian small-clawed otter, which is at the Children's Zoo here in the Bronx.
North American river otters have not been spotted in the Bronx in around 100 years now.
That's the back and
No, otters are literally returning to the fucking Bronx.
Tale of a creature not seen here since the early 1900s. As for why an otter came here,
likely it came from more upstate New York and just came down the Bronx River, quote unquote, leave the nest and go off on their own. So this was likely a juvenile that had outgrown its family counterparts and was out exploring and making a home of its own.
Hey guys, so
like, for real. Wait, we've seen her before, right? We don't goon, so no, we have not really seen her before. So
Like, there's a point where it does good, and there's a point where it doesn't, right?
This is the same in the tent
stuff.
stuff.
At what point would
This is the same.
There's an otter on stream. All right, Smatic, stop with your casual homophobia. Okay, buddy. All right, man.
The tent stuff, right? So when you say include him in the party, are you saying
I mean, like campaign with
You're making Zug look reasonable.
him. I mean, campaign with him, like give his words legitimacy. You know, like pose with him, be associated with him. That's what I mean, right?
Yeah,
like
that was too far, man. I'm sorry about that. That was way too fucking far. Holy fuck. That was too far, man.
So I'll have an answer. Yeah. So when
Like,
when
at
the
what point?
reputational risk is such that it like materially affects what's going on in like general elections and stuff, or if it's undermining candidates in the primaries, then then I'll say like don't do it. I think that's a very obvious answer.
Sure. So how would we be able to
It's turned too late for Pride Month. Okay, bro.
define or like know?
I
that-
think she was someone else years before. Yes. Let me just say yes. Yes.
that they would be better
Correct.
off than on the other end of it.
Some data, some kind of poll, some kind of like questionnaire, some kind of like talking to a focus group or something. I'm not sure. I'm not like a fucking. I'm not like a sociologist, voter guy.
I know,
data
like, me
data
neither,
person.
right? It's so hard. It's so hard. I have another one here. Hold
I mean,
on.
I'm just gonna tell you, I probably wouldn't do it. Like in the I
right.
think that
like if you were
if I
running,
was running
you
for
would not
office-
be like posing for photos
Yeah.
with Hassan because even if he's saying that.
Yeah, I absolutely would. Like, what's the... So few people know Hassan that would ever agree with anything I believe in politically. It would be a no-brainer to do that shit. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, think of the amount of money that you just get. The whole point of all of the Destiny shit for years was Hassan won't talk to me. He's afraid to talk to me. And if he just talks to me, we can save the country from Donald Trump. Right? Like, this is not anything... This is not that interesting.
That 9/11 shit to be edgy, like the way that every little thing that he's ever said is coming back.
But I would
him
go to
now
his podcast
on
if I
the
were a
news.
candidate. Wait, but if I was,
Oh,
I
you
would
were?
go to his,
You would?
Yes, I
Why?
would.
So okay,
Because I would talk to
knowing
fucking
that
Joe
he's an
Rogan.
anti-Semite-
Yeah, I would talk. Yes, I would talk to anti.
Okay,
yes.
so that's like your ideology is that you would talk to these kind of like populists
Of
anyway
course.
to just kind of be.
Wouldn't you?
Okay, and why is that?
Wait,
Okay,
wouldn't
so
you?
why is that? Why would you do that?
Because I
I
believe in
don't
harm
know. I
reduction. If I thought that it was good to speak to an audience, for example, let's say that Joe Rogan, I think, is also non-trivially, meaningfully at times racist, right? At least with, for example, how he describes some people. In fact, he said something about like you can't tell me Jews don't like money, right? He said something like that. I believe. So someone looked that
You
shit up.
can't tell me people don't like
No,
money.
but he didn't
You
say
can't
that,
tell me
right?
human
No.
beings.
Yeah, no, like she's just like reflexively running cover for Joe fucking Rogan. Come on, man.
Don't like
I know-
money, dude.
No, but Joe Rogan said
Right?
something.
Like, what the
yes.
fuck makes Jews like
Chill.
special,
Yo,
dude?
Zug-
Why are they so obsessed?
I
with
didn't
us?
say it. I didn't say that shit. Joe Rogan said something
Not my
like that.
words. Joe Rogan's words.
Joe
Not my
Ro-
words.
Joe Rogan said something like that, right? And so if I go on Joe
Take
Rogan,
me out of this blackberry bush.
yeah, if I go to Joe Rogan's, there's a meaningful way in which that statement I think is shows a prejudice, right? This belief that Jews like love money, right? That could be seen by many as a racial stereotype, right? And
It's such a racial stereotype.
so, but like,
I'm sorry that we're successful. Jeez.
but the fact that like he would say that wouldn't stop me from, if I thought it was in the interest of my campaign, to go on there, or my recommendation to another Democrat. I think people need to be like, so this was the whole like cancel culture shit, right? This was the whole conversation about identity politics. There are people just are like trivially, non-trivially prejudiced,
My chat is
non-trivially
saying that
racist.
My chat's saying that you're conflating.
What's the conflation?
Chat, what's the conflation? Because I'm getting lost. In the meantime, I have another question. Would the legitimization of Hassan, right, being a known anti-Semitic political pundit, do you think that legitimizing him and his ideologies and the things that he said, do you think that that would further anti-Semitism, like culturally?
She's unbearable. Yes. Yeah, she actually is.
Thoughts, language.
Was she the whole chick? No. It's nowhere that we've interacted in. She just used to be like a hot tub streamer, like way back in the day.
actions and kind of like bring that full circle? Like, do you think
when
that
you say
that would
legitimizing him, do you mean
contribute
like agreeing with him on that, or increasing his prominence?
I mean, like giving him the platforms to like rise out of social media, like alternative media, and like rise into more traditional media, right?
Yeah,
So,
the
like,
people who have most been doing
legitimizing him
that,
in the sense of
the
him.
people who have most been doing that are the Hassan critics, if that's what you mean by legitimizing.
I mean, like making it seem that he is somebody to be taken seriously, and I wouldn't
The
say it's just
people
critics,
who have
right? I
done
would
that
say-
the most are the critics.
Mhm. Do you
Do
have
you
any
agree-
way to
wait,
measure
wait.
that?
based on his prominence in the discourse. Based on his prominence in the discourse, Fox News, every Democratic candidate being asked about him.
I agree with that though, because the thing is that I don't think that these news things would actually give him that legitimacy if there weren't candidates, like Democratic candidates, running with him and associating with him, right?
So, you're saying they wouldn't ask about him if he wasn't with politicians.
Right. Like nobody would even care.
Yeah,
right?
but that's not how you that's not how you cashed out. By cashed out here, I mean defined your notion of legitimacy. Your notion of legitimacy wasn't what's the original cause. Your notion of legitimacy was like doing actions that raise the prominence and might have like certain downstream effects. Like that's how I understood it. Maybe you meant something different, but on that notion, right, where key to it is
like both. I mean, I think I meant it like both good and bad, right? But I definitely do think like on the side of those who bolster him, like who are pro Hassan, right? I think on
is
the
that all you mean? So by legitimization, do you just mean?
I think, look, do I think that Fox News should be up this man's asshole? No, I don't. I think people like Hassan absolutely thrive off of attention, right? And I think that when you give him that
agree
attention,
with me then?
It absolutely gives him power. So
you and I agree on that, yeah. Wait,
right.
what'd you say?
But I also think, so you agree. You think you're really pretty. You know, you're like Mean Girls-ing it a little bit with it.
They talk about him 28 times a week on Fox News. I really don't like that it does come down to like just motherfucking Hassan, man. Like it just so much bullshit around that guy, man. All right, and it's like it's not even totally his fault. That's like the worst part, where it's like, oh, I kind of get it. Everything over time makes more and more sense, and I'm like, oh, like again and again. Not about his politics, by the way. Just like the way he's carried himself online for years, like it's all like come into like some pretty just crystalline focus, honestly. It makes sense.
Oh,
a little bit.
Okay, Regina George.
Yeah.
But I do think that the people who are elevating him in terms of, you know, like posing with him, having him on, inviting him to campaign with them, I think that that's an issue too. And I think it's, I mean, I think it's like really messed up, and I think it's like very mind gamey to try to distract from that point, you know? Because I think that it really does lend itself to kind of this aggregate immorality by making things like anti-Semitism more socially acceptable, right? If somebody is campaigning with a known anti-Semite, you know, for quote unquote the good of the party, like it absolutely lends credence to people feeling okay with his ideologies and accepting and even embracing his ideologies.
Yeah, so like I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure that, and especially given the fact that so many candidates are drawing contrasts with him, and you know the statements are being produced, and the through line there is disavowal. That I'm not so sure that given these disentangling effects, that it's swaying me. I mean, I just told you if I were running a campaign, I wouldn't do it because I think that there are downstream potential harmful effects for general election campaigns. But again, I'm going to leave.
You answered the question.
No, because the question is like, so people want to make that broader and be like, would you condemn someone for doing it, or would you condemn a candidate who like comes out of that cauldron and in the general election? And so I only mean what I say, and what I mean is like I personally wouldn't do it. But beyond that, if candidates want to make appeal to the audience, but also make clear their positions and how they differ, I'm not so sure that they're doing something that's inherently wrong.
Ask him if
Yeah, well, just have the conversation with me. Don't worry about the chat.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about Mehdi or PodSave. I just know about Hassan.
Yeah, I'm also, by the way, you should not expect me to go through and like do this deep dives into every critic, because what they're trying to do, what they're trying to do in the gaze of open discourse is to use me as like an instrument against their enemies. That is your chat, and I'm just not inclined to do that.
I don't like that.
I mean, so much of these people suck and they're liars, and
there's just so much that I don't know. And so in the political part of this, it's like very hard for me because I literally just do not know, right? I do not know. That's not my,
I gotta say, the whole, like, I don't understand politics shit. I fundamentally believe nothing this person says. This specific person, I think, is the fucking worst.
You know, that's not.
I just thought he was a bit cringe. It's not even that. Dress is fine. He looks fine. He looks healthy. He's mostly like fine. It's like whatever. Who gives a shit? It's just like I just don't get it, man. I just do not. I don't understand it, right? Because we have like this fucking freaky Danish woman that's like sitting in here like thirsting and shit half the fucking time. Then sometimes it's smack, and then she posts a video of a gay cowboy. All right, and like, I don't get all of it. I think he's fine, okay, but it's like just gooning on Maine online publicly. I've never understood it. Literally, never have understood it. Okay, just saying.
My element of expertise, and you've seen there are other things that I know much more about, right? So
Sure.
I guess I have another question that's more like really just for me. So if one of the core tenets of the Democratic Party is to protect persecuted minorities, and Piker, right, we've agreed is kind of like super anti-Semitic and he sucks. And
Wait, hang on a second.
Right.
I did not say super anti-Semitic. I said non-trivially, meaningfully anti-Semitic. And virtue of
so he's not just like a total anti-Semite, just non-trivially. Okay, is Smekta Gunnar for Hassan? And for that weird cowboy guy? Yeah. Who's the cowboy guy? Who's the cowboy guy? Gay cowboy dude. What's his name? You guys told me about it. Not Old Town Road. No, not that guy. No, it's this white guy. Not Ram Ranch. Shut up. It's not Ram Ranch. People are like actually the worst. Let's see. Did she just post in chat? Yeah, Orville Peck. Orville Peck. Okay. This guy. Oh, Rezi, you don't trust her because you are a misogynist or anti-Semite? No, it's not because she's like I'm either of those things. I will argue I definitely have a meaningful amount of misogyny in me, and I am fighting against it at all times, right? No, I think I've delineated my specific dislike of her character and interactions, so.
Sure.
In virtue of the statement.
Okay, so I'll change it. So if he is non-trivially and meaningfully anti-Semitic, isn't platforming Piker directly antithetical to that goal?
Not necessarily, no.
How?
Because if you're able to disentangle and if you don't, contribute to whatever it is the inherent bias, just the same way that going on to Fox News, going on to Joe Rogan wouldn't inherently be at odds with that either. That same applies to Hassan, right? And wait, pause, wait, Zugami,
okay, go
and you agree with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
But what if you're retarded?
Wait, what if you're just pause real quick before we get into that. Just pause, and I would prefer you not use that ableist slur. Is that okay?
Like, I also love that Pisco dealt with that for so long. Just be like, please stop already. Please fucking stop, man.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
my bad. Sorry.
She just admitted she knows nothing. Yeah. She's a tool. She's a pawn. She seems to be a very clout-driven person.
Actually agree with me that going on Fox News, going on Joe Rogan, if you had an interaction, for example, with Candace Owens, that is not inherently, there's nothing inherently problematic with it, right? It's not inherently at odds with the democratic, protection of minorities. Agreed?
I think that if I were a candidate running for office in the Democratic Party and I appeared on an episode of the Candace Owens podcast, or I was in any kind of association with these people, I think that it would be a horrible look, and I do think it would be antithetical to that goal as a result of what they are doing. I do think that because when you are campaigning and when you are running, you're trying to set this example.
So it's too specific. So you're saying this only applies to candidates, not to influencers? So you would have no problem with me going on the shows?
I mean, it's not the best look for you, but it doesn't really influence the Democratic Party specifically. Hang on a second. So, because you're not,
I'm a Democratic influencer, right?
I guess you're like influencing people how to vote and stuff?
Maybe. I mean, I'm endorsing people.
Is that what you're doing?
I'm
Are you
small
endorsing
creator.
people?
I'm a small creator, but I am endorsing. I endorse El Sayed. What was that?
It's like,
What was that?
El Sayed. What was that?
it's like I'm like a little vampire and you held a little cross up to me, you know?
Yeah, but no, but just pause real quick. Are you? Is this thing about compatible with Democrats or not? Is that limited to politicians?
What the fuck is wrong with her? Was that human? I don't know, man.
And I am going to ask you yes or no.
I think that's a really good, yes or no.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good, I really do think that's a fantastic question because, and I haven't really thought about it. Does it apply to just candidates or does it also apply to influencers? I think that's a great question.
Do you have an intuition about that?
I really do need to, no, I need to think a lot more about that and like the macro effect of basically influencers and how they relate to politics.
So would you have a problem with the Democratic, would you have a problem, but it definitely applies to politicians in your mind, or at least you think it does?
Yeah, absolutely. It applies to politicians for sure.
So would you have a problem with, let's say, a Democratic politician writing an op-ed in Fox News writing in an article or being quoted in Fox News about a given proposition if you agree with the underlying proposition?
Why are they doing it for Fox News?
Well, let's pretend I'm the politician and you ask me that, okay? So you're asking me, right? I'm the politician who just wrote the op-ed or was quoted in Fox News, right? So you ask me, what do you ask me? Why'd you do that?
Yeah, why would you do that in Fox News?
Why didn't she ask Destiny? Why does she have this like kind of virulent like energy for like Pisco here? But Destiny literally did that about Hassan Piker. Like, okay.
Listen, Zugami, I really appreciate that question from my constituents, and I think it's great that you're asking questions, and it's great that we live in a society where we can ask questions. Yeah, but I need to talk to people even who I disagree with vehemently. And Fox News is the biggest platform in traditional media.
I hate her. I absolutely despise this person for like everything that she stands for. Literally, there is not one thing I've been like, wow, this has been charming or enjoyable, or they are a horrible person.
That there is. And so even though I don't agree with all the stuff that Fox says, we have shown that this cancel culture behavior does not work. The American people, we need to have common dialogue with people we disagree with, even on the most important issues. And so, yes, if that means going on a platform which promotes, racial prejudice and that promotes anti-election denial or anti-election thought pattern, I will do that if it's a means of reaching people and promoting dialogue, which I think is effective and steers us in the right direction. Now, what's wrong with that statement?
Okay, well, so then would you be promoting a dialogue or would you be like making nice? You know what I mean? So,
yeah, it depends on the context.
Inherently, to write that op-ed for Fox, you would have to be a little bit favorable with them, right? For them to kind of
not necessarily, but not necessarily. But let's say that, let's say that you have a amicable relationship with someone who you vehemently disagree with, and even someone that you might think is biased. These things exist, right? But Ben Shapiro, you agree?
Questions.
You agree? Like Ben Shapiro is absolutely racist against Palestinian Arabs, right?
I haven't heard enough of Ben Shapiro, so honestly, I couldn't tell you because
Really?
I literally have not heard him enough. No, really, I have no freaking idea. So if you want to like send me some stuff later, I'm happy.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm happy to like give you that answer later, but I just like haven't I find his voice extremely grating, and so it's very hard for me to listen to anything he has to say.
Okay. I mean, I'll send you some stuff. But
yeah.
like,
So like, I really can't contend to that point. I really have no idea. But I do
what about
think
Piers
there is
Morgan?
a critical
Piers Morgan says
difference.
some sus shit sometimes, right? He's had some shit.
Oh my God, Piers Morgan like harbors he pushes back and people push back against him and he encourages that, right? And he loves it. And he's not like, he wouldn't directly say he's like associated with like he wouldn't say that he's more associated with Cenk Uygur or Goldie Gamari, right? Either one, he wouldn't say like, oh, I'm associated with them, or like, oh, he wouldn't be like supporting them in their whatever it is that they're doing. He has them on for these panels to debate. And it's in that context
I understand,
that it's
yes,
acceptable.
But that's what I mean.
I guess
the context matters.
The part of this question, right? The part of this question is like when I ask about, does it, is it directly antithetical having Hassan Piker like as this proponent of the Democratic Party? Like, is that antithetical to the Democratic Party's goal? I mean it within the context of platforming him within the party,
Yeah,
right?
it depends.
Of candidates running
The
with
answer
him
is it depends.
specifically. That's okay. Then I'm okay with
But
that.
but I think you agree with it. Let me give you let me give you an example.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. This wasn't like leading for. You know what I mean? This wasn't leading for me. Like this was really. I wanted to know what you thought about it. This
Yeah,
is not
I-
me like
I
leading
think-
you in a direction.
And I think that we would agree that like there are some things, there are some conversations, there are some concessions that are incompatible with what we would consider either are or should be democratic like lines and values, right? That you know, I have no problem saying that, and I would say that like anti-Semitic statements and beliefs, the Democratic Party has a rich history. I think.
Did she really just do a "Who is Ben Shapiro"? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Again, den of thieves, evil person, lies like she breathes. Yes, that's Zugami. You know, that's it. Yeah. Yep.
Especially more recent history of trying to stand up for the protection of minorities, and that includes, by the way, the protection for Jews who have been discriminated.
I wish that they would do it louder and more.
No, they have been.
I feel very unprotected out here.
What are you talking about? You get fucking pissed drunk with your friends and roam the streets. How fucking often? Okay, like, what are we talking about? I feel so unprotected. Like, when? Fucking when?
That's why Jews still, by and large, support. I mean, I don't know that that's why, but I suspect that's one of.
Like, I don't like even want to diminish it because there's definitely times, but it's like we have all this like counter example of it just going along her fucking way. Well, like she's basically, I hate to say it, I feel like she's pretty consistently just telling people she's Jewish. Again, neutral, right? Like, how many of like those like little clips in her stream, like the live streams? There's that one where she's like, it's literally, are you pro Hamas or like some other like debate bro, like pervertry shit. Like, I'm just, oh my God. Okay.
The reasons
tell you
why
something?
Jews continue to
Can I-
support
can I
Democrats
tell you
in large
something?
numbers.
These like right-wing pipelines, like these right-wing social media pipelines have
Oh my
been
God.
netting up Jews, like just getting them in these, you know what I mean? It's bad. Like it's really, really bad. Like the pipeline of like, you're a Jew, like the algorithmic pipeline of like, you're Jewish, you feel persecuted, like the DSA is against you, like Hassan Piker's against you, all the, like these narratives, like as a Jewish person, I can tell you like algorithmically, the way that like these computer programs work, that pipeline is so strong and so frightening right now. Like you have no idea how alienated Jewish people are feeling in this space right now. And that's why these conversations about Hassan happen. It's scary.
I don't doubt it. And
really scary.
anti-Semitism is
Like
a
people
huge
are
issue.
being fed these narratives.
Yeah.
These computer programs work. That pipeline is so strong and so frightening right now. Like you have no idea how alienated Jewish people are feeling in this space right now. And that's why these conversations about Hassan happen. It's scary.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, but it doesn't, you're just like getting freaked out by Hassan Piker and not the literal fucking fascist party that has taken over the United States of America. Like, need we explain what happens when the fascists come to power? Like, both you and Hassan, shockingly.
And
Really scary.
anti-Semitism
Like
is a huge
people are
issue.
being fed these narratives.
Yeah.
You know that like constantly.
Yeah, oh yeah. There you go. Andy, did she just claim to know what Ben Shapiro is? Now she has deep knowledge of the right-wing pipeline. Yeah. You guys have a good point there.
And then they're
Zone that
seeing
out.
these candidates running with Hassan, right? And we have to think about like, what does Hassan symbolize, right, to the layman, to a random person who maybe has only kind of heard of him, right? Who is he to them? What kind of symbol is he? What does it?
He's just a fucking guy. He's just a fucking guy to most people. A kind of pussy left-wing guy. Right? Who tries to act like big and tough, but probably a little bit pussy. You know?
Say about a candidate that they are running with somebody who said that anyone who has had any Zionist tendencies should be like hung out in the streets, not even good enough to be like a local dog walker, should be treated like a neo-Nazi. Like, what does that mean for them? You know?
Well, it means that you should examine why he would be calling you a neo-Nazi for holding functionally genocidal beliefs.
No, it's incredibly frightening. And I mean, in my opinion, as somebody living this, right, who only recently came in contact with people on the left who weren't anti-Semitic, by the way, like it's very recently I refound. Yes, I was so alienated. I was so deeply alienated. It was so frightening.
You don't think the majority of left-wing creators, like here we're talking Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman, who is Jewish, David Pakman,
I'm
who...
telling you, like, from my personal experience. I don't know from a larger perspective. I'm telling you from like what I've been through and the path I've traveled, like where I've been with this and what my experience has been, right? So I can't really speak to it, but I'm telling you, like, from somebody who is Israeli and Jewish, who grew up progressive. Like, I went to one of the most progressive colleges in America for grad and undergrad. Like, you know, I've gotten in so many fights with my family about like so much political stuff. I voted for Bernie, like all this shit, right? I identified even at one point as like a global Trotskyist way back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
You know, when I was a kid. So it's, yeah, like I was like big into it. Like I literally have the Marx Engels reader in my house, like all this stuff. I felt so deeply abandoned.
By Hassan?
That by everybody, but by that space that he cultivated, you know, by that rhetoric that he normalized, that I had to revise my worldview. You know,
so
like
can you say
I
a little
had
bit
to
more about that?
change things.
Because you know, you've asked questions about me, and I'm curious about your kind of your journey here. So you
Dude,
said that
I had to think like, if I was like, look, if people who believe what I believe are also believing that me and mine like don't have a right to exist and yada yada yada, right? Like it's like, what kind of message does that communicate to me if I'm being constantly put in amygdala hijack when I'm in these spaces?
That's a weird term. Amygdala hijack. I've never heard that. Intense emotional overreaction.
That me and mine like don't have a right to exist and yada yada yada, right? Like it's like, what kind of message does that communicate to me if I'm being constantly put in amygdala hijack when I'm in these?
Like, obviously, it's not like she's just having a fight or flight response every time she's around leftists. That's probably bad.
Bases. If I'm being constantly met with certain levels of aggression, if I'm trying to make friends with people, for example, and then I tell them where I'm from and all of a sudden they don't want to be friends with me anymore, which has happened to me multiple times, by the way. It's like, what kind of message do you think that might communicate to somebody?
Yeah,
That
I'm sure it's very, I'm sure it's very like isolating or what. And yeah, I think that anti-Semitism is a big problem, and it's a problem not just on the right, but it's on the left. But I'm actually curious. So like, who are the content creators that you gravitated towards? You mentioned Hassan. Were there other left-wing content creators that you felt like abandoned you that you can identify, or is it mostly
dude.
Yeah, can you go through that a little bit more?
They don't really stream anymore, but there was a small community that very much wanted to be close to Hassan that I was a part of, and at this point I'm not going to name them just due to like the heat on our conversation, just to kind of protect their identities now. But a large portion of them were my friends for a long time, and after October 7th, they were all of a sudden not
at all friends with you.
Yeah.
What did they say? What are the kind?
I'm sure that's the only reason. Yeah. How is she screaming cerebral or LARPing that she doesn't understand politics in her Trotskyist past? Trotskyist makes sense. Adding another tick. Wow. 111, that's a lot. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I don't get it. What community wants to be close to Hassan? There's plenty of people that want to be close to Hassan. A really good example of that is DGG. DGG really wants to be close to Hassan because he has everything that they want, right? Fame, accolade, international respect, political respect, bitches. You know, stuff like that, yeah. I think she lied about her past views. No. Maybe lied about what happened with the group. I've got a lot of thought in my head, but I can't think it right now.
He didn't say anything. That was the thing. Actively pushed out of the space, actively lied to, like actively like just, you know, because they knew who I was. But they never had a problem with me before that. And they never expressed a problem with me before that. We had had several conversations about politics, like everything was super good faith, like, you know, we had even had disagreements, but all of a sudden, due to the rise of this rhetoric, I was completely like abandoned and pushed out of spaces with people that I really cared about and who really cared about me.
You mentioned the pull of the right-wing pipeline. Did you feel that pull, or
Yeah.
were you okay? Talk about
I definitely did, and it was really hard to contend with. Like it made me very deeply upset. You know, that's not a place I wanted to go. It like gave me a massive identity crisis, and I mean, I resisted it very hard, but like, it was tough. It was tough. Honestly, it was when I met Stardust and I started getting close that I started feeling a lot better. Honestly, because she was like, "Hey, there are actually people who are not like that." Just by the way,
Stardust, the
I mean,
streamer.
she definitely pulled me. Yeah, she definitely pulled me out of that a little bit.
How did you meet her?
I watched this video she made about Frogan, and I loved it, and I tweeted about it, and then one day I tweeted, "Does anyone want to hang out in DC?" And she was like, "Oh my god, you're in DC!" And then we met up and we became best friends.
Was this at LibCon?
That was no. I met her a few years ago, like 1 or 2 years ago, and we just like really hit it off, and we started talking, and she's a really good friend. And I wouldn't be back in this space, and I wouldn't even be having this conversation with you without her. Like I wouldn't even have the, you know. Yeah, it's been 2 years.
Just
So-
in terms of like the like exhaustion with the online rhetoric, or do you think that you might have been pulled in like a different direction, perhaps?
I mean, I have no idea, right?
It's all Stardust's fault. She saw a Frogan video by Stardust, and then came over to here. Why do I feel like it's like she was in a group of creators? October 7th happened. She freaked the fuck out on them and was like, no, Frogan is the worst. And Ethan Klein is totally fucking right. Okay. And then they were all like, nah. Right? Is that possibly it? That, like, it was, like, because of the Frogan drama itself that she got, like, splintered? That might make sense. I need to think about that.
I have no idea what would have happened without her. I don't know. But I really did need somebody to kind of show me that, like, it's not like that. Not everybody's like that. People aren't going to do that to you every
A
single time.
space of people that want to get closer to Hassan and they ice me out. Yeah, I could see her, like, freaking out about the Frogan thing. And that's, like, why she's bringing up this, like, Frogan video. Okay.
I didn't know. And even, like, I expressed this actually on Twitter, and the organizer of LibCon saw it, and, like, she apparently was, like, very moved because she was like, I had no idea that Jewish people were feeling this alienated. But it resonated with a lot of people. It, like, the things that I was expressing resonated with a lot of Jewish people. And so I knew that I wasn't alone in feeling
She's
it.
probably talking about Hassan and calling him anti-Semitic. It could be both. It could be both, right? I'm saying that's, like, why she looked up the Frogan shit. Because Frogan was way worse in the beginning than Hassan was, right? Frogan was kind of out of pocket with some of her shit in the immediate aftermath. I think that that's a fair thing to say, right? Some of those comments were, I believe, a little out of pocket. Hassan was, like, a lot less. In hindsight, not as much. Oh, in hindsight, not at all. Right? In hindsight, Not at fucking all. But at the time, evidence given, yeah, 100%. Why not?
You know?
Did you have you
anyways,
talked
I
to
mean, that's
other kind of people who are Jewish who had a similar experience?
Wait, stream's not over?
I would love
Technically
to.
not.
Or have you? I'm asking.
Not yet. I mean,
I haven't met
I'm
that many
kinda done
Jews
with
in this
this,
space,
but-
if I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, that's
You know, some would say there used to be more, but
so have you changed some of your like underlying
Cool Holocaust joke? Awesome.
political economic beliefs after
yeah.
the
I mean, I think yeah.
yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
So
I think
what
I
caused you to
definitely
rethink that?
am
Was
more
it
of a believer.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was just more of the fact that I realized that I was I was very abandoned because I was in a more radical space, right? And it caused me to kind of reevaluate. Like, I'm still a progressive for sure, but I don't know that I'm a radical, and maybe my views don't have to be so radical. So, like, what do I think realistically would work in this world? You know, and I think it's also just part of growing up. You know, it's like you come out of college, you come out of grad school, you go into the real world, you start learning things, and
And you give like a lot of credit to people that will not compromise with you to say, hey, maybe I should work with them. And then, you know, you chase the fucking dragon on this shit for another fucking 60, 70, 80, 90 years, you know?
Hey,
I
chat,
started
can you
thinking
please?
about, like-
Sorry, I've seen people saying liar, all this shit. Can you just chill and just
that's
you
insane.
can
Liar.
you-
She
you-
must be lying.
You can like criticize her, that's fine, but just like, can we just keep it a little bit, just chill for a second? Okay.
Thanks.
And tell me about.
Oh, thanks for getting like vulnerable. Thanks for being vulnerable with me at the.
By the way, if ever I talk to somebody and they're like, I'm not pulling that shit. I am not doing that shit. My chat is extremely hostile to me. We're extremely hostile to everybody. We are not going to do any of this lame, sad, in your feelings shit. Don't do TOS shit. Don't use slurs. Generally speaking.
Towards the end of this.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it sounds like this is coming from a
Like, you're
place
like-
of both like political analysis and like you're seeing a real trend or whatever, but that there's also something that like your journey informs how you approach these issues, and that's why I
Yeah.
was asking about it.
100%. And yeah, and I love that you are curious about that too. And I think everybody is informed by their journey and their experiences. Everybody is, right? So
I think that's
for
right.
me it was a very big
Wow.
process of realizing
What a fucking vacuous fucking thing to say. Holy shit. Awesome.
that, you know, we
Open.
have to account for everything.
Oh my god. This might crash. Oh my god. Oh, everything's frozen. Maybe think for that $53. Okay, that makes it easier for me. I'll give you guys an additional 90 minutes, and I'm gonna make that the end. That way I have like 45 minutes to make a coffee. Okay? I'm still gonna turn the stream bar and everything off. I'm just gonna put 90 minutes and shit. Whatever. No. No, I have alright. My one buddy that I've been working out with, he wants to he's been practicing a bunch of shit around his snatch, right? When I say snatch, I don't mean vagina. Alright, I mean snatch and grab.
Don't fuck with the content.
He's been
Cool, man, cool.
Thank
Chat
you.
W Juice.
Favor the 335. Thank you. He wants to practice that. He's been practicing that. And today, we were talking, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna practice, like, my maxes on this, again, a kind of, I would argue, like, slightly risky, I guess, lift. Okay? So, I was like, yeah, well, man, if I'm up, because in the morning, I guess he has somewhere where he has to be, okay? And I'm like, yeah, if I'm up by, you know, the time that you're up, I'll just come over. We can just do it in, like, the super early morning. Okay? All right, we're just gonna pound each other's snatches into fucking oblivion, right? That's what I'm gonna be doing in like an hour or two. Okay. So, yeah.
Nature.
Not rock climbing would be better for this. No, it's for me. No, absolutely not. High intensity like lifting just makes life better. So he's gonna do that. I have like zero interest in doing that shit. I have like other stuff I'm gonna do around where he's at. So that's yeah.
We think about, the way we want our society to be. We can't be idealists, unfortunately. And like being pushed out of these spaces was like a huge wake up call for me in terms of realizing that you can't be an idealist and actually want to have like a real path forward. You have to account for human nature, like even the ugly parts of it.
Yeah, and the personal aspects of it too. And I hope that you don't begrudge me that when I say, I'm not going to talk to this person, I'm not going to do this, that sometimes it's not necessarily about like overlap. It's about, it's for personal reasons. And I like just the same way in which
I'm not begrudging you at all.
Cool. No, I think that we're on the same page.
Pisco, it's your boundary, it's your boundary. And if that thing that happened with you was like so impactful and so painful for you, I would never, you know what I mean? I would never.
Like, I don't.
She's such like, I just hate everything about this woman. Like, it's just like, it's just painful. Like the way that she's like doing this, be like, oh, if it's so bad, like you could just, you don't have to do it. Don't worry about it.
Want to like, so can you imagine though, like
if it affected you,
accusations of anti-Semitism, towards me,
serious.
calling me like a neo-Nazi or similar in some way in kind. That stuff to me, especially when I think it's so baseless and so like obviously not something I'm doing in my view.
Yeah,
I think that people would understand. And for me, it's kind of like, and I hope that you're aware, the kind of relentless bad faith critique that you see online of me. I'm public enemy #1 right now. And I think that for most people now, I have some resiliency, but like most people under this kind of, and again, I'm not saying other influencers, other streamers don't also get even worse scrutiny. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like for most people, right, it's a lot. And I'm not going to sit here and be like that. I don't get resentful of some of the bad faith, I think, implications of my conduct and this micromanaging shit. But it doesn't change who I am and my beliefs, but it will affect who I think is good faith and who I want to engage with.
I think I definitely respect that. I think like many people in these spaces don't really understand what it's like to be relentlessly bullied and taken out of context and taken in bad faith. I think they do. I think they don't really think about that, right? Because day to day, if you were just a normal person, your stuff wouldn't be just like put on blast and completely like micro picked apart and, clipped out of context. And I think it's hard to navigate. And I think as a human being, it is really, really hard. And part of what I really wanted, right, was for us to get to this place that we're at now. So I'm really happy we're at, right, where we can kind of, that's why I wanted to talk about the things that people were saying about you and the things that I like saw about you and give you a chance to have that conversation with me and to clarify the things and be like, okay, well,
he's giving you the chance, dude.
well, we don't agree on this and we
Holy
don't agree
shit.
on that, but this is messed up that this happened and this, and you know what I mean?
So after this interaction, do you think that I'm coming at it in bad faith, the conversation? Is it your impression that these are my beliefs based on money, or it's because I hate Jews or dislike Jews or have a prejudice to Jews? Okay.
No.
I
I think we
appreciate
have genuine differences of opinion as a result of our paths in life and the things that have informed us. But I think that you overall are a really genuine, challenging, and smart person. And I think that you deserve to be respected in this.
It's just so slimy. It's just, I hate the compliments, man. There's just something about it that's just like, ugh.
Space, and I think you deserve to not have people make shit up about you or take you in bad faith. And I think that if people want to legitimately push back against you and your arguments, I think they should do that.
I'm always open. In fact,
with appropriate merit,
yeah,
with the appropriate merit.
And that's why, by the way, I don't try to. I try to keep myself always open for that and people who think differently. And
yeah, and you showed that with the Avi thing. That was impressive.
Yes, but by the way, I don't want to correct the record. It didn't. Once the case was presented in a strong way, in a clear way, in a way where there was clarity on what was being used, it didn't take me long.
Yeah.
I saw where he was going.
No, it really didn't. I watched. I saw.
So I'm not applying some insane standard, and I have conversations the way I've always had them, and especially when it relates to issues of prejudice and bias, that's something I'm just not going to assume. You guys might have access to more evidence than I do, but that's just like, I think a reality.
Right.
If you want to make the case, you got to make a case.
But you also have a boundary.
Yeah, that's
right.
true.
You have a
That's true.
boundary of like what you are and are not willing to dive.
Well, no,
I'm
no,
gonna be honest
I
with you,
don't know about boundary.
I'm going to disagree with the public, right? I'm going to disagree with the public a little bit, and I'm going to say I have boundaries about shit like that too, right? So I think I want us to go to our ending question.
Yeah. What's your ending question?
Which I think has actually like kind of, I think we've touched a lot on the direction of online discourse shifting towards contributing to growing anti-Semitism, right? We touched on that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say, I think the thing we should really end on is like, what structures can we put in place to make things better going forward as creators so that we can navigate these kinds of situations in a more ethical way?
Stop talking to sex pests. Stop giving cover to sex pests. Stop virtualizing the good of people that aren't good. Stop pretending like you're like you're this ignorant. And, I don't know, grow fucking spine and just be honest that you have found a new place to go ahead and roost, and now you're there.
I think having a little bit of charity goes a long way, and I know people will disagree.
I don't think we need to necessarily make spaces better. All right, I don't. I'm actually at the point where like it's like, oh, we should just make things better. Yeah, you can always make things better. Okay, what you're saying is fundamentally, how can you make things better for me? I don't think people like Zugami should be coddled. I hope that she speaks to Max Carson at some point.
That I do that, and that and they think I have no charity. That's to me, in my opinion, not at all true.
Avi's racist as fuck, so I have a hard time taking anything he says seriously. I agree that it's like, I disagree with him, but the thing is, I think you can disagree with him with understanding that, yeah, he probably does have some of those biases. He definitely has some of those biases, yeah.
True, and I think it's belied by the evidence. So, for example, people have critiqued the way I've approached the Vanguard. I had a conversation, and I raised...
Like, I think you can talk to anyone. I don't really care that much to hem and haw and, like, police any associations, right? But, you know, it's like, what's the point? You know, it's like, if somebody says something bad, that's just easier, you know? Somebody does something bad, that's easier, right? It just is.
Disagreements, but I didn't treat the Vanguard conversation the way I might treat a disagreement with Prime Kai, or the way I might treat a disagreement with Wick TV, or the way I would have a disagreement with...
Like, Avi is racist, but he will not deny math, right? Like, that, I think, is kind of like an interesting case, right? Like, he was, like, more than willing to actually pull up and say, hey, this is fucked up. Is it still there? Yes. Right? Is it still, like, a part of, like, a lot of the stuff to be, you know, generally, I think, pretty virulent towards Palestinians? Yeah. Do I think he creates a lot of cover for the extremely bad actors? Yeah. But, yeah, the one math thing, like, blew my fucking mind when that happened, dude.
Much. I hope people don't take from that, right? That my whole goal here is that I've like changed my opinion or something, and that I don't have reasons for the way that like I approach certain conversations over others. Likewise, I think that like we should have some grace over people, like for Josiah, for example. He focuses on MAGA. He focuses on that. I think people should give him grace and not assume bad faith. There was one thing I wanted to clear up too, which is like this whole he's best friends with Keith Edwards. It's not true. He's not best friends with Keith Edwards. I wouldn't even say I've seen he was so frustrated. And by the way, he's given me permission to share this. He showed me the messages, and it just categorically not the case that is what's motivating Josiah or any of the statements he's making. And so that to me is so unfair to him. I think he's a good guy, and people just have genuine disagreements and approaches and philosophies and how they want to do shit. And yes, it's true. Me, Soypil, Josiah are probably more in like the side of this DSA thing is overblown or whatever. But don't take from that we're trying to cultivate a fucking audience to cultivate a specific audience independent of our beliefs or in bad faith, right? Obviously, there are things that you can do to try to like to maintain communications for the purpose of making sure these conversations are even happening, which I think is totally legitimate. And anyone who would deny that is just denying, like, yes, people are motivated to have interactions with people who matter, and that I think is still important. And so I don't deny that, but you should be yourself. And crucially, I think Josiah, Soypill, myself, we are not like changing our positions to fit an audience.
I like how it's like people have to be willing to have conversations with people who matter. And it's like, there is like the side note here of, yeah, and Destiny doesn't fucking matter. And Zug is probably going to agree with that. You know, and Destiny, gonna take it out on Star.
Our approaches might be different in different contexts, but if you take a step back, I think all of that makes sense. And so that's all I would say on that.
Thank you. I mean, I think that's great. I very much agree that I think we have to treat each other like humans. I think we have to give each other grace. And I think when we push back on things, we should have merit and fact and evidence, right, behind what we push back. And I think that we absolutely should be distinguishing the lenses through which we look at things and what's informing our opinions as well. And part of that big grace is really understanding the other person and where they're coming from and finding that common ground. I think you and I actually did something.
What is Pisco talking to? Her name is Zugami.
Really amazing
Or
tonight.
Zugami.
I think that we set a really good precedent, a really good example going forward for
Resi, you get extra gift subs by adding a vertical stream format. Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know what the fuck that shit is.
creators who disagree or might hear things to really clear stuff up and actually listen to one another. And
yeah, I
if
really
you ever
enjoyed it.
do want to have like, if you ever do want to have like a big debate, disagreement, whatever, I would love to do that. I'll have to prepare a little bit longer.
No.
And we'll have to like set some
I honestly,
specifics, right? I'll have to prepare some stuff. But you
like,
know,
I'm not typically
I enjoyed this.
interested in like. Sorry, there's a bit of delay. I'm in Japan.
Yeah.
I don't think that I'm generally like in wanting to seek out like debates on Israel or Zionism.
I'm in Japan. Woo. It's fucking Japan, bro. What?
Shit. When people raise that to me, like, I will talk about it.
We could talk about anything. We could talk about anything. You know,
I hate all of her little utterances.
I appreciate the conversation too. Yeah, and that's all good. I followed you on Twitter, and I appreciated you coming in this with
I
good
followed
faith.
you on Twitter.
Okay.
Thank you, Pisco. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
This was great, amazing conversation. All right, everybody, give it up for Pisco.
Thank you, Zugami. Yeah. All
right. Take care.
See you later. Bye bye.
Bye.
That was fun. How you guys doing? Okay, new rules for 3 weeks. The 3-week rule. And I think, yeah, that'll work. For 3 weeks, the anti-Semitism ARC conversation is done. For me, you guys can talk about it. I don't care. But I'm going not like to seek out these additional conversations because we've done it to death. The comprehensive conversation is the Avi Loner Box conversation. I encourage you, if you haven't seen already, it's in my stream VODs. You can find it. I think it's even labeled as such. So watch that one if you have any thoughts on like our different approaches. But I'm taking a break from those conversations at a bare minimum for 3 weeks. We have to move on at some point. Okay. I'm also hoping to reorient ourselves away from like the DSA Hassan shit. And it's for no other reason, again, in the near future. I'm not saying I'll never bring people up to talk about it. It's boring for me, and we've done it to death. And we've had so many conversations on it. I'm getting exhausted by it.
She did an after debate thing on Kick. I'm like so on that, if I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like I've watched enough Zugami for a while. And I'm like kind of just thinking right now, like, I want to see what happened in the past. I feel there might be some small miss with regards to the way she described her getting kicked out of a previous community.
And I feel like I wake up and Hassan is the first thing on my brain because we've just been talking about it all the fucking time. So for no other reason other than my just like wanting to move on for a little bit and take a break, I'm not going to be inclined really to further. Oh my god!
Destiny thing on Kick VODs. Him talking, Destiny talking to her. Yes, it would be the Kick VOD called Catching up on all the memes. At 106:35. We could watch that, but I'm like, I don't really want to watch Destiny right now. I think the 400 some pages of like legal documents yesterday was enough. Enough. That was more than a fucking enough yesterday. That VOD's available. We're gonna do something else. I kind of want to like leave for like 10 minutes, but then it's like kind of meaningless because I can only, well,
I agreed tomorrow, I think, for you guys tomorrow to talk to Hutch. So maybe that'll be like the capstone.
Oh yeah, there's the Hutch shit. Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to do the Hutch shit. That's not. No, that one. The Pisco story here. I'm sorry. It's fucking over, man. It's been over for a bit. It's been awesome. It's been awesome. It's been a really cool grind. So okay. How about that? So what happened today? Connor has 4 months of he can just do whatever the fuck he wants. I can't stand Hutch. It's just weird faces and being confused. Yeah, I hate Hutch less over time. I think I think that Hutch is going to turn on Destiny at some point. And I think that's awesome. I think that's sick. I think that's like really, 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 really cool. I do think that's going to happen. And you know what? He's like kind of cringy. LOL, no. I think it's getting closer. I think it could get there, man. I do actually think that. I think Hutch is going to realize something at some point. I'm just going to be honest. You know the thing that fucking blows my mind? He only has 2,000 people subscribed on DGG. Destiny.gg. Right? I was assumed it was like some much insanely higher number. He does not seem to like Destiny calling Pisco anti-Semitic. Oh yeah. He doesn't like it, yes. But the other part, okay, is that it's a bad look. A lot of their areas are cutting themselves off to Destiny, and they're not just far lefty shit, right? Destiny saw a clip of Hutch saying it was too far, and Destiny blamed it on DGG. Okay, man, yeah. I really, truly believe that shit. I absolutely believe that shit. Yeah, that Zug conversation was, like, evil, man. That shit was, like, fucking evil as shit. You know? I don't know what to say there, really. I think Hutch is honestly just really dumb. Yeah, he's a bit of a himbo, I think. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, I think he's a little dumb, yeah. I think that's reasonable to say. Call her a slur? No. Why? Why? Is there a new ABBA fucking video that just got released 4 hours ago? Dude, no way.
Hi, my name is Kiki, and you can find me on Instagram at rslki. Today, I'm sharing my experience with a narcissistic YouTuber with 2 million subscribers who lied about his fertility to multiple women.
Is this new?
Impregnated multiple women, including myself, and who proceeded to dox all of us.
That's when I meet,
including my 5-year-old daughter. Everything that is shared here is all alleged, but in order for everything to be easily digestible, I will be including clear timelines and receipts for certain claims. And I...
Do you see the other woman's videos? No. There's like 4 of them now, right? Can we snark on ABBA a little bit? Can you guys like snark on ABBA a little bit? We need to go through this shit, man. This is like, how many women did this dude nut in and impregnate? Like, I'm not gonna fucking lie. Like, is she new? No, she has done this like 2 months ago. She was one of them. Okay, never mind. She's like one of them, right?
Also sent him a voice note. Interesting. I will say though, I am a little confused because it seemed like you and this third woman were on like relatively good terms. So what happened for her to...
This is the guy that interviewed Erudite.
Want to talk to Libby in this fashion. Is this mainly because she felt like she was done wrong by you? Because it seems like, or she has the perception that you were still talking to Libby while you were still dealing with her. Like, why is she doing this, do you think?
I'm not entirely sure because we never spoke about it. But from what I gather, it sounds like because I was talking to other women while we were not exclusive, that's what made her upset.
Yeah, so basically what I said already.
I don't mind if, well, my thing is, yeah, we are.
Watts TV, yeah. Sorry, this just popped up on my shit. Oh, we need to do an ABBA segment at some point. The death of ABBA has been insane, man. Like, actually fucking insane, you know?
Snarkaholics Anonymous meetings when?
Psychic what? Psychic what?
Snarkaholics Anonymous meetings when? Never, okay? Never, all right? Never. We're never stopping. I do want to do ABBA stuff at some point. Just because there's so many, I just think we could just do a full stream of just ABBA shit. I didn't have electricity for 9 days and just got back the other day. Is ABBA's dead? No. No. His shit's just like gotten real fucked up, man. Like, he's like nutted in and impregnated like multiple women. And then convinced them all to get abortions, right? Right? So that's kind of the thing. It's been ongoing, and there's just more and more shit that gets put out all the fucking time. Okay, so Psycho Kink? Maybe. Okay, maybe. You know? But I don't know. I'm not like sold on it entirely. Okay. Huh. Coconuts in Barbados. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sucks that like all the red pill dudes and the anti-red pill dudes all sucked. Right? You know? Kind of fucked up that happened, right? Kind of fucked up that shit happened. Kind of crazy, man. I saw XQC say Hassan having a dog walker is proof that he doesn't care about Kaya a few days ago. That was funny. Yeah, it's dumb. Yeah, I don't care. I just don't give a shit. Okay. I'll go a little bit further. I think Adept was pretty fucked up, but I think XQC was pretty fucked up too. You know? I think they were both pretty fucked up, man. Hmm. And then the cycle gamer gears and anti-gamer gears sucked. Yeah. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. Hmm. Call them slurs. How? Who? 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 I was thinking about something. I'm just thinking right now about some things. I'm just like, is it like, where does this go next? I guess, you know, like doesn't really seem like there's like a
Tiny and dog
smart
kids
avenue.
non-consent.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the $2 martialist. They are. I guess I'm just like trying to think of where all this goes. I guess like maybe Adam Mockler, right? I'm guessing Adam Mockler, maybe. I gotta say, I'm just kind of struggling, right? Huh. Interesting. I am like kind of just wondering about where all this goes, you know? Like, what's the next step? Because I feel like primaries are pretty much over, right? I guess, like, we have the Destiny lawsuit. That's, like, probably, like, that is, like, the main remainder part, I guess. But even that, I hate to say it, it's like that stuff, something comes in, and then it's, like, weeks later, right?
Without the first C.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Thank you for the $2, Marshallist. I guess that's it, right? Like, that's the current thing. Because, like, I've been looking at Wick shit. Wick has nothing interesting lined up at this point. Like, nothing at all. For, like, a little while, it seems. And, like, it's kind of fucked. It's kind of fine, right? It's fucked for Wick. Fine for everybody else, right? So where's next? Send an agent to get a picture of Inky. No. Absolutely not. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Don't fuck with Stardust Birds, man. Alright, that's fucking... Just don't. Alright? Kind of make fun of her for having birds, I guess. But, you know, I don't need to... I don't want to know about her fucking... I don't want... I don't want any of that shit, right? I don't want any of that shit at fucking all, man. Ever. Ever. Fuck that. Nah. We just gonna knock any leftist candidates and complain about trivial bullshit. Platform a bunch of Nazis in the interim. I can see that. I'm kind of like so about, like, I don't really. I mean, that's the thing. Without like the snark shit, what they don't really have a. Like, there isn't really much more from it. It does seem if Pisco is just like not gonna do the like the virtualization of the anti-Semite stuff. It's just what are the interfights, right? Are you gonna buy one of her mugs? No. No, not at all. No, I will not. I will not be supporting Zugami in any way at all. I think she's just like straight up fucking manipulative as shit. Like, that's it. That's all I've got to say, you know? She seems like super fucking manipulative, all right? I'm hoping that she doesn't go anywhere further, you know? That's it. That's it. Trump almost mentioned his son and said someone campaigned with communists that said America deserved 9/11. You can fix her? Fuck no. Fuck no. No, we're not. No. No, people can drown on their own, okay? People can drown on their own. I no longer give a shit about stuff like that, okay? I want to be clear. Don't reach out. Don't do anything. Don't bother. All right? It's easier. You know that these people that have no dog pee signs on their lawn? No. What? Just piss. If Trump gets if Hassan gets a Trump nickname, it's all over. He'll really blow up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because literally okay, Trump goes after Hassan. What is the obvious interaction, right? With every Democrat. Why are you talking about this guy? He's just some goofy dude who says some stuff, and then, like, we can talk about things like blowback. Easy, you know? Like, you can draw that right to the Iran war. You know? Fucking easy, man. Like, not even, like, a struggle. Yeah, so we do have, like, we have more Destiny stuff on Monday on the lawsuit, right? Again, if we're to believe the timeline set out by, like, Darius et al. I think that what their arguments are gonna be is that it's very unclear. Because I think Pixie's lawyers were supposed to, like, really lay out in the deposition where the counter arguments are and shit. I'm a little concerned about that. But I think Destiny has till Monday to, like, respond or some shit. So yeah. 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 Best part about all this, you guys are gonna have to suffer Kingdom Hearts for a while. When I don't have shit to want that I want to watch, it's gonna be Kingdom Hearts, baby. It's gonna be fucking terrible. Fucking terrible, dude. Okay. Terrible for everybody involved. I'm kidding. There's still gonna be stupid shit happening constantly. I actually have a few segments that we can start going through. Like I said, you know, you can always go back through the ABBA shit, want to. Noah had a video about Asmongold from a couple of days ago. I think we're definitely gonna do that in the near future. Oh, and then there's the fucking allegations against like Dean Withers, right? Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just go through my fucking notes because I've just been like writing down shit that's been happening. In general, aside, oh my god, yeah, all the Gremlo shit. Dude, there's like a bunch of Gremlo shit. The fucking Mike from PA. Personally invested in that. Very personally invested in that. Super excited about that. There is the Dan Saltman Hassan like dog shocking video. We can go through it. I will be clear, I do think he shocked the dog. I just think that it's insane that we care. Right? Just to be real, like, did he shock the dog? Yes. Do I think it's animal abuse? I'm like, I don't know. I don't think so. I think Kaya's doing pretty fucking fine. You know? I think it's such a fucking, it's the most stupid, insane shit ever. But we'll probably do that, and then we'll also go over the stale stuff. Oh my god, guys. Did you guys see? This is something that's insane. Okay. Wait, where is it? Right here. Let's see if I can find this. I think. Yeah. Bro, so you know how, like, Stale got, like, banned from everywhere on Reddit? Right? Okay? They've canceled all Reddit moderator events. Indefinitely. Because I think it's pretty obvious that it's about Stale. Okay? We're canceling all upcoming in-person mod events and not scheduling new ones until we can improve our event security and vetting processes to ensure everyone stays safe. Hey everyone, as some of you may already know, during our San Francisco meetup at Reddit HQ, an issue arose where our venue details were shared with mods who were not approved to attend. In my 3 years working alongside this incredible community of folks, I'm grateful that something like this has never happened before. However, since it did, valid security concerns were raised across several of our interim teams. Because your safety is a non-negotiable, we are evaluating our protocols and have canceled upcoming IRL mod events for the foreseeable future. It's so cool. It's so dumb. Stale ruined all mod events, and it's fucking awesome. This directly impacts our previously announced events in Los Angeles and Amsterdam. We sincerely apologize for everyone who was planning to attend these, and we really appreciate your understanding as we figure this out. They canceled one on a different continent out of fear of Stale. He just showed up and said he was someone's +1 without ever talking to them. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, he did a video. Yeah. Behind the scenes, we're using this downtime to rework how we host in-person events. We're focusing on on-site security, tightening communication, beefing up vetting to ensure only confirmed attendees can access event spaces. Building all this out properly is going to take some time, so please bear with us. We know this news sucks, especially since the vast majority of you have zero involvement in what happened. But rest assured, we're not going anywhere, and mod events continue to be incredibly important. We're doubling down on virtual events and brainstorming ways to make them even more rewarding and engaging in the coming months. Thank you for your patience, understanding, and ongoing participation. It's so fucking cool, man. Alright? It's so cool, man. It's so cool that Stale literally ruined all mod events. I forgot about that. But yeah, we'll probably do a stale retro spective when we were doing the other thing, right? It's just so fucking cool, man. I'm just like happy like that it's just suffering for like Reddit mods, you know? There's something about it. It just makes me like feel warm inside, right? You know? Still getting IP banned by Red site why it was funny too? Yeah. Well, that's the other part, is I want to kind of go into like the kind of claims that I want to go into the conspiracy that he's the one that fully engaged and started the dog shock shit. Right? Yeah. 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 I think there might be something to it. Okay. Maybe. We'll find out. Um... Okay. I think that's it. I think that's it. Unfortunately, that's it. Stale's the inspiration for this as well. What, the Kopi face? That thing? Okay. Fair enough. Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna end, actually. Possibly go over to Kick for a little bit, play video games. I think. I think. I can probably like push this Kingdom Hearts download and like stop throttling it. Fine. We got like a 7-hour stream in today. I think we did okay. Shut up. Fuck you. Like, why are you saying fine? Why are you saying fine, man? Fuck you, dude. You're a dick. Okay. Yeah, let's go over there. I'm just gonna power through the end of this because I've had it like downloading in the background, but it's like severely throttled. So it should only take like 5-10 minutes. And then I told my buddy probably only get like an hour, but after this, it'll be a lot easier once we get through our basic shit. So Stale is the inspiration for Rezzy's male pattern baldness. No, it is my extremely high testosterone counts. So yeah. All right, I'll see you guys on Kick. Bye. Bye, Twitch.